Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2021. We're ready to conclude round one. I'm Atlas, this is Wolf, and it's all getting a little bit exciting. It's all getting a little bit spicy.
Yeah, we're getting to the final week here of round one, and that's going to give us kind of the, I guess, flow chart for where you think these teams are going to be going into playoffs, right? We're starting to get past the point where you go, well, there's still time. Not really, actually. Not really anymore.
Yeah, I actually think that this is the time where we get to start talking about playoffs, when we get to start talking about who's going to get those world slots. And yes, we got an extra one, so there's going to be an extra team up in there, but who is it going to be? And how are they going to get there? I think championship points need to start becoming a conversation, but not just yet, because we're not outside of round one just yet. And as it stands, Gen G still well and truly out in front, but we've got a lot of middle-of-the-pack teams that might get sorted now. And let's have a look at the standings and go through exactly that.
Yeah.
Our first matchup is exactly what I was talking about, Wolf. ㅣ2021 have the opportunity to get to 6 wins. Gen G, if they then lose to T1 in a couple of days in our final match of round one, then there'll only be one match separating the two of them. Liv Sandbox could do exactly the same thing by leapfrogging ㅣ2021 with a victory here today.
Their next match is actually their rematch against Afrika, so it's a very tough week for Liv Sandbox. That's going to be their first match of round two, but if they win both, they will solidify themselves in second.
Yeah.
Here are our POG standings. Gory still in first, but you notice Khan is actually starting to break into top two, if you will. He's, just 100 points behind with everybody else here with Gory. But, man, it is such a competitive POG this season.
Yeah, it's really tight. And it's actually really interesting because Gory, Lava, these two players launched themselves to about this amount of points very, very early in the season and have since stagnated just a little bit, allowing some of our superstars of old to really climb back up. Talking, of course, about players like Keen and like Khan, like you were talking about. The match we mentioned, yeah, exactly right. Friday is where your eyes are drawn to really important games at the very end of round one and at the very beginning of round two as well, because you saw the standings. 5 and 3 was 4 of our teams. The entire western side outside of Gen G were 5 and 3, so we will have a change-up when it comes to those the second and third positions here, based on the outcomes of our two matches here right now.
I mean, those 3 highlighted matches are all fantastic, but let's talk about our top 5 pick and bans from the previous week. You can see Rumble, 100% involvement. Lee Sin, 100% involvement. Both of these champions getting significant nerfs actually going into the patch we'll be playing on this week. Set also climbed up quite a bit, but his win rate fell off big time here in week 4. Week 3, we were always talking about Set. It was all about the Set. And yes, his priority went up, but his win rate actually went down quite significantly there. So
yeah, this is sort of what happens when champions become first pickable, right? When it becomes like, oh, well, we can just blind this without even really thinking about it, that's when they fall into trouble. And we saw that happen with Set. I think a similar thing happened with Akali. Not necessarily here in Korea. It feels like Akali's still a bit busted, but there have been the odd performance here and there where the right champion is picked into it, and maybe we'll see something like that in our next series because, of course, Lissandra might be one of those options against that particular champion. So, of course, often into LeBlanc instead. Goodbye, Tom Kench.
Yeah, he is not going to be enabled for 2 weeks, actually, so that is going to really change how this is played.
Well, I actually don't know whether it'll change the outcome because 11-13 kind of disabled him anyway.
Yeah, he's completely reworked. We will talk about that more when he becomes re-enabled, but he's out of the picture. Also, huge changes to Viego. Really good changes, I think, for the game. I know this is a while ago if you've been playing a lot on live, but for the pro game, Viego's sustain in lane was just so absurd that he was becoming so high prio everywhere. Now, he doesn't heal. He heals for half, basically, on minions. He's not as bullying. He's not as able to just kind of walk in, Q, and then come back to full health after every trade.
Aphelios is still strong and now even stronger. He was absolutely fine, actually one of our top tier hyper carries in the last patch, and now of course we're probably going to be seeing even more of him. Olaf, no one cares. And Xayah does some cool stuff with her Q. I don't know whether it's going to be enough to really bring her to the forefront, but we do have a lot of people that really do enjoy playing the Xayah. As you mentioned these two champions, I think Lee Sin losing 30 damage off the max rank Tempest. He's still going to be Lee Sin, Wolf, and I also think that the Scrap Shield nerf on Rumble no one's going to notice. Nothing's going to change.
So Lee Sin, the reason why his damage was decreased later was to just kind of make sure that junglers could still play him in the early game, so it doesn't affect his clear at all, whereas Rumble's clear is affected pretty significantly by the cooldown increase and the movement that he gets actually on his scrap shield. So he hasn't really been played in challengers actually since that nerf, because we did have those games over the past 2 days. We'll see if that ends up dropping him low priority here in the LCK, as well as we have 2 new big items. Anathema's Chains. Everybody loves this one. You basically get to pick somebody and their life is terrible. And then Ballbreaker, where you
I
push
call
the
this
lane.
the anti-Chovy item.
Yeah.
The Anathema's Chains, or Anathema's Chains, or Shaco's Chains, Shaco's Chains. I'm not entirely sure. How are we going to pronounce it?
Yeah,
have we worked it out? Because I want to say
actually a good
Anathema because it's really fun.
Let's say, we could say Anathema. I'm down for that.
Are we okay with it?
Yeah, it sounds like that might actually be it. Like when I said it, I was like, oh man, I said it wrong. After you said it, I was like, oh, I'm definitely saying this.
And we already agree on Huelbreaker, right? Okay. Excellent.
Excellent.
Turret updates, they cost a little bit more if you kill the inner ones, which might speed up gameplay. You know, we enjoy getting money here in the LCK. Farm minions. Maybe we'll realize that we have to farm turrets as well. May speed up the game.
The Divine Sunderer, by the way, we should mention, really nerfs Ezreal quite a bit on this patch because he's playing a lot, but it nerfs a lot of champions. Like Nara has been running it, but he's not ranged always. You know, Ezreal is definitely the one you're always going to get that consistent nerf on. These are some roster changes. Rahel got called up. We talked about this a lot, you know, amongst ourselves before the broadcast. A lot of speculation on whether he'd be playing. I didn't think he'd be playing, at least not in this first match, but we'll talk about rosters later. But he's here. King Kong got sent down to Challengers. If you followed Challengers this week, you saw that.
And that makes so much sense. These are actually 2 teams in completely opposite positions. It's Liv Sandbox realizing that they have a really, really good marksman player. That's what they've realized over the last couple of weeks. And Damwon Kia are like, what the heck are we going to do with our marksman player? That's what they've been trying to figure out with all the roster swaps and all that sort of stuff. Let's have a look at the points of the match as both teams building definitely some strong momentum. I think that even in games that Liv Sandbox lose, they're playing the right kind of League of Legends, which is definitely more high tempo. And we've also seen Damwon Kia doing a similar thing. I think we're going to have an explosive match.
Oh, this is going to be so good. This is the match I picked for my match of the week. I really thought, you know, even before we knew Rahel was coming in here for Damwon Kia, you know, I was thinking, wow, Liv Sandbox on the up and up. And then Damwon Kia took that pretty big upset win against Gen.G last Sunday, so they're looking even stronger than before. So this is going to be a match of epic proportions, and if Liv Sandbox are able to upset here, I mean, they deserve that #2 spot. I mean, it is, we could talk about it all we want. It's early days, you know, who knows, the consistency is still not there, but if they keep winning these top tier matches, then they're going to earn that 2nd place spot, and that's the biggest change we've had in LCK in quite a while.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to pull out here. I think that Damwon Kia is still the favorite as far as this one is concerned. If we have a look at the stats, champion kills per minute being the highest is definitely a feels good, but it's only 0.02 from the 4th position. So maybe we could boost those stats. Obviously, both of these teams playing today, that is going to remain the same. So looking forward to it. Average game time 1st and 2nd. We mentioned that these are the 2 most explosive teams that we have, and that is where it's illustrated based on the statistics.
Yeah. Average game time for these 2 fastest in the league. They are super aggressive. There are teams that close out games when they have leads. You look at teams like Gen.G who have a great record, but they haven't been able to actually win every match very you know, one-sidedly, right? A lot of the games they played ended up going to 35, 40 minutes because they weren't able to close out properly, weren't able to control those late game objectives. That's not the case for these 2 teams. Liv Sandbox, you get to that part of the game where Prince is online, and you're gonna have a great time. You get to the part of the game where you know, team fights can be morphed and shaped by Summit, especially on his Gnar, then you're gonna have a hard time against Liv Sandbox. They are a great team from start to finish, and that's what matters most right now in this meta.
Yeah, I agree. I'm wondering whether we're going to see a few more tanks, with Anathema's Chains now being enabled in the game. I feel like tanks do have a lot more value, or team compositions that have a lot of damage dealers, and then you sort of nullify that item. But if it is one of these one-deal style comps, that can be very difficult to run. I don't know whether it's going to be necessarily the case in this matchup, but for teams like Gen.G, maybe they need to worry about the ruler ending win condition.
Exactly, I completely agree. Something that we're seeing a ton in solo queue right now is the Ornn, for example, that we saw Khan play on Sunday.
And also, Khan has always been a massive fan of the Ornn, right? So It's a real worry as, of course, welcome Game1 Kia to the stage for their final game of round one. Let's see where they end. Of course, 6-3, they're going to be feeling pretty good. On the other side, 6-3 for Sandbox, going to be feeling pretty good. 5-4, though, that's a little bit too middling for me. So one of these teams is going to be disappointed with how their round one goes, and it's decided right here.
That's right. I think no matter what happens, as long as Game1 Kia play a game like they played on Sunday and Live Sandbox meet the challenge, I don't think any fan should be unhappy with the result here. I think this is such a win-win series across the board. If Live Sandbox end up taking this, I know there's a lot of Game1 Kia fans, and some people might say, well, it means Korea is weaker. No, I think it means Korea has evolved, and that Live Sandbox has evolved with it. Like, we did not expect to see this team soar so quickly to the top of the standings.
Especially when, I think you and I, we got burnt by this last season. We were like, Sandbox, it's going to be good, man. I'm ready. We were like, I don't know, we were drinking the Kool-Aid together, really talking about this Live Sandbox that we were really excited about. And then they plummeted, and it was not exactly what we wanted. But that plummet has turned around. Really looking good here this season, and I think they're being rewarded for that proactivity now that they've really built the synergy that we're looking for. So,
this is it,
Summit
man.
versus Khan, yeah, exactly. Definitely some storied players here up against one another. The old man Khan. Let's see what he can do against Summit, who has been playing a lot more consistently this season.
You know, it's funny, too, about Summit, his personality in interviews, you know, his somewhat somber nature reminds me of old Khan. Khan's gotten a lot more funny these days. He's a lot more of a happy player, but he kind of reminds me of old Khan in some ways, and it's crazy to think that we're in a league right now where Khan is potentially the third of 3 top players right now. Everybody's talking about Keen. Then you've got Summit, and Khan is in that conversation. Rascal has kind of not been as high impact for his team, you know, as Clid has been. You could argue in the bot duo. But Khan has really stepped up big here. When everyone else on Game1 Kia was swapping roles around and there was some shakiness, Khan did step up. He was the rock. He was the one player who you could count on no matter what.
And he was stealing all the pop votes. He was stealing all the pop votes, Wolf. It's supposed to go to Showmaker and Canyon, you know, the players that everyone loves. But no, Khan's just snatching them away time after time. So I'm definitely very much looking forward to seeing what that top matchup is going to be like. Looking forward to Croco priority picking the Olaf as well, because that's 100% happening, Wolf. I just don't think, he didn't need a buff for people to start playing him again. I just hope that we are going to see some of these enchanters paired alongside it. Also looking forward to seeing what this sale that's going on. Boris really reducing the prices. It all must go. Yeah. If it is a mage item.
That's right.
It all must go.
Yeah, you and I didn't talk about that when we were going through patch notes because there was a lot to cover. But yeah, the combination cost of most mythics has been reduced by 200 gold. So that's pretty huge. It's going to give you that power spike a lot earlier. And that's one of the weaknesses of mages in this meta sometimes.
Did that guy look way too much like Kuro?
I didn't actually see his face very clearly.
In his eyes? I don't know. It looked very Kuro-like to me. He shook his head, so maybe the Korean casters were asking the same thing. But I don't know. I can't hear what the Korean casters are saying. All right, here is the gentleman that likes speedrunning on his way home. Because, of course, that's what he does. He tries to get home as quickly as possible. Live Sandbox have chosen blue side. Not entirely sure whether that's necessarily the greatest of decisions, but we have changed patch, right?
Yeah,
we don't necessarily know what the scrim meta dictates as far as side selection.
I would have been 100% in favor of Live Sandbox picking blue side on the previous patch because they have 2 strong picks for blue side in first pick rotation, the Ezreal and the Rumble. But both of those champions getting slightly nerfed. They could still go back to the Rumble if we are going to see that priority in the LCK, even though it's fallen out in Challengers. But also Ezreal a little bit nerfed with that Divine Sunderer change. We will see where the priority falls here because that's all we're talking about right now with Live Sandbox is what is Prince playing? Does he get Ezreal? Because when he does, he's won the game every single time. Does Summit get Gnar? Because when he does, the game changes so massively. So we'll see Ziggs actually be the first man here.
I really like it. Of course, Ghost was one of our resident awesome dudes. We saw Ziggs be so incredibly popular in one of our most recent series. Like, you remember watching Deft pop off with those Mega Inferno bombs with
Duck Dom as
what was it, like 1,500 damage or something with close to 1,000 ability power with 6 items? That was ludicrous. As the Nocturne going to continue to get banned with the new Stride Breaker. Doesn't give him the movement, but that item has even more stats now, so probably going to be pretty good on the old Nocturne.
what's interesting about Lee Sin for Live Sandbox 2 is I don't know if that's where a lot of teams would take this third ban on red side, but I don't think that Dom1 Kia necessarily have to. They have, Kroko has never played a game of it. Someone who has actually performed very badly on it. And Fate, it's like a mid-champion. It's not really a flex pick for Live Sandbox, so it doesn't feel as powerful to first pick here. And Thresh is going to be banned so much right now because Aphelios is strong, and Tom Kench is removed, so you don't get to go, okay, well, you can have the Tom Kench duel, we'll take the Thresh. You don't get to trade those supports because he's disabled right now. So I think Thresh is going to be super high prio this week in terms of the first ban rotation. And it's a tough call right now. It's going to be the Viego.
Still going towards it. I wonder whether that's going to be a Kroko choice. Of course, with the fact that he can't heal as much off minions, your mind generally goes to, well, I guess everyone can be Canyon. And speaking of which, Live Sandbox have now picked it away from him. So intelligent in a couple of different ways. As Dom1 Kia, where does the priority still remain? Akali's still up, Lucian's still up, that's going to be locked
That's
away.
a safe pick no matter what, I think that's what Dom1 Kia's MO was against Genji, even though we weren't on this patch back then. Their drafting style is kind of...
Diana.
Yeah, both of these champions are still great. They haven't been affected by this patch. They're going to be strong in terms of their team fighting, and prio is guaranteed with Lucian.
Do you know what I really hope? I really hope that Dom1 Kia pick Yasuo and put Lucian in the top lane. I want it so bad. We've been seeing a little bit of it here and there, but it is just fun. Don't know whether it's necessarily good, as Kalista was left up, and that will be snapped away here by Live Sandbox.
Yeah, in terms of the, lethality and aggressive bot laners that we have right now, the Ezreal was the top tier, then you go into Kalista, you go into Varus. Varus had a pretty bad win rate last week. And also, Prowler's Claw has been nerfed to Oblivion on this patch. Can't target, minions anymore, so a little bit less mobility.
And the stats
down.
have been removed.
Yeah.
It's really a little bit sad.
It's basically out. Like, it's not viable anymore. So we'll see if it ends up being built by Ghost here. But this is a big test for Ghost too here, Alex, because now he's playing a champion that's significantly nerfed. He's up against Prince, who's a rising star right now. And yeah, Rahel's waiting on the bench, waiting for you to slip up at any moment.
Yeah, I like that you say that Varus has been nerfed when he wasn't actually touched on the patch at all, except the item was, and the champion he was paired most successfully with was taken out of the game entirely. That's not very fair. Poor Varus.
Yeah, that's of course what I mean, but yeah, it's good that you give the context.
Yeah, because it's like,
stats were not touched,
people might be like, just rage typing. They're like, he was not nerfed at all, whoop, dummy dumb. Ooh. You're not a dummy dumb. It actually does make a lot of sense.
LeBlanc getting banned here. That's interesting.
I wonder what this means.
Yeah, because Fate is, again, the one you expect to play Lee Sin. It's not a strong flex pick for Live Sandbox because Crockwood never prioritizes it. Summit has had very bad games on it, no offense to Summit.
Yeah. It also puts a lot of physical damage if they're not putting Lee Sin in the mid lane, right?
Yeah.
Also, we are kind of expecting Viego to go into the jungle, but I guess we don't really know necessarily.
Yeah,
there's a lot going on here.
There's a lot of questions on this patch, of course, and especially in a meta and in a time period where so many champions are still flexible. We just have to wait and see rather than assume. As for Dom1 Kia, you're still looking for Khan's pick, unless he does, of course, get flexed onto the Lucian.
Yep.
They leave the Gnar open, which means that's a possibility, but there's going to be Gwen. Who, we'll see.
Not one that's all that popular with good old Khan recently.
Not at all. And he's been playing a lot more tank picks, so this is a bit of a surprising one, but it gives you a lot of control over, top lane. You're going to have the mid lane prio basically guaranteed. And
yeah, this is going to be his first game.
Yeah.
His first game on Gwen so far this season. That's actually crazy. Obviously, it's Khan, so he's probably going to be pretty comfortable on it. Is Gragas going to be the choice? I was assuming that was going to be set support. As now Live Sandbox have to give it up. What are we going to be playing? I'd like something like Rumble, perhaps, but I guess we don't necessarily know. As there's Rise, so that would be putting either Viego or Lee Sin into the jungle.
It's probably going to be mostly decided based on what this final pick is here for Dom1 Kia, what support they're running, and that could affect a lot. So if you have Lee Sin, in the mid lane, he could do a lot, actually, can roam, but it's tough, when you have Lucian on the other side. Like, it's not going to be a great matchup for either melee in the mid lane.
Barrow's doing his thing, which is, all right, I can't protect you, Ghost, I'm really sorry, but I can really help Canyon dive. I can really do that, don't you worry. And so the Galio will come in.
Ryze will probably end up going mid here, but the question is now, where does the jungle go? And that's the last question that will have to be answered here. Because also Lucian, you know, is going to be fine against all three options, really.
Yeah.
So, like, that's why he's such a priority pick right now, and that's why Dom1 Kia picked him so much even last season where the meta wasn't solidified a lot of the time. Don't worry, Lucian, Showmaker on Lucian, always going to be good, always going to be solid, always going to guarantee you prio in almost any matchup. So it will be the Lee Sin going to the jungle here.
Yeah.
So Krako's first time this season on this champion, not going to be Fate in the mid lane.
It's actually pretty amazing because Krako, of course, known for his aggressive jungle style. You'd think that he would have been one of the first on the Lee Sin jungle bandwagon since he got back in there, but hasn't happened just yet. Looking forward to seeing what he can do. Of course, was generally known for someone who was pretty good at this guy, as every single jungler in the LCK has ever been. It's like saying that a jungler was a Lee Sin main. I actually shouldn't have even been allowed to say it, to be honest, because that's literally just what you need in order to be a jungler in the LCK.
It's like I don't know, the sword that everyone has to play through in the RPG. Like everyone had to play with a training sword at the beginning, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Oh dear.
Everyone's been through it.
Yep.
Well, I really think a lot of this is going to be about the jungle matchup, actually, and we'll talk about it as we get in game.
Yeah, here we are onto the rift for game number 1. Live Sandbox on our blue side against Dom1 Kia for both of these teams' final match of round 1.
Super high impact Krako can be, you know, against these lanes that are going to have a lot of prio. Yeah.
Really liked the word order there. That was fun.
Sorry, I get that tricky sometimes.
For some reason, it really stood out to me that time. I'm sorry for.
No, it's all good. It's all good. As long as you didn't call me Baby Yoda, I'm cool.
Yeah, that would be too much because Baby Yoda doesn't say anything.
Yeah,
that's just not right.
Not to mention, I was a pretty big hater of the Mandalorian series, but
really,
yeah, I didn't really like it at all.
Wow, I loved it.
I liked the beginning of the first season, and then
just sort of wasn't your thing after that.
I don't know. I think it's not a bad show in itself. It's just not a show that I like. Like, I don't want to say it's a terrible show. It's just like not what I wanted from it. So.
I just really liked the Star Warsiness of it. You know, I felt like it was way more true to the Star Warsism than anything else outside of maybe Rogue One.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I thought they really captured the universe pretty well.
Yeah, that was cool.
But we'll have to wait until we go to a lull state to like really break that one down. But at the moment, I
think you might have some explaining to do because I think a lot of people really enjoyed The Mandalorian.
Yeah, I mean, I
know
I'm
an unpopular opinion.
Sure, no, it's definitely not. Like, I mean, I also don't really like the Avengers, so like, come at me. But
no, you can get away with that one. You've at least got all of the hipsters on your side there, so you'll be fine.
But yeah, this jungle matchup, you know, in terms of like the 1v1 of it is not really what I mean, but the impact that both these junglers can have on the Viego Gwen lane and the Lucian Ryze lane is quite high. So I'm really excited to see how Krako is going to perform on his first game, at least in this season, because he can actually be a huge playmaker that ends up getting a lot of power to Fate early. If we see, like, I mean, look at the lane and the mid lane. You can see on the minimap right now. Like, this is just kind of how it's going to be for a while. So
there's something about the mid lane that I really do want to draw some attention to, because we were talking about Star Wars for a little bit too long, but Showmaker's taken Airy, and this is something that has been sort of starting up a little bit.
Everybody's taking Airy now.
Yeah, it's. I think there's still a lot of presses of the attack just because it's still really good, but yeah, Showmaker's demonstrating that it can be very, very frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, you just see when you see the area, it's like, well, I know why you picked this Lucian pick even more so, like, just to push the lane and harass and be very annoying, and this is where Fate's agency comes through, right? Especially once he hits 6. Showmaker won't be able to make these sorts of plays as aggressively anymore unless, you know, it's planned and Canyon's there for the counter gank. So there's a lot of things you can do, and that's why that matchup is going to be so important. If it ends up being a passive game where Canyon's able to just free farm and Fate, or rather Krako doesn't help Fate or doesn't help Summit, you know, the slower part of this game is going to feel great for Dom1 Kia because they have great team fighting later on with the Gwen. They have a lot of poke with the Varus. I mean, it's going to get harder and harder with the range problem that Kalista has. You're so reliant on the roots being really good for the Ryze here. It's kind of a weird Ryze pick, actually, too, because we don't have that heavy of a dive. I mean, yeah, you have a front line here that can be stunned, but hold that thought. Yep,
Summit's going to go aggressive onto Khan here, and I think Khan knows that he's dead, as he's going to try and trade 1 for 1. Snippy snip, but it ain't enough. First blood goes over to Summit. I thought that perhaps Khan could have done it there, but not quite able to. And he'll go for a really nice reset off the back of that gank.
Yeah, it doesn't have, you know, any items just yet to really live through these types of exchanges. The longer the game goes on, once he starts to get his Leeching Leer and stuff like that, you know, these types of fights will end up being trade backs. It's really important to actually look for picks like this in the early game, though, on the top side of the map. And we see already Kroko making that impact I was talking about. As we do see, you know, Canyon rotates up here, but this is just going to be a trade fest. And Summit's not going to be able to do this as much as he would have on the previous patch, but he's still pretty solid at trading against the Gwen.
Yeah, no, and he should be all right. And especially if he's trading against the Gwen, you get 100% of your, you know, that one wasn't nerfed.
Yeah.
With the Q, as far as the regen is concerned, just off the minions. But I think he would be absolutely fine, especially after that gank did come through. But as you can see, Khan still with that pushing power, as Fate just lying in wait here for a moment. Effort's going to rotate over, and Fate was spotted there.
Yeah, the Phage too makes it, you know, a lot easier to continue to be aggressive against the Gwen, but not level 6 just yet. But Kroko still hovers around here, looking for Showmaker to push this lane aggressively. Once again, Fate's selling the idea really well by also killing these minions and not letting the lane push, but Showmaker does not actually take the bait.
Nope. Not this time around. As Prince and Effort back to having a bit of priority here, as we're going to check out this top gank once again with Summit.
지금 갈래? 가자.
Yeah, he just hits the stun, goes in, he says, let's go.
Meanwhile, yeah, a bit of a fight here on the bottom side as Canyon's looking to make his way in. Doesn't have level 6 just yet, his barrel's at 100 health, but he's still wanting more. The flash out from Effort is Prince, now trying to turn it around, but Canyon managed to get the reset on that E, so he's going to be absolutely fine. Now Damwon Kia looking for all of these minions. And they'll probably go for a little bit of a back here.
Still relatively successful, forcing that flash, not using anything else. It wasn't anything that Kroko was able to do on the other side of the map at the same time. Now, level 6 is just around the corner here for Kroko. Damwon Kia will get the scuttle. And Rise is coming back to lane, so Fate and Kroko, there's that little window of opportunity here. And Showmaker actually pushes the way right before the timing. He's going to be just fine. So we're going to watch this again for real.
갈래? 가자.
Says, should we go? And then he says, let's go. As soon as he gets the stun, Kroko goes in. And Khan just does not have the lifesteal at this stage. Misses his Q as well.
Yeah.
I think if he hits that Q with full stacks, that might have actually been a trade. It would have been close.
Yeah, wasn't able to get that snippy snip happening. As Kroko's going to get face checked once again. Khan is just going to get himself out of the way. Had the missed circle. He'll be all right.
The timing of Showmaker's back here is super nice, so Kroko's like, well, I hit level 6, I want to do something, but not going to happen.
I was wondering about this as well. So with this Airy build, it is looking like he might be going for the lethality direction, which is what we saw Solka basically retire on. No, that's not what.
It was definitely one of his less popular games.
That was not really the game that we wanted out of him, and then he was never really the same player afterwards. So let's see what Showmaker is going to be able to make of this one. Already has a lot of power in the lane. As, yeah, Showmaker, it takes a lot for him to lose on this champion. We haven't exactly seen anyone put up that amount of effort just yet.
You could see, the bigger story is that he's only played 5 games on it. Like, like everyone's banned against him. Last season, it was almost permaban against Damwon Kia all the time. You know, you look at his performance at MSI too, it's just like, nope, he's not going to get to play this very often.
Yeah.
Everyone regrets it when they let him go through, as you can see.
There's a lot of lethality on this Damwon Kia squad.
Yeah.
So it means that their mid game is going to be very, very powerful. And there's no real tank. So
exactly.
They don't have anyone that's going to really be able to stop all of this lethality all that easily.
Yeah, so it gets a little bit tough, and it means that Kroko's probably going to have to consider going a little bit tanky, you know, towards the later part of the game, depending on the state of it. As unfortunately, so far, he made that one gank happen on the top side of the map, but he has not been able to touch Showmaker whatsoever. And this prio here makes it super easy for Damwon Kia to collapse in. Yeah. Even Prince is coming up right now. He's trying to hide that.
But everyone on Damwon Kia is already here, right?
Yeah.
Set up for this potential skirmish. Only level 5 for Beryl, so heroic entrance, which is quite important, isn't actually available. However, they do have Chains of Corruption, and Canyon has his Moonfall up, which certainly makes things very frightening as Showmaker just clears out the wave. Kia, with their incredible investment of all of their champions, should be able to grab this one. Canyon will pick that one up for himself.
This is a big L for Liv Sandbox if they can't turn something back.
Yeah, there's the Moonfall, but Summit is going to Heartbreaker it as Croco looking to go aggressive. Has to flash away, though, as Showmaker shows him the culling. Ghost's not going to be so lucky, though, as, Flash is not going to be able to get out, but Croco's going to suffer the same fate. Liv Sandbox grabbed themselves a couple of kills in the end in this game, but it was one traded back by Kia, and they got the Herald.
It was so forced, that fight for Liv Sandbox, because they had Prince slowly coming over, and he tried to hide that rotation for a little while. It became very obvious when he wasn't, of course, last hitting the minions in the bottom lane. But if they had just left him there and had Viego, catch those waves on the top side of the map and get a ton of extra CS, they'd be even further ahead than they are now. And if Ghost also doesn't get caught here,
and where's the flash? Does he flash away here, or did he fail the flash over the wall? No, he flashed right here and missed the...
yeah, that was unfortunate. But if Ghost doesn't get caught here too, then yeah, of course Kia won't trade back, but this could have been even more perfect for Kia. When Damwon commit this many resources to the Herald this early on, you don't have to try to force the match, but at least because Ghost messed that up, they trade back 1 kill here.
Yep.
Still ahead in goal, but that Rift Herald will, of course, match things. As I noticed our UI got a little retro here.
Yeah, we are definitely retro. That's exactly right. I like that we know that there are 10 minutes until the Baron spawns. That's fantastic. Keep your eyes on that one, everyone. As, of course, we don't need to know when Shirley's going to spawn. It's not really fair on Shirley, is it? Because she's
just always getting the bad end of the stick, isn't she?
Exactly.
It's just
you know what?
Really
Shirley's actually been buffed. She's been buffed on this patch because inner turrets are now worth more gold. So when we talk about Shirley, she's going to be raking in more cash.
So we got to put her down some way.
Exactly.
Well, there go. As soon as we complain about it, it comes back.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Liv Sandbox can at least grab this Drake. It looks pretty impossible for Kia to contest. Showmaker is backing. Teleporting, though, in to try to get some extra pressure here.
Yeah, big commitment. As you can see, Fate, he teleported up to the top lane as well, so it's actually a trade of teleports. Fate's just going to leave, so unfortunately, it's actually just teleport for teleport. As now, with the Rift Herald coming down, Shelly will be able to knock down these plates, and Kia are really looking for this snowball. They're going to force it.
Yeah, and Liv Sandbox just don't really respond at all. They're not able to wrap around to the bottom side to try to trade it, and they don't collapse in very quickly. So, this is just a huge win across the board for Damwon.
Yeah. Eclipse completed here for Showmaker, so it's a big early spike. Piercing Light's going to do a bunch of work here.
Yeah. It's really interesting to see, this build come back, but actually it makes a lot of sense. And against a team that's tankless, essentially, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
It also really hurts Fate in the matchup. He's just going to be taking so much extra damage, he's never going to have control. Which is what led to that really poor team fight for Liv Sandbox, because they were just so far behind on that rotation. Which is why I don't think they should have taken it.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember all of the Lucian builds that there have been, because there's been on-hit Lucian, crit Lucian, AP Lucian. It's not a meme.
I guess that's true, yeah. I forgot about that.
It does sort of work, and we have seen it once or twice in I don't know whether it's ever won, but I know if Rusty's watching, he would definitely appreciate me talking about AP Lucian. But now there's Lethality Lucian as well. It's 4 different damage varieties for one champion whose kit hasn't changed.
Yeah.
They're cool.
Gale Force was just super strong because 2 dashes is OP.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of why that just kind of dominated his build forever. But in this particular case, I kind of like this tech into the Eclipse quite a bit.
Wasn't the last Lucian we saw as well running shield bow?
Yeah, I think so, actually, now that you mention it.
Too many.
Oh, I mean, that's build diversity is a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm always happy about it. Okay, this is a big commitment here onto Ghost and Barrel. And they do not know.
Well,
however, Liv Sandbox are also just going to cancel it because of minion wave, I guess.
Oh no, Ghost might just be dead. He does have flash back available again, and now Prince is going to come on over. There's the Fate's Call. That gets the flash, as we should be able to get Varus delivery, and yes, we do. Croco going to be able to lock down that kill. It's all too easy, as we'll see whether Canyon can do the same thing. He was waiting for the Heartbreaker, and there is the flash. Moonfall, so smooth from Canyon.
And this is worth a lot more for Dam1 Kia than I think this is for Liv Sandbox. Even
Oh
though
no, they get the
plates.
plates.
Yeah, they get the plates, but Showmaker's going to get a plate here, and that's gold over to a Diana. She has 2 kills now in this game, already has her belt online. I think the value is a lot higher there than it is to give a kill to a Kalista who isn't going to be as valuable later on in the game. If you got it away with that bottom kill and you saved someone on the top side, feel really good about this, especially with the plates like you mentioned.
Yeah.
But I still feel like Dam1 Kia are very happy with these trades they keep taking. Like, Dam1 Kia is playing the stock market in this game right now with their macro play.
No, it's nuts. Fake gonna clear out that wave just fine, and remember, it's a bit of an investment with this Rise. Not exactly the largest amount of range outside of the Varus, but, I mean, with the Galio, it sort of mixes up what you really want to be doing in these team fights. This is a pretty elementary gank here on the bottom side of the map, and then it was followed up by the same thing up top side.
Yeah, the cask was really nice there to seal the deal, and then on the top side of the map, like, he's just baited into this completely. Khan's like, nope, Canyon's here. Someone's like, oh no, I've made a mistake. If he doesn't make this mistake, actually, he gets out, and this ends up being really nice. But with the trade back and the plates that Showmaker picked up mid, really like this trade for Dam1 Kia. Now, Liv Sandbox are going to group up this time first for the Rift Herald. Second one.
Bottom tower was actually taken, so I'm going to say that it was 100% worth on the side of Liv Sandbox.
Gold-wise, yeah, for sure.
As, Showmaker's going to face check. There's the kickback. Realm Warp comes in. Croco bides his time, but yeah, Relentless Pursuit's pretty good ability as it turns out, and that tower's not there anymore. Showmaker, though, still going to have to do something pretty amazing in order to get out of this one, and I think maybe the amazing option he's going to go for is an execution, is the flash.
There it is.
Okay, it is still going to go over to the Lee Sin. Don't know what that flash was really about there on Prince's side, as he presses all of his summoner spells for absolutely no reason.
Yeah, that was a little bit odd. Meanwhile,
yeah, well, there's going to be the flash forward from Beryl, and Winds of War is going to kill Summit. So we just got weird stuff happening all over the place. Well,
yeah, this is definitely crazy, this game, but what Showmaker almost was able to accomplish there, outside of, failing the execute, was buying enough time for Dam1 Kia to actually group up and contest this Rift Herald, but he wasn't able to do so. Again, it's very slight gold lead for Liv Sandbox right now. Well, the question is, where is the gold, right? A lot of this gold is on Lee Sin here for Liv Sandbox versus, a starting to get pretty fed Canyon, who has a stopwatch now for this upcoming Infernal Drake fight. And I mean, they're not even going to contest this, it doesn't look like, and I don't think they should. But it's just going to get harder and harder to deal with this Diana. Okay, but if they're going to just completely group up on Drake, this could be massive for Liv Sandbox. Remember, extra gold on this turret as you pointed out.
There we go. Shirley getting her value. That's what we were talking about. No one leaves Shirley in the corner. This does not happen. They are going to be able to take this one down. Showmaker's waiting for that wave to turn up, wanting to just poke Shirley in the back, tell her to go back to the Void for a moment until next game.
She will. A lot of extra farm going over to Canyon, by the way, and Khan's just going to stay down here. So Liv Sandbox don't commit to try to force this into a second charge or anything like that, and Dam1 Kia are still getting other objectives on the map. And the money that, as we watch this one more time, that was a really nice interrupt. The money that, Liv Sandbox is getting is great and all, but it's just being traded so well by Dam1 Kia.
Really?
Yeah, that was kind of weird.
I don't know. Sometimes you just, your fat finger a cleanse. It's fine. He's not going to get punished for it, I don't think, anyway. So we're going to see Summit down here, and he's just going to get bopped by a Gargoyle, who's going to catch him backing.
Yep. Really well played here by Beryl, catching the ball there. And, I mean, at this point in time, Dam1 Kia tied up the Drakes. It's a pretty even game. Like, the goal lead is for Liv Sandbox. They have gotten a lot on the map. They've gotten a lot of hard objectives, and they've put some of that gold in their pockets. But Dam1 Kia, the execution of team fights is something they've always been known for. So we'll see how that goes, because that's really going to be the determining factor, whether or not they have a lead right now or not. Depends on how they use this Diana that has a significant gold lead and is starting to get those items online.
Yeah. Well, let's see what Canyon's going to be able to make of this mid-game. So we have a look at the gold, like you were talking about, Liv Sandbox with almost a 1,000 gold advantage. Not going to be changing too much here. But both of these teams pretty happy to fight around the mid-game. Liv Sandbox probably enjoying the fact that they have their Rise for the later stage of the game, but I think Dam1 Kia just have a lot of power.
Yeah. the Varus question is going to be an interesting one. We already talked about the fact that Prowler's Claw is basically removed from the game. It's not viable on him right now, so he's going over to Dustblade. No shocker there.
Yep.
We'll see how much he can do consistently in these team fights poke-wise, because, you know, I don't always like to kick a player when he's down, but Ghost has had, you know, some inconsistent performances as of late, and a lot of that's on his positioning, which for Varus, you really have to walk quite a thin line. You're walking a tightrope, making sure you get that poke off, but also you have to be careful not to get caught by all the CC that Live Sandbox can offer and all the flanking power. So if he can perform well, if Canyon gets set up for some really nice moonfalls, I trust ㅣ2021 Kia's ability to play make in late game. That's what they're famous for.
Yeah, I also think playing around Canyon is a really viable option here with the backup that he can get from Beryl. It's definitely a good move.
Yeah, a lot of the gold's being fed over to Ghost right now in this game because it's a bit of a lull, and he has the free ability to grab that. It's on.
Yep. He's going to fight for these Krugs. Just fighting for Krugs all over the map. His Archangel Staff now completed for Fate. Got a couple of items now. Certainly diving into the value bin. I like it already with at least his Everfrost.
Yep. Just misses a Canyon minion, but I couldn't let him get away with it.
Nope, nope, nope.
I've learned from you while on the LCK. We don't let those go through. But yeah, he's been giving a lot of the resources too here. He has a kill and an assist, but he hasn't been able to shape any team fights just yet on this fairly fed Ballista. So when we go into this next Drake fight, I want to see Live Sandbox group up. I want to see that 5v5 power that they have right now, because it only gets harder from here. Showmaker's going to go into Serpent's Fang next. Pretty interesting build here on this Lucian.
Yeah, definitely a lot of anti-shield going on.
Yeah, not a big fan of those shields.
No, he really hates shields, which I think is okay.
Helps you blow up the Ballista.
Yeah. Shield bow, not as good. However, I mean, what is it, Safeguard?
Yeah, that's the main one in this game,
I guess.
It's got good stats too.
And Sterix is going to be built and things like that. There are
Yeah.
a bunch of different things that are going to go on here. So it's going to mean that Showmaker will be able to burst their AD carry, which feels good.
Yeah, he's going to be very happy to just kind of sit back, ult into the fight, and then clean up house once the fight actually ensues. As this is the fight where Live Sandbox, I don't think, can give this Drake up. They need to actually commit to this. They need to group up and look for that straight-up team fight, or force ㅣ2021 Kia to just ignore it and get that Drake advantage. Because Mountain is super good against Varus. It's the strongest soul, you know, against this champion. So you do want to get that tempo advantage right now as Live Sandbox, because your Ryze scales up, but your Kalista does not.
I think both of these teams very happy to lock down a Mountain Drake if they can find it. Although maybe ㅣ2021 Kia were planning on giving away Mountain Souls so that Showmaker's build is going to make more sense.
Yeah, I guess so.
Am I right?
I didn't think about that aspect.
No, I highly doubt that's going to happen. We're going to see ㅣ2021 Kia try to fight for this one. A Summit, not going to find the Q right there, but Croco over the wall. Opportunity to get in, of course, as Lee Sin. He can go wherever he wants as these piercing arrows starting to actually land from Ghost. As in goes Beryl, does find himself a bit of a taunt, but now Effort looking for even more. Ghost gets himself to the back line and does have relative safety. Fate's Call now on cooldown, and Live Sandbox. Resources now running a little bit thin as Effort, also without the flash and the ignite. Croco might be able to go in for a suicide 50-50, but I highly doubt he's going to want to, and yes, they're just going to give this one away.
This is rough for Live Sandbox. You could see that Summit and crew were trying to dive on to Ghost. They were trying to blow him up in the fight. We even saw, you know, the commitment there to actually getting on top of him from Summit on the side. Like, he was up on the high ground above the river, and
they didn't underestimate his power, as it turned out.
And Summit is a player who is carrying games via his ability to set up team fights and engage, right? That's why he plays so much Gnar. He's the guy who's going to stun everybody. He's the guy who's going to catch the carry. He's going to be the playmaker. And Viego right now in his current state it's very difficult to be that engaged tool. Yeah, you can come in and grab a stun and maybe look for some burst onto an AD carry at the back, but getting the position to do that relies on so much extra peel from your teammates, and the range problem is really starting to become apparent.
Was that? No, that was just his flash.
Yeah, no, that was real.
Why are we just randomly pressing our summon and spell buttons, guys?
Attention's high.
I know it's the first day back, but come on.
Yeah, that was a bit out there. That's not going to be what Beryl... he's going to miss that one, let's just say.
I like that Jonas Strong caught it as well. Just like hovering over while Galio's standing in a brush, and then, oop, flash. Hello.
I'm starting to see the woes of Live Sandbox's comp rear their heads here a little bit, you know, in terms of how are you going to get on top of Ghost, right? Like, you can't rely on him messing up his positioning because his positioning was pretty fantastic, right? He walked that line we were talking about very well last
I think you throw a Gragas at him. That's the way I'd do it. I'd just peg a Gragas at him. Or put a Gragas in a Realm Warp and send him at him.
Those are the best tools they have right now besides a flanking Lee Sin. And it's really tough because the damage output that Damwon Kia have at this point and the poke at that Gragas before you can actually close that distance, before you can get Fates called. Yeah, so hard. I mean, last time he had to use the Fates call, you know, defensively because he went down to half health before the fight even ensued.
Well, now we've got a couple of item spikes coming in here. I feel like Miraman is almost done for Showmaker. As probably go for Sherilda's next, I guess, with this very bursty Eclipse-style build. Lucian does proc it very effectively, of course. As Realm Warp going to get Fate and Croco out of there. They're looking for Khan, actually, off to the back end, but they're going to deliver Beryl in here. And I think he's a little bit too early. I don't know whether he has a stopwatch anymore. He does, as I believe that might have actually been Azonya's. They've traded 1 for 1, but Beryl's going to go down as well.
Imagine if Beryl had Flash there.
Oh, he did. That was just his. He hadn't actually used his stopwatch.
Yeah, no, he did not use a stopwatch, but he doesn't have one now. If he had Flash there, would have been able to maybe get over the wall, but he's picked here. That was a beautiful decision by Fate, actually, to use the Realm Warp to both kind of escape the top part of the fight that wasn't looking very great, and also collapse on top of Khan, who was pushing aggressively there on the side lane. Unfortunately for Live Sandbox, there's no great objective to take after this exchange, so they're not going to get a ton of value out of this outside of the monetary value you get from those picks and the trade-up, and then the blue they steal here.
Yeah, and it's sort of just like a 1 extra kill situation, so it's probably not enough.
Yeah.
As, yeah, Khan just a little bit out of position.
And then Beryl comes through here, but can't flash over the wall to Khan for safety because he doesn't have that available anymore. The stopwatch is used to buy time, but ends up being a 2 for 1 here. They do trade back, which is really important, and you can see the damage that Viego takes in this moment. Like, the damage is pretty high on the side of Damwon Kia, but like I said, for Live Sandbox, you wish this happened, you know, right before the Drake spawned, right before, you know, if we were 30 minutes in before you could maybe turn that into a Baron play, group up for the vision control there. You just don't have anything you can gain off of that.
Yeah, not a lot of options. As Manamune completed for Ghost, and also has another Dirk, so he's going to be doing a fair bit of damage. Interestingly, Summit is building purely for his matchup against Khan, so it's going to take a lot of damage from these lethality users. And yeah, Damwon Kia haven't actually checked it just yet. I don't believe they have
the ward is
disabled either.
Yeah, they have no vision of this.
Canyon's going to move on in. Yeah, there's the control ward. Are they just flipping? I mean, that would be a very Live Sandbox thing to do, as Croco going to kick Canyon out and then go back and secure the Baron. Beautifully done by the Live Sandbox jungler.
Amazing. Live Sandbox get away with this, so, you know, we talked about how there were no objectives to take, but if Damwon Kia don't respect that you can group on this and you don't have vision control, you can sneak this away. And it was a really nice proactive play from Live Sandbox, because if Damwon Kia do suss this out a little bit faster and do group up faster, you can just simply yield and walk away. So it was a pretty low-risk, high-reward play, which ended up working out extremely well for them. And now they can actually look for this fight with a Baron buff.
Well, there's the flash in from Fate, but Canyon wanted it. Fate's going to go golden. Effort now in trouble as the mist is down. Good knockups. Fate's call is going to save the Gragas, but not the Rise as Khan dives on forward. That's some big burst from Showmaker. Let's see what else he can get done here as Croco trying to get out. Great Chains of Corruption this time from Ghost, who looks like he's got his eye in, and now Damwon Kia are going to get themselves to Soul Point and destroy all but one of those Baron buffs. So it looks like Sandbox, they turned their brain on and then turned it off again immediately.
That's how you take a lead. You know, you take each and every letter of the word lead and crumple it up into a big ball and toss it right in the bin with an engage like that. Fate's flash in, super puzzling there. Didn't have any great follow-up. Wasn't able to set up for anything there. Probably just walking away and wrapping around would have been the better choice. We'll watch the replay and see exactly what situation he was in. But Live Sandbox really forcing a square peg into a round hole in that one. And Damwon Kia take away almost all the Baron buffs. Prince is the only one who gets to keep his and get a massive lead. So we're going to watch Croco's sick play here. Goes for the kick away. And then comes right back in.
So good.
So beautiful. But
really
then
this happens.
Yeah, okay, so Fate's kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, and I guess the hope is that when he flashes forward, there's going to be a body slam on Kennen at the same time, and they burst him down. But Kennen, of course, has his stopwatch available. Maybe even a Zhonya's at this point. I'll have to check after this.
Yeah, no, he does. He does have Zhonya's.
So it's like, well, that was a bit desperate, but he was kind of trapped between a rock and a hard place because he couldn't really get out on the other side. But once your Ryze is dead in this fight, you don't have any follow-up. She's here like all the time for ㅣ2021. She's the one who had the reaction sign, right? The one who like panicked after the team fight.
Was it? I'm not entirely sure.
I think that was her actually. Yeah.
Yes.
It was.
It
Production
was.
confirmed.
We have the G-Sun confirmation. That's Superfan right there.
Yeah.
We can give her the title.
She's the one.
Yep. Hopefully we're going to get some good reactions out of her as well, because that was actually just the best.
Well, this is not looking great for Liv Sandbox, to put it bluntly. Summit's trying to get value in the side lane here, gets shoved away.
It's a bit unfortunate. We didn't get to see some of that Eclipse value with the culling. Does proc it very effectively, at least that first time. We already had with the Piercing Light. And Showmaker, what have we got? We've got Mirror Mana. We've also got the Executioner's Calling to come through next.
Stopwatch is up for Prince, which makes his life a lot easier in these upcoming team fights because he can set up efforts engages with the Fate's Call a lot safer.
Yep.
You can see a lot of the experience is going over to Fate and Summit here. You know, Summit's side laning super well. Fate is just sucking up every minion on the map. So he actually has his death cap online. Like, he does a ton of damage. He just has to live long enough to do it. And in that last fight, you know, obviously he was a bit caught. So if the positioning could be better, there's still hope here for Liv Sandbox. But the range problem is really still the big one. And ㅣ2021, you know, they have this full control over the objectives.
Let's see whether Khan can actually win this 1v1, because that's going to be very important, as Summit thinks that Khan definitely can. And he's just going to get the heck out of there. This says a lot, right? It is going to be Ignite invested by Khan and not by Summit. However, if Gwen's winning in a side lane, then that means so much more pressure for ㅣ2021, considering the similarities of these compositions.
Exactly. And he won the Oblivion Orb. There's just no way he can win that fight. Even with the Wit's End he has, it's just not going to happen. They at least trade back a turret.
Is that a QSS on Khan as well? It's kind of cool.
Yeah. Or it's a Banshee's Veil, but yeah.
Oh, is it? Oh, never mind. Sorry, it looked like a QSS for a second.
Figured that's what you meant, but when I realized that you thought it was actually that, it was hard to see when it's got the cooldown going.
It's the cooldown thing. It's my old man eyes, you know. Sometimes
we're getting old.
It is of course the Banshee's Veil.
But
I believe there was there a teleport up there as well, and so that's why Summit backed away. So that might have been it. But I think that the 1v1 was looking pretty Khan favored regardless.
Yeah, it's just not the fight you want to take as the Viego in this case. He has a stopwatch now. There's those two stopwatches that they have, plus actually Gragas has one now, makes Liv Sandbox able to really like go for the desperate all-in fight here. And they don't have the opportunity to let this Drake go anymore because it's going to mean Mountain Soul for ㅣ2021. So you can't just go, well, we'll just kind of split push and you guys can group for that.
Yep.
So again, not a fight you want to take, Summit, but Prince is here.
Yeah, Prince is over there. Effort was around the corner as well, so they could have brought him in. As here's another teleport invested, this time from Liv Sandbox's Prince. He can hop over this wall. Realm Warp to come in as Khan. Let's see how much time he can actually buy. Remember, there's no Baron to take, so they're easily going to be able to rotate out of this one. Liv Sandbox get the pick they're looking for, and there's no punish available.
No, Fate did have to use his teleport, so if he backs here, it's going to take him a minute to return.
Oh my goodness. Croco's going to flash out, as Showmaker's Culling does a heck of a lot of damage with this build.
Liv Sandbox are going to have to make a choice here. They can't split push and also only have 3 members on this Drake. You see the rotate around from Croco. Without Khan here, they're just going to force it. Fate's at half health.
25 seconds. 25 seconds. Liv Sandbox have to start the Drake or start a fight if they really want to maximize this man advantage. 15 seconds now on the clock. The Drake is down to 50% health. It's not going to be taken. But of course, ㅣ2021 had Soul Point. They had the luxury of giving this one up if they didn't want to fight for it, as now they just move over to this Baron.
There's no vision here whatsoever for Liv Sandbox, and they know it. They're going to come over here and just start this right away.
Yeah, I think so.
Liv
no
Sandbox?
Teleport, no Realm Warp for Fate, so he's not going to be able to get over here. The teleport is going to come through from Summit. Khan's going to be here as well as ㅣ2021. This might be the fight that they're wanting, but the Baron's already down to 2.5k health. Khan, can he actually keep himself alive as the Baron is taken by Damwon? The Zhonyas is, of course, there as Fate from over the wall is trying to do the damage, but Canyon also goes golden. And once again, Liv Sandbox make a great play and then fumble it. Unfortunately, the Flash Justice Punch will come through from Barrel, and Damwon Kia will just march up the mid lane. They're at least taking an inhibitor off this one.
Maybe even the game if they can get anybody down. Effort is looking for Showmaker. Oh, that's not going to be it. He's going to be dead.
He's trying to keep the minions alive to drag this game out for as long as possible, but I don't think it's going to quite be enough. As oh, the
almost
airy!
Yeah,
no,
airy
not
would
gonna
have
do it.
been huge.
You're allowed to just have a little bit of a drink there.
Well,
but he's going to be all right as Teleport is going to bring Showmaker back with full health. And we've got, what, 17 seconds on Fate, 15 on Croco, 7 seconds on Summit. Prince is alive. It looks like we're going for the end. There's Damwon here. The first Nexus turret goes down. So does the Callista, I believe. Yeah, Prince is going to be completely evacuated from the situation. And the Nexus will fall at 35 minutes. Damwon here, walk over to a Baron, take it, win a fight, win the game in about 20 seconds. I don't know. It was a very, very quick end.
Liv Sandbox looked great when they had advantages going into objective fights, and they were able to set those advantages up very well, whether it was the vision advantage they had on the first Baron take, or later on, you know, the pick they got into Khan that led to the Drake, but they weren't able to ever take an objective fight or take a 5v5 fight when they were the ones arriving to the objective late, when it was already a setup for Damwon Kia. And, I mean, that's sometimes just how the cookie crumbles. If you can't take those types of fights, you shouldn't be running a comp like this, I think, because it gets harder and harder the later the game goes on.
No, you're exactly right. You got to make your decision, Wolf.
I know, I'm thinking about it, and it's hard.
I mean, I probably Canyon.
It's either Canyon or Showmaker.
Is he did the less silly stuff? Does it go to Showmaker so we can ask him about his build? Maybe
I'm going to give it a Showmaker.
Okay, I think that's not necessarily because he played the best, because we're most curious about this Eclipse build and, you know, his decision for going towards it this time around. I think there's a lot of people that are still going press the attack and things like that. It's not exactly like this Eclipse build is now taking over the world or anything like that, but we have seen it once before. There must be a reason.
He also was super high impact in the game. The fact that he kept Fate down non-stop was, you know, just that was the nature of what Lucian does, and Showmaker's a fantastic player, but his build made it a lot tougher for Fate to do anything, and then he was basically everywhere he needed to be around the map all the time, even though he didn't end up getting the flashy kills or end up getting the big gold numbers on the graph. I thought his play was fantastic, and I thought it was a great draft choice from Coma to pick the Lucian early. In a meta like this, you can't go wrong with picks that are just going to get you prio. The Gwen's going to get you control of the side lane, especially with the Viego nerf. The Lucian's going to get you control of mid, so these are the moves to make.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I also think that is why Red Side is strong for a lot of teams. If you have good drafting, generally Red Side is just better, right? Because you get counterpick. If you have flexible players, it's better because you get counterpick and things like that. And these are very flexible players. I mean, they've off-rolled half the season already. So, like, it is very, very cool to see them utilizing it effectively, because I think that Lucian Diana was definitely picking right into what Damwon Kia wanted to do, and damn, they did way more damage than Liv Sandbox did.
Liv Sandbox just, so they couldn't really take fights 5v5. They were only able to win fights in the side lanes, pick, you know, get some picks, but the early game went well for them, but that's what you expect with this composition. It's the late game comps that are winning more consistently in this meta, where we go to late game very often.
I mean, this isn't even a late game comp. This was just Damwon Kia decided to take a Baron and win.
Yeah, but if you compare the two, like which one's better
I
late
mean,
game?
I guess.
Sure. Like that's where most of them get it. You got poke, you got range, you have engage tools, and you have Khan on Gwen, which is always going to give you that side lane prio. And, you know, things like the Lee Sin, they fall off. If the Rise is amazing, if the Rise is in the right place every single time, then yeah, I think Liv Sandbox have an argument here, but it just was not the case.
And also if the Gragas can get work done right and body slams into the back and actually kills Ghost, but we saw that Effort wasn't actually able to do that. Ghost even had his one moment where he got caught out of position. The result of that fight was a win for Liv Sandbox, theoretically, when it came to the trade. Just didn't happen all game after that. So kudos to Ghost for keeping his positioning sorted. Let's see whether he can do it as we go to game number 2 right after the break.
쌈 봐야 돼.
가드 지어야 돼.
야 일단
야,
먹자
저
먹자
먹어봐.
수발 두명 수발.
각 좋은 듯
디에고 잡.
라이즈
라이즈 노플.
그라스 잡은 거 같아
라이즈 노플.
야 얘네 개피 따라가자
가야 돼.
가가
얘 노플. 오우 야.
끝날만한가? 아 웨이브
어,
없네.
아 웨이브가 없네
이거는 안 끝나나?
이게 끝날 것 같은데?
야 집 끊어보자 형나 봐줘
40초임 40초. 하이에나인데?
아 웨이브 끊어놨다. 웨이브
뭐야,
끊어놨다. 웨이브 끊어놨다.
조심해 하우스야
잡았어.
미니언.
앞으로
야 근데 근거리 이거. 아니야 얘 잡을게 나.
오케이
내가 좀 어그로함.
Now we're trying to get on top of Arthur. The flash does come in, and Galio is looking to help out from the distance as they get on top of the Rumble, take him out. Here's the teleport now coming in, but Seth is so massive in this game, and due to his 1v4 essentially, he's got the miss as now Jeff has arrived to the fight, and I think he's going to put an end to all of this. Picks up the double.
그웬 탈 봐줘
나 와드 좀.
여기 와드 있어
이게 되네. 나는 될 줄 알았어. 그웬이라서.
Now Rich comes in with that flanking teleport. They're slightly out of position. The kick, he wants to get it onto Ghost, but he's not able to quite get in there. As Khan get taken down. As that realm walk was ridiculous from Gori. Peanut grabs that kill, and now Nongshim are just padding the stats. Smite will go the way of Shen-Chi. That is Mountain Soul. Come around here from Rascal trying to get on top of Henna, but the flash comes in. We're just zooming in onto this. He's looking for the kill. The flash on in. Henny actually get it. The Core Drinker is enough to keep him alive to get the kill as everybody has to flash away from the Stag of the Week.
나 잡을게 잡았어
Khan not going to have that ulti now for the re-engage, but look at this. Using arrow, painful onto life right there as in goes Khan, gets the double knock-up. It's beautiful, Canyon's taken down. Ocean Soul is denied as now Rascal diving on top of Khan. But the rest of them can't just get out of there, guys. You've done it. It's a great job. You've taken away the Drake. They take down Rascal as well as the cherry on top.
야 동아 갈래요? 갈게 제발 우리 살려줘 나이스
Rich alive, but Chovy is just blasting the bottom lane. Dudu turns into a Tom Kench and saves his mid laner.
야 르블랑 치고 시작할게. 보자. 나좀 봐줘.
내가 먹어줄게.
먹어줘.
Hello and welcome back to the LCK Analyst Desk. I'm Jonghyun, joined by Kurio and Nuclear for today's show.
안녕하세요.
Hello and welcome.
안녕하세요. 뉴클리어 신정현입니다.
And this is Jason with the translation. We are opening week 5 with Leaf Sandbox and Damwon Kia. It's a big bang between two top teams on the LCK, and Damwon Kia grabbed a win over Leaf Sandbox. What do you think of their draft? I think we had some changes according to the new patch happening this week. We didn't see the new items here, but we had some newness in terms of the build and also some champions. Rumble was always first picked, but because of the jungle clear speed nerf, he actually was skipped in this time around. I'm predicting Rumble will now be played on lanes mostly. And Lee also got some nerf on his E skills, so Damwon Kia was fully aware that Lee will be going to the jungle. And Damwon Kia, he had a very impressive runes. None of the Lucian actually build Eclipse, or they never take Airy. But this time around, Damwon Kia wanted to get some more poke damage together with Varus. He also won lane with that Airy build. However, Rise had some CS lead heading to the mid to and late game. So I was a little bit puzzled to see the value of the Airy from Lucian, but in the end, he was able to exert a lot of pressure in late game teamfights as well. And Aphelios was a champion that got buffed for 3 patches in a row, and that Thresh ban coming in first from Damwon Kia was so effective, denying the possible pick of that Aphelios, and then Varus Galio together was having the lane priority because they didn't leash for the jungler, whereas Kalista and Gragas leashed for their jungler. So Damwon Kia's bottom duo had some priority in the early game. So Damwon Kia was able to snowball off of that lead in the early game. So let's take a look at the replay where Damwon Kia's bottom duo rotated towards the lane based on their lane priority. So here's the replay. Because they had the lane priority, they got to the mid lane first and farmed some XP in order to stretch the level lead between Varus and Kalista. In this situation, Leaf Sandbox couldn't really dare to take the Herald fight, because level 5 and 6 has a huge difference. So at the first glance, it looked like they were willing to concede the objective. However, when Damwon Kia was focusing on Summit's Viego, they collapsed on Ghost Varus and traded kills. But still, Damwon Kia was the one that earned the more profit with a kill and also the first Herald. 3 of the Damwon Kia players were on top of Viego, so Ghost and Showmaker were also making a rotation to support their players, and Ghost got slightly disconnected, so he got collapsed on by the Leaf Sandbox players, but still Damwon Kia won the trade in the end. Here's the second replay where Leaf Sandbox made a slight mistake in a single team fight and they slipped away their lead.
그렇습니다. 여기서 보면 이제 바론을 리브 샌드박스 진짜
Leaf Sandbox had a successful sneaky Baron here, and Kurako especially made a perfect outplay, kicking the Diana off the wall and then securing the objective. And then later on, they were making rotation onto that Drake, and they saw Diana under their vision, so Fate got a little bit aggressive. He was trying to get on top of the Diana, even investing his flash, but he didn't have the full information. He didn't have Tamo and Kia players were together with Canyon. So Rise was the last player to die on the side of Leaf Sandbox, but this fight broke out by Rise biting the dust at the beginning. So Fate got a little bit too greedy in order to get a kill onto that Diana, and Tamo and Kia successfully turned the fight around, and they were able to secure the soul point very easily. Tamo and Kia is someone coming on top of Leaf Sandbox in game number 1, and our player of the game will be Canyon and Diana. Second POG of the split. I think Canyon deserves this POG the most on the side of Tamo and Kia. In this game, almost every Tamo and Kia player made mistakes. You know, they got cut out, they got picked, but Canyon was the most consistent player on the Tamo and Kia side, always playing up to his role. Canyon usually plays around the bottom lane with their bottom duo has lane priority, but this time around he had a different plan to win the game. He was playing for a con. He knew that his bottom duo have solid dominance on the laning phase, so he tried to cover the top lane, making a lot of rotation on the top side. It's a bummer that Tamo and Kia's bottom duo died multiple times, not holding a firm lead in their hands, but still Canyon made some adjustment with his macro and was able to boost the power of his top laner as well. Canyon picked up 3 votes. Canyon missed out 3 votes out of 12. He picked up 9 in total. And Showmaker also earned 3 votes on that airy Eclipse Lucian. So we're heading into game number 2 between Leaf Sandbox and Tamo and Kia. Let's find out if Tamo and Kia can pick up a clean 2-0 victory. If Leaf Sandbox lose this game, they will fall to 5th. So back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason, as per usual, for the phenomenal analyst desk translatory power. Unbelievable. Wolf, you find yourself in good company, both Kunkwe and Gorilla agreeing with you. And so I don't think you should feel too bad. I don't take all of these EN cast kick W's out of the chat.
Well, you know, I thought he made a huge impact in the game. Canyon did as well. It was both of them, I think, who were the strongest players by far. Ghost did a great job later on, but did have some small mistakes in the early game.
Yep.
But yeah, I really want to see how this next game goes. It was really interesting to see, actually, my favorite part of that segment that we had from the Korean analyst desk is Liv Sandbox will pick blue again, was actually watching Fate's lack of vision. He had almost no information when he did do that weird flash forward.
Yeah, they had like knowledge that Canyon was kind of in the area, but they didn't really know that the rest of the team was rotating over. However, you can kind of infer that, can't you, with the Baron, with the Dragon coming up and them wanting Soul Point?
The situation looked, you know, from the outside looking in, like it was a pretty terrible mistake from Liv Sandbox to kind of engage like that.
It definitely looked worse for us when we were watching it.
But
you're exactly right.
At the same time, like, you've got to keep vision control of that, or you have to come in a lot slower into the Baron pit. You know, at that moment, this is like a con imposter here. At that moment, it was definitely.
I like that. The Showmaker glasses, big fan.
It was definitely not the right call, and that's where the game started to fall apart for Liv Sandbox, and things got a lot easier from there for Dom Kia. I want to see how this next draft goes, because sides will be the same. And I think maybe we'll see that Lucian ban come through here, because that made the early game so free for Dom Kia.
Yeah, and it's just awful in the laning phase having to deal with that, right? Taking the Ardent Blaze first, and then just proccing the area off cooldown. Oh, it just doesn't feel very fun. For the Rise, I think we saw Showmaker get out to about a 20 CS advantage or something like that in the earlier stages. So it might be something worth looking at. Also, we have to remember that Lucian is flexible, can head up towards the top side as well. We know that Khan has played it in the past also. mostly in solo queue, not necessarily for ㅣ2021, but we know that he has done it. The Sandbox going to ban the Ziggs away one more time. We'll see what actually changes when it comes to the bans. I don't expect that ㅣ2021 will change things up all that much.
No, I don't think so. You want to make sure Prince can't play the Ezreal. The Thresh is a must ban right now in this meta. And see the Nocturne come through once more. This will probably be the Ezreal. Wow,
yeah.
Shocker. But this is where you could ban the Lucian if you want to, as Live Sandbox instead.
Don't know whether I don't know whether you need to ban the Renekton like they banned last time around. Although, yeah, they will still do it.
I mean, it is ㅣ2021 who found a lot of success with Renekton, and Khan was the first player to win with it, and the only player for a really long time.
Yeah, true.
But you can also pick it away. I'm not a huge fan of the Viego pick because you could see his power kind of dwindling, especially when you're going to go ahead and pick this face up again. ㅣ2021 can once again counterpick the Gwen. And I like the pick in general, and on the previous patch would have loved this priority, but right now it just doesn't feel as strong, and he was not impactful in teamfights. This is not a champion that Summit can make himself known on in the late game, but this time they'll change it up, grab the Kalista on their side early on, ㅣ2021 will, with the Diana.
Yeah, not too worried about the Lucian as it turns out. That means that Live Sandbox could head towards that pick if they want to. Will mean that their draft is a little bit more face-up, which can be slightly dangerous. And
we'll just trade these.
Yeah, they will instead just go to the opposite side of the matchup, as it's now Prince that will have all of that long-range poke at his disposal.
It's very much a Prince-style champion. He hasn't played it, actually, this season, but it suits his playstyle. Sit back, poke, play very slow.
Yep.
He's not a very aggressive type player in those late-game team fights. Likes to chip away, and that is perfect for him. We'll see what this last pick ends up being, because you can grab the Lucian, as you mentioned. The Lee Sin is probably the other pick they're thinking about right now, and it did not work well last game. I mean, sure, he was able to get some pressure done. He was able to get that first kill.
I don't think the loss had much to do with the Lee Sin.
No, but there were a lot better options in terms of controlling lanes available. You know, the Lucian we talked about. You could look for a scaling mid lane mage as well for Fate. Like, just not a huge fan of this pick, considering how the last game went. Like, if it gets a different opponent, I wouldn't care as much, but now, guess what?
Yeah.
I've seen this movie before.
I guess prioritizing the flex on Live Sandbox's side, it's just so hard to draft towards that when you're on blue side, right? Because ㅣ2021 do get the last word, as the LeBlanc still going to be taken away here, expecting once again that the Lee Sin could be heading into the jungle. Viego could also be heading into the jungle. All sorts of different options here as Live Sandbox. This is likely where they're going to change up these bans, as Leona and Alistar were taken away last time. As I say it, it's still going to be the Leona taken away.
The Leona here I think is fine, but maybe you ban the Gwen this time when your second ban. Rise is taken away, which Fate was on the cusp of actually having an incredible game, but unfortunately just did not come to pass. He was given all the CS in the late game, had tons of items, so he was ready to pop off. He just was popped before the team fight happened.
Yeah,
and that
a little
was
bit
the
unfortunate.
I'd love to see a Gwen adaptation here from Live Sandbox. If they ban the Alistar again, I think they haven't learned anything from the last game's draft, and that's somewhat concerning.
I mean, Beryl is a fantastic Alistar player, and Kalista is the best Alistar, you know, one of the better Alistar duos, right? But I think you're exactly right. I think the Gwen was very strong, and Live Sandbox are going to agree with you as well.
I mean, they can still take the Alistar. What would be really meta would be to take the Gragas here.
Oh, true. I think
they'd be pretty good with it.
To be perfectly honest, I would agree. As Khan thinking about taking away Summit's Gnar and also giving himself his Gnar, which is pretty good. But no, instead, the Rel is going to be picked up.
I'm really curious to see what Live Sandbox use as support now, because you could pick the Alistar into this since it was left available. Common soft counter in the laning phase, and ends up being really strong against the sort of aggressive style of play we're going to be seeing from ㅣ2021. They had higher range than than Live Sandbox comp last game. It's still pretty low range though across the board, and they will take it.
Yep, the alley is going to come through as Effort, of course, hovering Susan as he always does.
And they get Summit's Gnar. Like, this is when the comp is coming together.
But I'm thinking that maybe it's time for Ornn. That's what I'm a little bit worried about for Live Sandbox, because they don't have the ability to pivot to something like Braum, right? And deny anything like that is okay. Fate just going to try and fight fire with fire here, potentially, as the Syndra going to be considered and will be locked in for Live Sandbox.
This is going to be such a hard game for Fate. But if he plays it extremely well, it's a really strong pickup here. You know, the changes to those mage items, the combination cost decrease is going to be great for him.
Also a lot of pick potential now for Live Sandbox. This is basically a pick composition.
Yeah, and it's also so great against, you know, the low-range champions that have to come into that stun range. Now, the Gnar will go over to Khan. Another, you know, option would have been the Ornn, but with the champions we have here, the Ornn items, the ornaments don't really end up being like amazing for you.
Yep.
Whereas Gnar is going to be able to give you some pretty guaranteed great setup here with the Diana, the Lucian, Callista's, Fate's Call. I mean, when you think about what Rel can do in a team fight too, like Gnar's your guy. Like he just is the cherry on top of this composition. Live Sandbox have made some great changes. I think the Alistar pick is going to be great for the laning phase. The Syndra pick, as long as he doesn't end up getting rolled over by Showmaker, which he shouldn't, ends up being great in the mid to late game. Yeah.
I want to know what that means.
Well, it's all about the romanticists, you know?
Ah, right. It's the amount of romance that's going on. I now understand. Oh, thank goodness. Great
who was
meme.
in the
Korean
pictures,
community, big fans of how romantic Live Sandbox are. And let's see whether this is going to be a romantic comp, you know? Lots of pick potential. They have a Varus, pretty romantic champion. And Viego, unfortunately, a lot of his lore based on romance. Just not the good kind, unfortunately.
A real heartbreaker.
Yeah, pun absolutely intended.
I really like this comp for Dom1, though. I like it for their playstyle. It's Ghost on Callista. You have Showmaker's Lucian, so you have that lane prio. And yes, the Gnar isn't going to be dominant in the early laning phase, but in the late game, he's just so powerful with his composition. It is a great comp for Dom1 Kia's late game team fighting style.
Yep, and I like, you know, the vacuum, the black hole duo of the Rel and the Diana, Magnet Storm plus the Moonfall, just gives you a lot of ability to move champions towards you, which is precisely what this composition wants, especially if Khan is ready with that Gnar bar available. Summit, of course, going to be pretty comfortable playing against this, as he is one of our premier Gnar players. But Khan also had so much success on this champion, not only last season, but just across his entire career.
Yeah, big favorite of his. Now, similarly to last game, Krako has a lot of power in this game to get the mid and top lanes ahead, and then further that lead into side lane control, because this time also, Summit will have a lot more power to control the side lane. It's not going to be as easy for Khan to just walk up to him and say, nope, you're not allowed to be here anymore, like he was on the Gwen.
Yep.
So that's a huge thing that Live Sandbox gain with an R pick. So that's something that could come back to give them a little bit more map control later on. And it is, once again, as you know, we kind of pointed out, very low range composition from Dom1 Kia that's so reliant on its combos and its CC setups.
Showmaker's going to go back to the press the attack. See whether that means that he wants to head towards Gale Force to have that little bit more safety. Gale Force was slightly nerfed on this patch, but it's by no means out of contention, as, yeah, Fate kind of counterpicked himself.
It's not great in the laning matchup, that's for sure, but it's also just in general, Lucian gets such advantages in this. We saw it a lot last season, so yeah, part of this.
Prince. There's a crash down. Yeah, Prince going to take a bit of damage here from Ghost and has those Ren stacks pulled out. Beryl actually surviving for a really long time as he waddles around this bottom side without the horse. Rel really not a lot of movement speed. As, yep, Ghost just going to continue putting on the pressure. This is, of course, one of his favorite picks, as we know, as there's the aggression, effort. Okay, he's burning, but he's going to survive on about 200. Live Sandbox try and fight back, still trying to get some autos in, as it will be level 2 gain.
9-0 for Beryl on this champion here in Korea. I don't think that's the case elsewhere, but...
When do we need to call him Beryl?
We're getting close, aren't we? Level 2 advantage here is very scary for about 1 second after I said that. Now it's tied.
Yep. Just going to be stacking up this wave by the looks of things. I don't think Live Sandbox is going to be too worried.
Nope. Playing it really well.
Ooh, it's a little bit of a hop over, but not going to be able to avoid the stun, but still going to have some hyper procs here, as Khan is going to be absolutely fine. He's taking the grasp, of course, up here towards the top side of the map. He's just going to try and wail on Summit as often as he can. That's okay. Nice little stun there into the wall.
Yeah.
Summit's Playing this one out quite nicely. The wave's still stacking up and heading towards Khan, as we can see. So Khan's not going to miss out on too much from this, but
just a little bit of CS and experience, but Summit's losing a little bit too while he's making those plays, so it won't be a massive advantage.
Yep.
The bottom side of the map here too, I mean, this is not a matchup we see every time, but it's extremely common right now in this meta. Kkallista always gets an advantage and then pushes the lane out a little bit. The kill pressure is a little bit muted by this Alistar pick, but you know, still,
yep,
it's going to be pretty standard how that's going down there, and you know, we're seeing Princess still matching the CS. You know, very closely. Meanwhile, the top side of the map, I was like, we gotta watch this because
yeah, looking for a dive, but Canyon is in position. Liv Sandbox gonna have to back away. Pretty optimistic to go for that regardless, especially considering the Nabar positioning, but still gonna go for it. Here is the pulverize in. Let's see what Beryl can actually get done as Ghost basically out of the fight here. Does manage to avoid the piercing arrow. That is going to equalize things pretty nicely, as now Showmaker does have Flash available, but I believe he just used no, he's still got Relentless Pursuit, so it's absolutely fine. Croco not going to have any opportunity to get him there.
I like that Croco comes down here after he sees Canyon top. He's like, oh, I see you didn't actually get your scuttle. Does come over here and tries to look for it. That's going to force Showmaker over. It does delay this quite a bit. You see the pings coming down. From Liv Sandbox, like, okay, I'm pretty sure Canyon's over there. Just to keep that in mind for you guys in the bottom lane. They back off. A lot of, you know, exchanges here in this early game don't lead to kills, right? But it ends up giving both teams a lot of information. And the onus is not on either team to have a massive lead in this early game by any means. But, you know, a lot of this, once again, for Damwon Kia is on this Diana, how fed she can get to set up for those late game team fights. Because the Kkallista, she's not getting kills. Diana's not getting kills. You don't hit your spike as early as you'd like to around some of those Drake fights.
Yeah, they certainly do want to be focusing on the mid game, but I feel like both of these teams are looking for it. But last time it did feel like they had similar win conditions, where now Liv Sandbox a lot more pickability, a lot more let's try and get some vision, take down one target, and I think it suits this Viego comp so much more, being able to have this single target CC, or largely single target CC, that can then prioritize one person and then get these resets rolling for Summit.
Absolutely. This is a very different composition than the last time, mostly because of, you know, what the comp for Damwon Kia ended up being here too. Like, it's super different. Like, I didn't like the Viego priority because I thought we were going down the exact same kind of rabbit hole with the comps, but with the differences here on both sides, the Viego pick ends up being so much stronger. And it's great in this laning phase too compared to the Gwen, and then the side laning later too. Like, on top of it all, Summit has a lot more potential to actually have high impact this game than they did in the last.
Yeah.
Fate is also, again, like really, really strong later on in the game. It's about execution, and as we saw last game, even with all the money and all the items on the rise, he just got popped early and so wasn't able to make that impact. Same sort of conversation you always have to have with those late game scaling champions. You know, Syndra doesn't scale as much damage-wise, but her team fight potential is very high. But
what she does for the comp and what she does for how Liv Sandbox want to play out these fights is very important. I think you're right. And I think that explains kind of why Fate decided to go for this when historically it has struggled a lot into this specific lane matchup.
Yeah. There were a lot of drafts last season where Lucian just came through and it was against someone who just liked to play Syndra because everyone was playing Syndra. So I think those stats kind of don't tell you who was playing the matchup, but you know the laning phase is going to be rough. He's actually stemmed the bleeding on that quite well. And he's only 4 CS down. That's been totally fine here. This is not, you know, Showmaker going for lethality and all-inning him or anything like that either.
Yeah, well, there's a big old flash in from Beryl. Doesn't have the Magnet Storm, but they don't have a Varus! He just exploded! Effort also doesn't have his ult available, as there's the flash forward, and Ghost grabs that kill also. Summit trying to answer on the top side, but I think Khan is close enough to his turret to be safe. And damn, that bottom lane is now burst wide open.
Yeah, that is massive here. You know, this is the kind of lead that you want, like, as a bonus if you can. Get the Kkallista an extra kill here to be a kill and assist. One of the kills goes over to Diana, and that's also massive because that's going to be a ton of extra gold for her. And this is, you know, going to give you a lot more safe mid-game.
Fate out of range, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Showmaker not finding a lot of it, as there's the Mega Gnar available for Khan. Finds the wallop. There's the crush, but knows that he has to play this one defensively. Not going to find that, Aw, that's a little penguin in the ice block.
Yeah.
I got completely distracted from what I was thinking about because I saw the little penguin.
He was playing a TFT game right before he got
seen
frozen.
This is the skin that Khan uses every time, but I haven't noticed the penguin.
I never
goes
noticed.
Canyon, effort, gonna just say, nah, get out of here. And Canyon's gonna be like, all right.
Barrel's up here, though. This is not over yet.
Yeah.
Okay, it is now.
Oh, I didn't realize that it's kind of like the old McDonald bottom lane as well because we've got like horses and cows.
Sure.
It's kind of cool.
So, yeah, a little bit of that going on down there for sure. A little bit of livestock.
Yeah. I like it when there's a theme. I like it when there's a theme.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be pretty boring to watch this one for the time being.
Ooh, okay, no. It's going to be Prince looking for it as Ghost. He knows that he's got a... never mind.
Well, the Q comes back up, and that's that.
Yeah. He didn't have flash or anything to reposition, and he just decided that he wanted to go for a fight and lost. So whoopsie.
Well, there you go. That's the end of that one. Yeah, that should not have been as interesting as it was, but hey, change of corruptions. We don't always connect those in the LCK, but when we do.
Yeah, maybe it was, definitely more interesting in a lot of ways that Damwon fans probably not excited about is, okay.
Summit's in big trouble.
Yeah, he's going to face check this one. In goes Canyon. There's the crash down. The flash not to go over the wall as Summit not going to be able to heartbreaker his way out of this one, and maybe they can snowball this one through as well as Effort still level 5, unfortunately. Trying to run away. Just the end of the boomerang will connect onto Effort. As he gets over the wall, I believe has his cooldowns available if he wants to re-engage, but Khan has the Mega Gnar as they look for the stuns. Oh, they managed to pop him before the transformation. Great bait to come through from Effort.
Yeah, and this is such a great performance from Prince so far here. Yeah, he did get picked in that early exchange where Damwon Kia had a bit of a party in the bottom side of the map, but he's made 2 great proactive plays back-to-back here when his teammates give him the opportunity to. And this is early game Varus actually really popping off. Imagine how he could do potentially later on in the game.
Yeah, true.
We're going to go all the way back to this moment. This is a barrel call. I'm going.
나이스!
There you go.
러플.
No flash.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, there's not counterplay to
이러면
that.
다
Like,
이게-
he is just dead.
So it's not Prince's fault in that moment, but in this is a little bit on Ghost. But the chains of corruption come through. He threads the needle on those to connect it there, and then Ghost decides to continue to engage. He does not have flash. He only had heal, and so I guess he was probably going to die either way. As this is actually where you get that pick on the bottom side of the map, you feel great. But then you get a little bit greedy trying to get some more vision control around this Rift Herald, and you didn't see anything, you didn't know where anybody was on Damwon Kia. But the fact that he was able to get that kill, Prince was bottom side, means nobody was nearby. And so you should probably expect they're grouping around this massive objective that is the Herald. They still turn this around. A really proactive play here once again from Effort, but could have been much better. As we're going to go back to live. The Rift Herald did get picked up by Canyon and all this.
Yep, hasn't actually used it just yet. Has managed to take down the Drake as well. So as far as neutral objectives, Damwon Kia absolutely happy. Pretty even when it comes to gold. And still sitting on that investment of Shelly. See whether she's going to actually be employed. As you can see, bottom side of the map, no plates taken just yet outside of that one that was picked up over on Damwon Kia's side.
Yep, nothing traded back just yet. And even with this lane pushing, they're not going to try to be greedy for anything. There's very little vision around the bottom side of the river here for Live Sandbox.
Ooh, Divine Sundra being picked up here from Showmaker, who's just
Yeah.
going with as many different builds as he possibly can by the looks of things.
Down to 9% on range, though.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind. Still going to be pretty strong.
It's
Very
interesting
powerful
because
item.
after he decided to go and play the airy lethality variety, I needed to go and check to see whether there's something I was missing, because I was playing Press the Attack Lucian last night. Maybe I was just completely behind the times.
No, it's pretty normal, that one. Press the
Yeah,
attack.
Press the Attack Gale Force is still what everyone's playing. Just not Showmaker, as Ghost this time will be able to use that Martial Poise to get himself out of the way.
And guess who's coming? Canyon's here.
Yeah, Flash available from Prince, but they don't like it when the Flash is available, so good idea to come down here and try and take it away from him, as Ghost is going to now just push the lane towards the Varus.
Yep.
I'll be able to pick things up. Feels like Barrel's been unlocked, though.
Look at all the wards here. I mean, double control ward in this brush, not intentional, but they have so much vision control around this bottom side of the river that Live Sandbox need to either group up to clear or need to just stay away from that part of the map completely because you just don't know what's in there at any given point in time. If people are missing on the map, you just cannot be around the Drake Fed Fate.
Yeah, in a bit of trouble here as there's the culling. Fate soaks the whole thing as the flash forward from Showmaker just to guarantee that the Syndra is well and truly dead. Thank you very much, Canyon, for your help. And Showmaker takes it away from there as now Shelly will enter the mid lane. It's Croco's going to try and defend.
It's such oppressive vision control from Damwon Kia too, because they have that vision control of the river, then they're pushing into the blue side jungle while this is happening. So Liv Sandbox can't wrap around or try to punish this play from Showmaker because they just don't have any information. So they kill the Syndra, which you can do, you know, as Lucian, you have that kill pressure. And then you get the Rift Herald down. That's massive for them. There's no objective right after this, but it's a ton of extra gold going over to Damwon Kia, who already have back-to-back objective control. And it's a great early game here so far for them.
Yeah. This is a Showmaker special, by the way. The Divine Sundra having a little bit more of a look. As in goes Canyon, and yeah, it's just they get the flash, and then what does Fate do, really?
And nobody can save him because right now, if you look at the, well, you can't look at the main map right now at this exact moment, but if you did, you would have saw that they see only Barrel in the jungle, but they don't have any vision, so they can't even push Barrel forward or push him out and try to kill him because they don't know what else is in there. And then Diana comes through the river because they have no wards there either. And so it's just really hard to actually judge the situation here as Liv Sandbox because of the lack of vision. And it's not their fault. It's just because Damwon Kia has been so consistent about removing wards and keeping those control wards up. They've invested in them, and it's paying back in huge dividends.
Absolutely. And now we've got a minute 20 on this Infernal Drake. Damwon Kia wanting to snowball that continually throughout this game. As then... what are we going to have? I'm thinking, I mean, I haven't had a Cloud Soul today.
It's very cloudy today, but it's not raining. So,
oh, that's a sign. That's got to be a sign. Weatherman Wolf pulling through here. This is why I can get it right when you're with me, and I fail when Mao's with me, because he doesn't have that Weatherman aspect. He's got a lot of other positives, just not quite the weather.
Yeah, I don't know if I ever told you this, but when I was very young, I wanted to be a meteorologist guy, like the guy on TV who tells you like what the highs and lows are for the day.
Oh, really?
When I was really young, that's like what I wanted to do.
It's similar to my dad, except my dad made a bit of a typo and became a metrologist instead.
Very close.
Yeah, it's close apart from everything about what they do. As effort. Okay, he's going to run around here on the bottom side of the map just a little bit. Hasn't pushed any buttons just yet. You can see Ghost when he lands these pierces. It's pretty scary. Both junglers meeting.
Croco doesn't know that Canyon's here, so it's a little bit scary.
Yeah.
Same could be said otherwise.
I was reminded of that Scotty Doesn't Know song. Remember from Eurotrip?
Yeah.
Wow,
That's been a while since I've
showing
heard
my
that
age.
song.
Definitely might have been showing my age there, as I think Matt Damon was young in that movie. Oh my goodness. And yes, he was in the movie, although he wasn't a main character.
No.
He was just the guy that theoretically sung Scotty Doesn't Know, although he wasn't that either. He was just the actor pretending to sing the song Scotty Doesn't Know. Wow. That was convoluted and completely irrelevant.
This is where Liv Sandbox can really start to show the power of what this comp can do. Summit has teleport, but he's still walking down. Like, you've got to be super decisive here as Liv Sandbox because Kong can match that teleport, so you got to stay in lane.
You're going to connect there, but not going to go too aggressive, as it looks like Sandbox are going to give this one up. Uncharacteristically passive play, but they just weren't ready to commit, as it's an Ocean Soul. Oh, no.
Oh, well, that means it's probably raining outside, actually.
Yeah, it might have started raining. Oh, maybe it was your optimism, because you want to be able to ride your bike home.
Yeah.
It's harder in the rain.
I don't have my rain jacket yet.
Oh, no. It's just a big disaster.
Well, you know, I do want to point out that Prince went for Gale Force this game, so different build completely. This is the power of the Viego in the side lane when Khan does not have his
wow, yeah. Oh, we were busy focusing on Showmaker being weird with his builds, and we didn't watch the fact that we finally have a crit Varus.
Yeah,
I could have sworn it was going to be Ruler that started it off again, but it's not. It's going to be Prince going for more of these autos. I like it.
Summit is going to have to be very careful about playing with fire here, and he's not.
Yeah,
he did.
He's real dead. Oh, Canyon. Nope. He's going to be uncharacteristic. Mistake there from Canyon, not going to be able to find the Moonfall.
Still get the flash, so that's pretty nice. But on the other side of the map, this is the real story, is they're actually taking jungle camps away. They get a whole turret here for Prince, who's, you know, decently fed this game. He's going for the crit build, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I wonder whether it's going to be like a Blighted Quiver style of build, which is a little bit hybrid of still wanting to use a bunch of abilities, or whether he's going to hard commit onto like, you know, Phantom Dancer or Rapid Fire Cannon or something like that into an IE. It could be something interesting, like heading towards something like the Navari Quick Blades or whatever.
Yeah.
To get more of that CDR, but we'll see where he does decide to go.
It's very hard to execute this type of play, too.
Okay, Summit. There's a big old Gnar into the wall and a very dead Viego. If first you don't succeed. Oh no! Rocco comes at like 1 health, so Prince is going to be able to Gale Force him to death. The flash comes out from Canyon, so it's okay.
That
he didn't quite hit that and was able to give the kill over to Prince as well. Croco actually gigantic brain as Canyon underneath this turret. Let's see whether 4 members are going to be able to get this one done as Showmaker moves on over. Fate might just die here, and yes, he will. Effort also, he's got the Unbreakable Will, but I don't know whether he's going to have his life for much longer as I take it all back. Prince, massive damage from this Barras. Q is going to connect there as Barrel's going to be able to bait them in with his stopwatch.
Effort once more, though. He's not done.
Teleport comes through from...
Yes, he is.
Yeah, he's really done.
Bad. Oh,
no.
Oh, man, this series is messy.
It's real messy, but it's real fun.
Oh, man. You know, I don't know. Did you watch a lot of Friends? I'm a big Friends guy, as you know.
Yeah, I didn't actually watch very much Friends, to be honest.
There's an episode where, well, we're going to have to hold that thought, maybe.
No, go.
Well, there's an episode where Rachel's living with Joey. And
that Joey guy, he's a joker, isn't he?
And he just throws spaghetti on the floor to show Rachel it's okay because she made a mess on the floor. And I feel like that's like this game, you know? Like
everyone showing everyone else that it's okay to mess up a little.
Yeah, like Dom1 Kia drops spaghetti on the floor, and Live Sandbox is like, oh yeah, let me show you how much spaghetti I can drop on the floor.
There's a bit of that going on.
And it's going to leave a little bit of a stain on this early game, but very well played here from Barrel. I actually really like that crash down engage, and Showmaker's here, he does a ton of damage. Now this is actually incredible damage from Prince. Like, the burst is real, and I'm starting to lean towards that Navari Quick Blades build after watching
Yeah, I reckon it seems really like a cool idea. I actually don't know what the meta is for this particular build, because there has been, you know, it's mainly still Hail of Blades and the just lethality as per usual.
He's going, yeah, we'll see what he ends up building into next, but like, that was a pretty messy exchange. Dom1 Kia definitely getting the massive favor out of it, even though it could have gone the other way if Live Sandbox had played a little bit safer. But now Khan gets a ton of extra gold. Like, if you look at the gold leads across the map, the big one that you see is Canyon, that has 2,500, because he's been involved in all of these messy skirmishes. Like, he is the plate the Spaghetti was on, and now he has his Zonias. He's got a blasting one. He's got 10 stacks on his Dark Seal, and you know, last game we didn't talk about him too much, but he was the one who made the big plays and got dominant in nice positions. He ended up getting player of the game. But this game, I mean, there's just no question who's made the highest impact. He is everywhere he needs to be every single time, and now he's going to be even stronger. And Live Sandbox coming back against this extremely fed Diana on these objective fights is going to be nigh impossible, especially when you don't have Prio on the Drake that spawns in 15 seconds here.
Yeah. I feel like with your spaghetti analogy, it's like Canyon is the floor, and he's just happily eating up all of the spaghetti that's falling over there. And now they're going to see whether they can grab themselves some soul point, as that's what's available. Live Sandbox grouped up as 5, as Shirley's going to pop down in the river. Feeling nice about that. Hasn't had a river holiday for quite some time. As Croco looking for the flank, but Showmaker spots him immediately. Beryl holding onto that crash down as goes, there's a heck of a lot of spears in there as in goes Canyon once again, but he's engaging onto Effort. Not exactly the priority target as Canyon still has about full health as, there's the Fate's call as Khan dives on in, gets a bunch of stopwatches as Prince is free hitting. That's a little bit scary. Can he kite this one out? Great Gale Force, but it's not quite going to be enough as now Croco's in trouble. And Canyon is honestly the entirety of Darmon almost by himself right now, as he is so damn strong. Ghost did so much damage in that fight as well, and that's the ace. That could just be the Baron here at 22 minutes.
It definitely is going to be with the ease of clear, you know, that you have with this comp now on this Baron with Showmaker here. It's just really easy to actually make sure that you line this one up. And Prince was in really good position throughout this fight. At first, he's there to look for the potential Baron steal. See him charge it up, actually, as soon as the cannon goes in. Not able to steal it away, but he's over here on the left side of the map, and Kroko threatening Khan and Showmaker here makes it possible for him to do tons of damage, but Peril is such a god for this setup. Khan comes through, follows him on the engage, and even though Prince does tons and tons of damage, the end result was always going to be the war of attrition is won by Damwon Kia.
Yeah.
Once the cooldowns are up for Liv Sandbox, you can't peel for the Varus anymore. You can see the potential that he has in these upcoming team fights, though, to really carry this game. And I mean, honestly, we weren't really talking about him that much. We were like, okay, he's the Ezreal guy, whatever. But he's one of the rising superstars right now in this league. Like, he is
I think
up
Prince
there.
is really exciting. I think you're exactly right. Yes, his Ezreal's amazing. We want to see more, but going for the attack speed Varus, it's like he wants to try and out-hipster Showmaker, who's now playing 2 off-meta Lucian builds back-to-back. Has his Muramana completed? I believe this is sort of harkening back to one of the older builds, which was Blade of the Ruin King Black Cleaver, and I think this might still be Black Cleaver, just instead of the Blade of the Ruin King, you build Divine Sundra and the Muramana as Beryl. Looking to get out of here as Chains of Corruption do go wide as we cast a Curse Prince just a little bit.
I mean, Liv Sandbox have to do something here, although like you're grouped up as 4 and they're 1-3-1ing you, so if you don't actually push the button and go in, then eventually Damwon Kia get both of your turrets on the side, and those are worth a lot more now.
Yep.
Showmaker's just going to sit here and let his teammates come over. This is starting to be too much map control for Liv Sandbox to even contest anymore.
And it felt like the game was like pretty even, especially when it came to the gold and in these skirmishes, but now it's ballooned. We've got over 8,000. Just over 8,000 the lead here for Damwon Kia. It's pretty impressive. Actually, just over 7,000. No, just over 8,000. As there's the culling. Effort very close to dying. The will unbreakable this time, but might need to spend some time on the fountain, which means that he's not going to be here to defend this inhibitor turret.
Okay.
Damwon Kia. Okay, Fate's call. We're going to start off this fight, and yeah, Ultimate has worn off there. Just want to prioritize the turret as there's the flash in. Crash down interrupted by Effort. Really well played there, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough to get too much here for Liv Sandbox.
The stun was so close to hitting Khan there. Prince comes back. He just bought his Rage Blade. Maybe you pick the Gnar there and you can make something happen, but Damwon Kia are going to get out scot-free. No consequences for this commitment.
Yeah.
They don't get the inhibitor, but it's a ton of extra damage, and it's a great way to utilize the time between this 3rd Drake and the 4th Drake, right? You're burning the clock down for the next objective fight where you know you're going to have the advantage. You're just so fed. Void Staff's up here for Canyon. He's 6-0-4 this game.
Massive.
It doesn't get bigger than this, really.
Why hasn't he updated his book yet? He really needs to get to the next textbook because he's well and truly at the end of this ring.
He's like, do I really need that, though, when I can just get a Void Staff? He's like, I'll get it later. There it is.
Okay, thank goodness, thank goodness. All right, Canyon goes and collects it. Let's see whose name is going to be donated to that particular Death Note, as already sitting at 10 stacks. Going to be feeling pretty happy about that. The Black Cleaver has come through here for Showmaker. Can soften up the members of Liv Sandbox, and then Ghost can theoretically smack him down as he's now got the Rage Blade on top of everything else.
Yeah, the Rage Blade here is like the cherry on top for this Varus, who has to be the hope for Liv Sandbox. Prince is the only one who can carry these fights. The CC has to be there. It has to be good, and I don't want to be right there.
Yep.
Do a lot of poke, but you're putting yourself at risk. There's no vision.
Oh, no, not going to quite find it. As, yeah, now without the Scat of the Week, Fate is not quite as strong as that ability name almost escaped me. It's been a while since we've seen the Syndra in the meta.
Kroko is 3 levels down on Canyon. He is only a kick. That's all he is in this game now.
Sometimes that is all you need, though.
Yeah.
If the kick's well placed, then it can work. As Effort spotted on that ward, Canyon just searching for a cheeky Q.
Look at all the vision here. Look at the lack of vision for Liv Sandbox. They're just like, nope, push this mid-wave out and get a
They
free
got
break.
that cheeky ward in the back of the pit as Beryl just gets rid of it. So I was about to talk about it, but the ward. Oh, no, it's going to survive. All right. The rest of Liv Sandbox coming over here as Showmaker, just going to give him a back massage. And with this build, it feels a little bit like that. All right, Chains of Corruption, connect onto Canyon, but of course he's got the Zhonya's as yes, Summit. Just getting zoned out of this one. He's a big part of their team fight as Khan pops over the wall. Kroko going to be in a bit of trouble here as there's the Ocean Soul and Sandbox. They're like, I guess we don't do anything about this because they were too late.
It's hard to do anything when you don't have vision, and it's hard to get vision when you're always trying to defend your base, like you're playing around inhibitor turrets right now. And minute 30 until this Baron comes up, so once again, Dom1 Kia reset, take all the jungle, probably just once again 1-3-1 around the mid lane, push those side lanes, you know, and then eventually group up for Baron. And how can you ever take that away? I mean, Kroko is trying so desperately, like, how much warding can I get up here? How much vision can I get? You're alone. I don't think you want to kick that, Diana. She's very happy.
You're never taking that cue. You're never taking that cue, absolutely. Showmaker, he's going to look for Kroko, who does take a lot of burst damage.
Look at how hard it is for Kroko to do anything in this game to get vision. Like,
yeah.
It's insane.
I really like that Showmaker's decided to go Divine Sunder Illusion as soon as Divine Sunder gets nerfed on range champions.
Yeah.
I kind of think it's hilarious.
That is actually just so hilarious.
Maybe he just wants to show everyone that Lucian's so strong it barely matters what items you build. It's like Everfrost Lucian's coming next game.
it just kind of harkens back to last season, right? Like the way that Dom1 Kia have been playing this game and how one-sided the series has been makes you feel like you've time traveled back to spring season for these teams, you know?
And maybe it just took those couple of, you know, really dominant victories for Dom1 Kia to really feel like they were back in the driver's seat.
And when you put Showmaker in an unknown meta on the Lucian and he is just going to be consistent, he's going to perform every time, and Canyon is playing with winning lanes, like, it feels like Dom1 Kia, right? It feels like Dom1 Kia winning Worlds, feels like Dom1 Kia in spring.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit like it. And maybe it's because the Rumble has fallen out of priority. Maybe that was where Canyon was like, I just don't really like this champion very much, right? And now that he's on the Diana, he's really feeling it.
Look at Barrel's positioning here. It's so hard to even walk towards the Baron as Liv Sandbox right now.
Man, I mean, Dom1 Kia just need to throw their wallets up into the air and they should be able to beat Liv Sandbox. Let's see whether they can out-finesse it as Effort looks for it, doesn't quite find it, and Canyon looks to be trying to do this one by himself, but he's going to fall first in this fight. Prince goes golden, Showmaker finds the backline, but also finds 4 members of Liv Sandbox. There's the stopwatch. He's still pretty high health as Effort's going to be taken down. What do they do about this guy? As Showmaker, didn't have quite the vision onto Kroko. Kroko limps away, and Showmaker's just going to get down to business, taking down this Baron.
And, you know, this fight was a lot of opportunity, a lot of, you know, options all removed by one Zhonya. It's like, watch how many things are mistimed on Canyon here. That's why I made that really high-pitched sound. Like, okay, he dodges the chains of corruption, and then like, okay, he dodges the sun, okay, he dodges the scout of the week. It's like, Canyon's like, okay, you guys just missed everything, and then he still dies, but look at all the damage that's done in the interim. Like, every cooldown was blown on a golden Canyon.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the team fight in a nutshell.
But also, like, while that was all happening, Wolf, and yes, he did incredibly well and soaked all of the abilities, but what that did was it meant that this Bruiser Lucian over here, who's built like a set, is just in the middle of 4 people and not dying.
Exactly, like everybody's using their abilities on this golden Diana, whereas meanwhile, Dom1 Kia's wallets hurt pretty bad, and Liv Sandbox had one opportunity to blow Canyon up, but if he gets the Zhonias off, like, you can't just toss everything on top of that.
The value, though, is that they took pages out of his book.
Sure.
And,
I mean, there's that.
He's not happy about that.
They also got stopwatch out of Showmaker, but he's going to build a GA, so he's also just pretty laissez-faire about that, I'd say. And
indeed.
2 minutes until the next objective here because of the resets, right? Because of that fight that happened for Dom1 Kia where they did lose Canyon. They haven't been able to just barrel down the mid lane and win the game, but they're still in full control over the map right now.
Yeah, they've got a couple of flashes on Liv Sandbox. Flash Scatter the Week, an opportunity here for Fate if he sees someone that's worth jumping on, but right now it's maybe Beryl and Khan that are the only real options as far as like diving on top of and taking out, because we've got double GA and Azonias elsewhere. So it's feeling like a little bit of an impossible task for Liv Sandbox, especially given just how far ahead Dom1 Kia are.
Yeah, it's, I mean, so hard.
There's another culling. Just a bit of a back massage there, not too much. There's Chains of Corruption. Gonna go completely wide. Effort. Oh dear.
Canyon 1v4.
It's just like a set play that he goes in for, and unfortunately Effort just dies as a result. As Khan looking to push on forward, Showmaker fighting on the bottom side, just soaks an entire ultimate from the Syndra as he's now just dancing around. It's like vintage Uzi, really beautiful to watch here from Showmaker. As diving on forward his summit, now he might have found some of the resets, but nope, just smashed against the wall, and Prince, yeah, even the fountain can't save you. It's the 2-0 for Dom1 Kia, and they move to 1 match behind Genji.
And it was Very much a solid 2-0 win here for Damwon Kia. They had control of both games throughout the entirety of the games. Game 1, fairly close in the early game. Game 2 as well. There were a few scuffles, but once we hit that mid-game, all Damwon. And this is sad if you're a Live Sandbox fan because it felt like you just got clapped and you thought this was going to be a super close series. You were hoping for the best. Like, if you're a Live Sandbox fan, you're like, this is it. This is where people know our name. And yeah, that didn't happen. But I think what we really learned from this series is that win against Gen.G was not a Gen.G underperformance. It was not a fluke from Damwon Kia. They look back. I mean, we saw great performances from Beryl in both games. Ghost, yeah, positional error in Game 1. Closed out the game very well. Game 2, fantastic play. And Damwon Kia looked to be returned to form here. It took a long time. Yeah. It looked a little bit worrisome for them in the first few weeks, but maybe, just maybe, they can get the repeat win here in LCK if they can keep this form up, if they can stay consistent. Maybe Rahel never gets subbed in.
I almost don't think it's about how they played the League of Legends either. It's like they got their swagger back.
Yeah.
It's honestly, it feels like we're watching Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me.
Yeah.
You know?
He's got his mojo back.
Is that the second one where he gets his mojo back?
Yes. The first one, International Man of Mystery.
Yes, that's right. So it's the second one. Also, probably one of the greatest sequels to be made.
Yes.
You know, sequels aren't necessarily always good.
Gold Member was okay.
Yeah, we've had this discussion before, but I think definitely a good one. But I feel like they do. They do have their mojo back. This is looking like the same Canyon that we saw completely tearing everyone apart. Just like separated from other junglers. And yes, he's against Croco this time around. We do need more information. But the way that they were playing, it was a Damwon Kia that thought there was absolutely zero chance that they could lose, and they were right.
And also it was a game where Live Sandbox tried to push away from their comfort zone. They played a lot of different champions here, right? Prince wasn't allowed to play the Israel, but he showcased that his Varus is quite good, right? And he did a pretty unique build, but he almost was able to...
I don't know whether it's the time for the on-hit Varus to come back just yet, but it worked here.
Yeah. And then we saw also Summit, instead of moving into the Gnar when it was available, he played the Viego twice. They prioritized it on him, and they tried to evolve in this series. I felt like in a lot of ways, Live Sandbox used this series as a big test for what they could do outside of the same style of drafting we've seen them find success with throughout this season. And unfortunately, they failed. And that's a little bit concerning considering that if you're another team going into this, drafting similarly to Damwon Kia might just be the way you take out Live Sandbox. They have that rematch against Afrika later on this week at the turn of the round, and that's going to be a very tough one. It was already hard when Live Sandbox won it last time. And we'll see if Afrika can learn a lot from this series, but I was hoping for a Game 3. I was hoping for a really close one, but I think the big win is Damwon Kia is back, baby. This is not... Damwon Kia we saw struggling.
Yeah, I think often we want close series, we want all the high quality, but just watching Damwon Kia look like they're having this much fun on the Rift again, it's so heartwarming, right? This is what we wanted to see. Also, I think in the next play that's going to be coming up here after Summit is taken out, I think we're going to see the Brendan Valdez special, the double stasis, and here it is. It's not under Canyon, where he just soaks literally every button ever with Yes Valdez, the greatest item in the game.
He has double the Zonias, right? And if you know that he has that, you can't just toss everything through and hope that you hit that tiny window between the two of them. I thought that was a pretty big mistake from Live Sandbox to actually hope that as soon as that Zonia's watt wears off, we're going to stop him from hitting the second. Like, so many cooldowns were wasted there where you could have used it to peel in the interim. Then you don't get slapped by that Lucian as hard if you actually just turn your focus to him.
Yeah, let's have a look at, or have a listen to what Damwon was talking about here as they win the game.
바로 쏠게 바로 쏠게 가자 바루스 노플이야 얘 노플 노공 또 세준 바루스 노플 노공이야 이번에 걸게 바루스 뭐야 어디가
focusing the bars. Beryl says let's go. Beryl ults in there. Such a great effort from this team. Like when you watch all of them grouped up like this, you hear the comms are clean. And they're basically like just winning this game by the most showy, like flashy way possible, but also extremely serious in comms.
Yeah.
And they look really happy but focused. Like this is the Damwon Kia that can return to form, maybe get a back-to-back LCK title, and go to Worlds looking like Korea's #1 seed.
That's a lot of damage out of Canyon, Khan, and Showmaker. All of them very, very similar. But I like to see damage numbers like this, where everyone's sort of similar, because it shows that we've been scrapping throughout almost the entirety of the game. A 32-minute victory, which is roundabout their average game time, which was you know, one of the fastest in the league.
Damwon Kia is ready to put this era to the post-romantic era, you know?
Yeah, I think so.
Post-romanticism.
Yes. Into like medieval. Wait, where's post-romanticism? Which era was that?
Is post-romanticism even a thing? I just made that up.
It sounded real. I don't know what we're talking about anymore. Mainly because I don't know what to make of this particular match, because it feels like we've gone back to spring, right? It feels like we have that same Damwon again, but I get so scared because it's this one match, you know. Yes, they did just beat Gen G as well. That's going to be a big high, but when do we start believing again? Because we've been burnt so much. As we have a look at our player of the game, it is, of course, going to be Canyon, back-to-back in this series.
There was no question this game. I don't think you're going to see any votes to the Showmaker, sadly, even though he had a great game, because he was just everywhere he needed to be. His engages were clean. Like, this is where we started the game, and I mean, he got fed so early on, got his seals up, and like every moment that Liv Sandbox made a mistake, he was there to punish really hard.
Yeah.
And Liv Sandbox made a lot of mistakes in this game because they didn't have vision, but that was just a great team effort from Damwon Kia to take the vision and threaten with it non-stop. Like, this play happens because look at the minimap. They can't be anywhere, they can't go anywhere, they can't wrap around, they can't save fate. There's nothing they can do.
No. And I think that this is, like, the best game victories are when you know that it was the team winning rather than the other team losing, right? And this was definitely Damwon Kia actively winning this game, and I think it was off the back of both Canyon and Beryl having a much better performance. I feel like we haven't spoken about Beryl that much because he's difficult to complement in-game, because I think he's the most common caster curse that you can really go towards, so it's difficult. But now, as we can be results-orientated, he was phenomenal this game. I think Beryl really was great. I think
he really was.
The Rel falls back into his wheelhouse really beautifully.
He got 2 votes too, actually, at the end of it. I don't know about the media vote this time around, but anyway, I thought Beryl was great. Like, his Rel has always been very good. He continues the 100% win rate on the champion. I think our interview is ready.
Yeah, let's go over to the interview. So here's Jisun for some translation.
Congratulations on the win over to Damwon Kia. Damwon Kia secures a solid win over Liv Sandbox in the series. Congratulations, and we're here with the solo POG Canyon for the interview. How are you feeling right now? I think we didn't really play well in the early game, but in the mid to the late game, I think we concentrated really well in order to close out the game fast enough. This is your first POG as a jungler in the LCK Summer Split. How are you feeling? I've been playing as a jungler for a long time, you know? It's easier than mid lane, so it feels good. You played Diana in game 1 and 2. Damwon Kia was so fast to snatch that champion away. What's on top of the tier list in the jungle role right now? Xin Zhao, a very popular pick in solo queue, and also Diana. Xin Zhao, Diana. I think those two are super strong, and that's about it. I think that's gonna be the core of the current patch in the jungle role specifically. And Canyon, you also want to ask you about the Lucian build since you played as Damwon Kia's mid laner as well. So we had Airy, Lucian with Eclipse. Game number 2 was press the attack with the Divine Thunderer. Could you break it down for us? In game 1, Showmaker said he is not sure if he can land many autos onto the opponents. But in my perspective, I think Eclipse is not good. I think Divine Thunder is way better. Then what about game number 2, the Lucian build? I think Divine Thunderer or the Shield Bow is really good right now. And Showmaker last time, maybe in a scream, he said those two builds are so good. So I also agree with him. I think Divine Thunder is actually super effective on Lucian. I guess the Damwon Kia's alternative mid laner also approved the second build. And Canyon, you secured the solo POG in this series with an upgraded performance. Do you also think that you are back to form? These days, I think our teamwork has improved, and our laners are doing a great job as well. I guess it's team effort, right? Moving on to the next question. This was your last match of your first round robin, 6 and 3. I think in the early, split, I think we had some up and downs. We were sometimes handed over the victories. It's a big relief for us, for sure. I hope we can come back stronger and grab a cleaner victory. What's your goal for round 2, Kenyon? My personal goal is playing better than the opponent jungler in every game. Your first opponent will be Hana Life Esports in the second round robin. I think they're performing really well these days. I hope I can play up to a better level and take them down. This will be the end of the interview from Kenya, the solo POG of Damwon Kia, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, as per usual, for the interview translation. Great to hear from Canyon. Canyon solo POG feels like a Damwon Kia that's ramping back up again, Wolf, because when we're talking about Canyon being phenomenal, and not just Showmaker by himself, that's when I feel like the whole team is playing well, because that's when the puppeteer really looks his best.
And I think you put it best when you said it looks like the whole of Damwon here are just having fun and enjoying the game. And that was one of the concerns we all had. Sometimes you get burnt out when you win the World Championship. Like, what's your next goal after you lift the World Championship trophy? Like, for some players, it's hard to say, well, what's my next goal, right? And Damwon Kia stayed together, right? On came in for Nuguri, of course, that's the one exception, but they won the next title, right? Almost won MSI, and that's when the burnout really starts to sink in, but they've revamped. We had position swaps, we had role swaps. They're back on form right now. If you're a Damwon Kia fan, get excited for this team, because right now, they're on the up and up.
I think they are too. I think that, look, wasn't that close to MSI. However, we have to look at Damwon Kia as a team that came after Worlds, and it's a lot of expectation, and it's a really dangerous time for that burnout, right? Like you were talking about, but when you can see them realizing that they just love playing League of Legends, that's when you know you're gonna have a good time. You guys, you can go and watch some other things now for a little bit. It's gonna be a very long break before we get to Afrika versus Nongshim. However, that matchup is going to be really, really fun. Another two teams that are sitting at 5 and 3, really, really high stakes stuff. So we'll see you back in about an hour. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2021. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf for our final match of the evening. Freaka Freaks taking on Nongshim Red Force. Both of these teams sitting at 5 and 3, neck and neck in the standings.
It is certainly going to be a close one. You have to imagine there's one problem that we are going to have Nongshim Red Force face is that their weak point has been Rich recently, and the strong point for Freaka has been Keen. So that's a big mismatch in the top lane that Nongshim is going to have to overcome if they want to win this series.
Yeah, especially the last time around, right? It looked like Rich really wasn't necessarily feeling himself. However, the time before that, he got back-to-back Pogs. So there's a possibility that we see the Pog Rich instead of the not-so-Pog Rich that we saw last time around. He needs to work on his consistency, and if there's ever a way to prove that you've figured it out, it's against Keen. He is an incredible test on the top side of the map.
Exactly. They call it the Keen test for a reason. You know, he was the middling top laner that you would test to see if you could be a top team, a top laner. But now the test is super hard.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at the rosters here, see whether there have been any changes. And surprise, surprise, there are none. As, of course, Freaka and Nongshim have been pretty consistent in what they're doing. Fly remains the sole mid laner here on Freaka's side, but I feel like his performance has been improving, which I think we've said before in the past and we've been made to look a little bit silly. However, I don't think that that's the problem for Freaka anymore. I think that actually they're tidying up their team play and putting Fly on role players that allow them to perform in team fights and playing around the fact that they often sacrifice some pressure in the mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you there. And if we take a look at the points of the match, turning point for 5-3 teams, you and I talked about that earlier. Dreadsid Peanuts, a jungler I look up to. He's actually mentioned him a lot in interviews.
Yeah.
It's basically his role model. And Fly opens up with his 399th game. Can he upset Hog leader Gory? That's going to be the question. Fly has been performing very well recently. He's actually improved quite a bit. Is he the rock of the team? Is he, up to standards for a Freaka? No, he still is often the weak link, but that weak link is a lot stronger than it used to be, and it feels like Fly is improving match to match. So we're on the up and up right now, in terms of that mid laner.
Yeah, and I also think that with a lot of these more carry-oriented junglers, especially with what we saw Canyon do just before on the Diana, Peanuts looked really good on the Diana as well, and what Diana often does is take farm from the mid laner in order to become that big carry, get that extra injection of gold after the during and after the mid game, and that suits a Freaka's playstyle absolutely down to a T. As we can see, their goal difference at 20 minutes on the back of largely Peanut being quite proactive.
Yeah.
Is the highest in the league.
Notice that when Nongshim have struggled has been when they have a deficit in the early game. They have never lost. They are 6-0 when they have a goal lead at 10 minutes. So if they can get an early lead, they are closing out those games. Now, goal difference of 20 shows you that oftentimes that hasn't been the case, and in fact, they do fall behind. But also, if they're winning at 20, that continues to be the case for Nongshim Red Force. So it's like, on average, they are not ahead at 20, but when they are, they've won every time. So those are the two benchmarks to hit here for Nongshim Red Force's. Freaka looking clean with these jerseys today as they walk out here.
Looking real nice.
So it's a bit of a throwback to their old jerseys, their old style. Really like it.
Yeah, I feel like we've gone to the other side of Seoul. It's all a little bit interesting. I feel like we're back in a different studio.
Yeah,
kind of cool. But this is a Freaka Freaks that are coming hot off their victory over T1 as well. So this isn't a Freaka that might have some momentum for Nongshim to deal with, and Nongshim struggled last time around, getting 2-1 by Humble Life Esports, who were definitely struggling at the bottom of the standings. That game I put down to not necessarily Nongshim losing, but Humble Life Esports overperforming based on their form recently.
Yeah, I would agree with that completely.
Yeah.
And as you see Nongshim walk out here, there's a lot of pressure on this team because for similar reasons to our other 5-3 teams, right? Live Sandbox, Freaka, where KT could be in our minds. They perform very well, but it's getting to that next level where you are taken seriously as a top 4, top 3 team that all of these teams are fighting for right now. And that's why this matchup is so contentious, because taking that 6th win and pushing yourself towards the top of that bracket, towards the top of our standings, is what this team is trying to do.
Oh no!
And these things do happen.
There we go.
Nice recovery.
Now we can hide behind it, and it's all fine.
She's got the whole jersey, the whole jacket coming in.
Yeah, the whole
monster logos and everything, yeah.
Yeah, Peanut fan, obviously. We had an interesting thought just what was it, yesterday? We were having a chat about the teams, and I was thinking maybe we could send Peanut as our 4th seed to play in play-ins 2 years in a row, Wolf. Maybe that is the fate of Nongshim, and that would be really, really fun.
Yeah, we're on the cusp of that. I mean, if they can perform well in the Gauntlet, that is definitely a reality we could see. You know, there's a chance that they do even better than that, skip the Gauntlet, but I don't want to get too excited just yet. This is the matchup that makes this, for me, this series very Afrika favored, because this goes so lopsided. You see a bunch of 1s and 2s on the side of Keen there versus bottom of the barrel in most cases for Rich. And yes, he's 2nd in the league in terms of solo kills, but also on the other side of the coin, highest in average isolated deaths. And that is what we have seen from Rich quite a bit, dying in lane, overextending, dying under turret. These are the things that, unfortunately for, you know, what people call the hot faker, is not looking so good for him right now. In terms of his team fights, etc., he hasn't actually been the carry. It's been Duckdom is doing most of the damage. It's been Gory who's setting it up, and Rich has been an outlier here, sadly, whereas Keen is the consistent force you can trust no matter what for Afrika.
Even if they're losing, Keen doesn't often look bad. You're exactly right. But Rich, when he's doing well, makes a huge impact on the rest of his team, right? And often is able to find some of these clutch performances, but we haven't seen enough of it, as he's got a big grin on his face. It's one of the widest smiles I've ever seen on Rich's face just before a game. So looking forward to seeing whether that's going to carry over to his performance here today, as a little bit of, not really nerves from Fly. He's just often one of the most stoic gentlemen that we've ever seen, as Fly will go into his 400th game. I thought it was 399, but apparently we miscalculated.
Well, it's 399, but he has 399 up until this point. This will be his 400th
right, okay.
game.
This is the tick over to the 400. All right.
He is actually 1 game behind Peanut, as was pointed out last week, Peanut his 400th.
Yeah.
So they're neck and neck right now. You can see these two veterans. One player has traveled the world, right? I mean, Peanut of Rocks Tigers fame, went to SK Telecom, like LGD. He's been everywhere. He's done everything. Fly has the same number of games, essentially, but his career has not caught up. And this could be a huge turning point for Fly, a veteran who's been in the LCK for so long and yet has not been able to really solidify his position. He's the player that you go, well, Fly had an okay game, and that's looking good for Afrika. I mean, that's where he's at right now, and time to turn it around, I think.
And actually, Fly is going to be playing before Nongshim do again, so he's going to leapfrog Peanut and get to like 402, 403 before him. So we're going to see like this weird race throughout the rest of the season where both of them jump each other as far as the amount of games that they've played, but it's kind of cool. As, Kellen down there towards the bottom side of the map, I feel like Duckdom and Kellen need no introduction, really, based on how they've been performing so far this season. True to their colors here on Afrika's side, as they are the home team, they will choose blue side. I still think that red side's very, very strong. Let's see how Nongshim are going to utilize it, as we did just see Damwon Kia come off back-to-back victories on the red side. But of course, Sandbox versus Damwon, and Damwon looking in tip-top form, might not necessarily be the best indicator for side selection priority.
I would like to see where the priority goes for Set in this series, because we saw it completely ignored in the last one, but both of these teams have mid laners that are reliant on the pick oftentimes and have had insane success, so I think that he's
Stridebreaker's mobility has been really hard for Set almost specifically. There are a lot of champions that actually benefited. Renekton and Nocturne got stronger, it feels like, with the fact that the stats have been upgraded and the dash has been removed. But Set, not so much, because he did really like using it for repositioning.
And so that is definitely really important. I'm glad you mentioned that, because that is going to drop his priority quite a bit. And if he just falls out of the meta completely or very significantly, it does affect both of these teams very badly. As I love to see Dread on an aggressive jungler.
Yeah, first time we've seen it on this patch, actually.
Yeah, and it's going to go through here. So Xin Zhao is going to be the starting pick, and I think it could end up being the new kind of Rumble sort of style first pick jungle. And Olaf
Peanuts on the Olaf hype train. I saw the karma and I was like, oh no, this is exactly what it's going to be, isn't it? And it 100% is. They grab an Enchanter and they give Peanut the Viking in the jungle, and that's his answer to the Xin Zhao.
Very different style already in this game to what we saw in the previous series.
Yeah.
Now, do you get Fly's Orianna here? Because if you don't, it's a really strong pick for Nongshim. So, gonna grab the Lulu instead, at least for the time being here.
Do we Lulu Kog'Maw right off the rip? They could theoretically do that.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. But you were pretty face up with
Lulu
that.
Aphelios?
Lulu Aphelios sounds just too crazy for me. I'm not into that.
I mean, Aphelios is pretty strong right now.
He is, but not gonna have a
it's
Thresh. Yeah, I like the Gwen pick a lot more here. Damage profile is pretty good for Afrika so far. Really strong pressure on the top side of the map.
And
As Doctom Ziggs again?
yeah, we saw this permaban the last time around and it will be locked in, so Doctom is going to get that Ziggs once more. Making me feel like the Karma's going to go into a solo lane, but it could also be just an extraordinarily oppressive, disgusting shove lane on the bottom side of the map.
I don't even like to think about it.
No, it feels dirty, doesn't it? We don't want to really give it lip service. It's like, no, that's revolting.
The Ezreal gets banned. They could also potentially ban the Sivir here, but it doesn't work very well with what Afrika have drafted thus
if
far.
Deft showed us anything, the Sivir didn't necessarily work.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of it. I wouldn't mind to see something like a Jinx ban here. You know, there's no Thresh, right? There's no Tahm Kenchi's disabled in the LCK for this this patch, but ban away the Yuumi.
Yeah, it's interesting. They're definitely assuming that Fly is going to be playing the Lulu. It's another neutralizing lane for Fly. Does make a lot of sense. Otherwise, you might have seen something like a Kog'Maw ban coming through.
There's a lot of AD carries available still for Leo to play. And we're going to learn a lot about what he wants to do in this meta. The Varus is still up, but you know, it's tricky right now. No one's even really figured out how Varus has fully changed with the removal of his favorite item. And see what happens here for Nongshim now, because we're going to get a little bit more information about that bottom lane. Eventually, actually going to be the Jace blind.
No.
Or not blind, sorry, into the Gwen.
And it also is going to be Rich on back to one of his old favorites, right? We called Rich a bit of a specialist. In fact, we have our two biggest specialists that are remaining in the LCK. I think Crown was the first. And then, you know, Fly and Rich really are the guys that like to stay with their picks. And Jace was one of Rich's, as Tristana coming in here. Leo gaining a little bit more early game power with that ability to scale as well.
Still could be support Lulu here with Fly picking up, you know, a mage in the mid lane. So let's wait and see if that ends up being the case here. Nope.
Yep, just going to be the Rakan that comes in, just able to follow Dread if he does decide to go aggressive. A lot of explosions, explosive charge and the satchel charge, both on the bottom side of the map, so I'm a bit frustrated.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of bouncing around.
Yeah.
It's going to be
a lot of abilities that are basically called the same thing.
Yeah. I'm a little bit worried as we see the last lock-in here for Kellen is going to be the Nautilus. A little bit worried about the composition here for Afrika because yes, they have a lot of gap close with, you know, Lulu being able to speed up the Gwen, the Xin Zhao to actually get on top of these, you know, poking players on Nongshim. You have so much poke from Ziggs, you got so much poke from Jace. But with a really strong front line with the Olaf here that Nongshim have, and the Karma that's just going to, I think, as the game goes on, outperform what Lulu is going to be able to do in terms of the shielding. I'm not sure if Tristana is going to be blowing people up and killing people later on in the game. She needs to get an early lead, and then she can absolutely carry. Then she can actually absolutely pop off.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, right? Because if Leo doesn't die in the initial salvo, then theoretically the DPS potential out of Afrika is much higher.
Yeah.
Because they don't have, like, on the other side, they don't have a traditional AD carry. But we saw the fact that Ziggs, if allowed to get to the late game, is just insane. And we've always known this, but for different reasons. It's extraordinarily long range. I'm going to just instantly kill you with a bomb. So both teams with the ability to play until late, but both of them with very different means as to how to do that. And I think that the poke power coming through from this Nongshim roster, alongside the fact that when they want to go, Peanut sprints in there and there's nothing you can do about it.
Exactly.
It's a little bit frightening.
Yeah, you can just kind of engage safely without ever being punished as, you know, Duck Dom here, and so you're going to be able to get a lot of that poke off. But the damage throughput is definitely way higher, as you mentioned, with the actual AD carry of Tristana on the other side. So excited to see how this one goes. Excited to see more Ziggs.
Yeah, me too. Ziggs has worked out very, very well thus far. Pretty much, he's 100% win rate on the bottom side of the map this season, right? Because Duck Dom won against Def Siva, yes, and then Def
turned
beat
it
him
around.
with it.
Yeah. You're correct. And see if Duck Dom can maintain that here once again. I have a lot of faith in this comp too, because the one thing you have to really worry about is the Jin Zhao combo, right? But with Peanut always being there on the front line, it's hard to actually pull that off. Where he goes in, gets wild growth, you know, puts down the challenge, and then he kills somebody, right?
Peanut lying in wait. We'll find the undertow as Rich is going to turn it. Keen's going to have to dash here, over the wall, of course. Flash here, dash here. He actually did take Flash,
He did take
though,
Flash, yeah.
which is interesting. Had the dash back available.
That's exactly what was in my brain, too. I'm like, well, he actually does have Flash.
Yeah. I was very confused. I actually caught myself because I'm like, obviously he doesn't have Flash, and then he did have Flash. So I felt a little bit silly. As they're still waiting, looking for like a late invade or something, and over he goes again. Now he's going to have to Flash.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Well, that's really unfortunate because, as we've talked about a little bit, the Jace into the Gwen in the early game is often so oppressive that she gets zoned out of experience and sometimes even zoned out of, or zoned out of last hits and then sometimes out of experience. But see how it goes this time around. I think that's the idea why we saw that aggressive play there, too, from Peanut to try to even further snowball this early game for Rich.
Give Rich the best start possible because they know that Keen is so pivotal to the Afrika win condition. Plus, when they do have this Enchanter in the mid lane, you can certainly boost up the Gwen's ability to do damage. She's an auto-attacking AP carry. And therefore, Lulu going to be very valuable. Meanwhile, here on the bottom side is what the heck was that? Leo, as he's decided to go right on top of Duck Dom.
That was actually super
Yeah,
sick.
that was the satchel charge. I'm like, what? It looked like a rocket jump, and I'm like, wait a second.
That was a really nice hook into the satchel charge combo there. And yeah, it looked like Leo was actually just going on a bit of a trip. But
yeah. I apologize, everyone. That just, the interaction looked very, very strange. As once again, Leo is going to do a rocket jump provided by Duck Dom.
Yeah. So, like I mentioned earlier, this bottom lane is going to be very bouncy.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of explosions. It is going to be kind of hard to track what's happening, but we'll do our best to lock that in for you guys. But it's very oppressive what we see here with the Ziggs.
It's just annoying.
Yep.
Oh my goodness, Duck Dom being very frustrating. I feel like that is the main avenue of skill expression on the Ziggs is the satchel charge, and I like that Duck Dom took it before the minefield, but he's gone through almost all of his mana now. So just trying to keep this one shoved as much as possible.
He's doing a great job of it. Meanwhile, over here,
yeah, Fly gonna get snared just for a moment, but I mean, I don't know whether anyone's killing each other in that lane. As Peanut gonna be able to grab the Rift Scuttler on the bottom side. Let's see whether he can grab a double scuttle. Probably not likely, but it is going to be an advantage. Oh, bomb onto Leo.
Yeah, and Leo's forced to back here first because the health bar, of course, is way more important than the mana bar, and once you're pushed out like this, Duck Dom is very happy to just take full control. Lehens is gonna have to get out of here.
Wait a second. Duck Dom. Look to see. No, okay, he didn't start Sapphire Crystal. I was like, is he going the Dark Technology? But he's not.
Not this time.
I'm not going to go for that one. Thank goodness. If that made it to pro play, I'd be, I don't know. I don't know why I'd be upset, but I would.
You'd be a little bit worried, you know.
Yeah.
We'd all have to
Comes back with a lost chapter and just causes the whole lane to be over. I don't really want it. As Fly, just going to get out of the way here. Both of the mid laners just using all of their mana.
And Duck Dom goes back, buys a tier, buys the Sapphire, and he is going to have a lot more mana now, and he is going to be snowballing this lane to more oppression. Meanwhile, Leo grabs the Cull, because he knows that his ability to actually put any pressure on in this lane or to actually, look for kill pressure is basically null. So might as well just try to get a little bit of extra gold and sit back and make this a completely farming-based lane.
Yep.
Which is, not always what Tristana wants, but in a game like this, absolutely, because you just want to survive to the late game. You don't need to be ahead. You just need to have that damage throughput later on.
Yeah, I find it's sort of awkward when it's Ziggs versus Triss, because both of them are okay with going late, but Triss does have a bit of that trough in sort of the mid-game where she's sitting on 2 items that don't feel as good as 3. But 1 item, she's very strong. So we'll see whether Afrika are going to be able to fight around that.
Yeah, Rich messed up his Q there, actually. Just hit it on the mist, so Keen is very deadly right now.
Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, he's going to have to go home. But he does have teleport advantage. So all of this mana that he's eating through from Keen is all just good news for Rich. So we'll be able to get back. The wave's actually in a decent spot for the Jace as well, as we can see.
Yeah.
Will teleport. Doesn't quite have enough for the serrated Dirk, but that's okay.
It's been a pretty quiet early game here for Dread. It's just farming, but is getting out farmed at the moment.
Yep.
And that's, you know, what he can accomplish in this game is very limited by the bot prio. And, you know, it's hard to kill anybody in the mid lane, as you pointed out. It's just very difficult to be Xin Zhao in this game until the mid-game fights. You're not going to get any early ganks or any kills unless somebody makes a mistake.
Yeah, I'm like... Yeah, Peanut looking for an opportunity here towards the bottom side. Before I go on to my musings, I will allow this one to happen as Leo buffed it, but it was going to miss anyway. As Peanut's just going to wander out, he's like, well, Kellen, you can't do your job. I'm just going to leave. He 100% is.
Very scary right now for Rich to continue to push the issue because they don't know where Dread was.
Yep.
So he just decides to allow him to walk away.
Should be a scuttle going over to Dread here towards the top side of the map, I believe. As Gory down to about 50%, but not too worried about it. As, yep, that is a Drake.
Gory gets the root there. He's like, ha, that root denies you 1 CS. That's the advantage I can get in this lane.
And he's
outplayed.
Yeah. As it turns out, means nothing, but was definitely cool, right, guys?
That's the skill expression in this matchup. So we'll get the Drake. And Kellen is looking for something here with Peanut.
Yeah, Fly's actually quite low, but he can just skippy and run around. The Lulu things, I need to make sure that I don't get excited about Lulu potentially dying as Kellen misses a stationary wall with his dredge line, which is unfortunate.
Well,
just a hair's breadth away.
The group up here is very early for Nongshim for this Rift Herald fight. We're still 30 seconds out, so the timing of this is really nice for Afrika because they can just take their time to rotate over. Now Nongshim are like moving away and losing vision control.
Yeah, this is interesting though because Dokdam has teleport, right? So if Leo's just chilling here towards the bottom side, then it should mean that Herald priority should be in the hands of Nongshim.
Yeah.
But it looks like Peanut's going for a bit of a reset here. And it might be that Dread is just able to nab this one with the fact that the Olaf is absent.
Yep, he does use a smite to start this, and we'll have the 900 smite to finish it once those 15 seconds time out. They've got the better group up. Yep. And unfortunately for Nongshim, like this rotation up with Kellen, it could have been amazing if they got the pick on the fly. It would have been really valuable, and you could transition that into a lead here on this Rift Herald, but because they're unable to do so, it ends up just being fantastic here for Afrika.
Nongshim going for a bit of a long con here. They grab the first Drake, make sure that Afrika don't have necessarily that Drake stacking win condition. But both of these comps, they're really interesting when you talk about like who's going to be happily scaling and whatnot, right? Because Dokdam is on Ziggs, who is historically one of the greatest late game carries in the game, right? Because you can throw death from a million years away. As I'm gonna have to hold the thought as Kellen has to flash. Dread immediately flashes after and picks up first blood. As Peanut has to do the same thing, but Leo's right behind him. Grabs another one. The resets are coming in. Gory might be the next one on the menu. The slow's beautiful, and it's a double kill for the Tristana. And I guess I can stop talking about scaling.
And Dokdam just tosses in a big bomb, and everybody's health bars go down about 20%, but that's it. I mean, that's all he was able to do in that fight. He just did not expect his team to get caught there, even though they knew Leo was not on the bot side of the map. He had the kind of feeling that Nongshim were fine to be there. This is going to be a ton of extra value over to Dread.
And if you've ever played a game of League of Legends with a Xin Zhao in it, and he gets a couple of kills in the early game,
you know how it's
just
going to go.
Not a lot of fun, right? That champion snowball's pretty gross. As Keen looking for Rich here, some snips come out, and that's the flash.
Yeah, you've got to be really careful about getting a Gwen's health bar low and then actually deciding that you're going to continue to push the issue because she will just get right back up. Yeah. And with her ability to block Jace's shockwave there, super easy for her to turn that exchange as long as she times it well, which she did. he did in this case, Keen, of course, being the one who timed it.
Indeed.
And this fight here, as Duckdom, you're farming super greedy on the bottom side of the map, and you feel like, okay, well, I've got my ult, so I can still make an impact in this fight. It should be fine, right? But you're just completely outnumbered. And even at this stage of the game, Tristana's output is so high.
But also, it's like,
mana.
yeah, and they walk in when they don't have the right amount of people.
Yeah.
되지 임마. 먹어. 바텀 가자. 혼나요. 우리 정글 들어오면.
Was not very polite about what he said about that. Well, I'm not
Yeah.
gonna do it. Like, it's basically saying you're gonna get punched if you go in there. Didn't use a very polite word, but
I was listening. I'm like, this sounds like smack talk, but I didn't understand it.
But Duckdom, like, I mean, he on one hand he has the ability to have that impact with his ult, but like, yeah, you're just way outnumbered there.
Yeah.
I mean, by one player, but that's all it takes. Like that.
And I mean, I guess, you know, like Duckdom threw his ult and still did half of Leo's health bar, but when you're just trying to run away, it's just not going to be able to help anything, right?
If Leo lives, he does way more than that ult amount of damage over time, right? And that's the scary part. And that's kind of the discussion of Ziggs versus Tristana, what their function is in the late game, but you could see it obviously matters in the early game fights here too, these little skirmishes. As this is a big rotation from Afrika.
Yeah. What? Okay. Sometimes bouncing bomb just trolls you like that, as Dread is able to walk underneath.
Yeah, that was some like Dragoon AI.
Yeah, that was seriously some Dragoon AI, man.
Something spaghetti code. All about spaghetti today, I guess.
Yep. Dropping it on the floor, turning it into a video game. Oh my goodness. All sorts of different things. As Peanut not going to find the ward that's chilling over here, as I believe he was spotted by a fly on that ward. As in goes Lehens. That's going to be a beautiful little quickness, and Gori's dead. Dread grabs another kill, 2-0-2 on the Zen. And oh dear, Teppanyaki, what is it? Oh, dang it. We were talking about this just the other day. I was asking you what the name of the game was. Teppanyaki's definitely food.
Oh, are you talking about the Katamari Damacy?
That's the one. Katamari. It was the wrong kind of food. I was thinking about calamari, and I was like, that isn't it. It must be a different Japanese-style food. Wow, take it away, Wolf. I think that's it.
All right,
Peanut, he's going to have to ult to try and get away from this one, as Keen's doing some needlework. I am so embarrassed, even halfway through the team fight.
It was like Gori was trying to be away from his turret, and Afrika said, "You can't be there." They said, "Nah, nah, 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 nah."
Oh dear. Oh no. Are they?
Well, that misses.
Yeah. Are they going to go in on this? Keen probably wanted that to hit so that he could bait them in further, but it's not going to happen.
Well, yeah, the snowball is rolling here. We're getting to the part where like you could start picking up phone booths and stuff like that as Afrika.
All right, yeah.
We're not quite at the part where you can pick up cars or small buildings, but like street signs, you know, things like that. That's where we're at.
Are we already up to street signs? I thought we'd be like up to household objects maybe. But is the snowball? It's 13 minutes.
Well, look, it's a comp that you already mentioned. As Xin Zhao starts to get a little bit fed, then it can be disastrous. He's already got his Gore Drinker. He's 2-0-2, 100% kill participation, along with Fly, actually.
All right, maybe it is up to like at least tables and chairs level of Katamari.
But you know, the composition for Afrika is way stronger at skirmishing in these early fights because Xin Zhao's CC is so strong. Plus, you know, the damage that Tristana has even early is very strong, whereas Jace is so burst reliant. If he's not there, if he's not hitting those shockwaves, you can't fight. And Dongsham are better positioned here on this Drake.
Yeah, and Afrika are going to go in because they have not a lot of fear. Doing pretty well at this point in the game, and in goes Dread after stealing away the Drake. Kellen will be the first one to go down, but he does go golden first. It's a lot of bomb damage onto 3 members there, but Peanut's not going to be able to keep himself alive, and this lockdown is just so strong. I swear as well, like, Lehens is having an incredible game when it comes to choosing his targets in these fights and skirmishes.
He's been so decisive. His Rakan has historically been so great, too.
Yeah.
Duckdom really wants to play with fire here.
Yeah, well, Keen's going to take a fair bit of damage here. Minefield is trodden through, but now Duckdom. Oh, okay, that's great use of the mist from Keen.
Perfectly timed there from Keen. That was great to watch.
Yeah.
That was the reason why I thought that was very risky from Duckdom, not to mention that Dread was fairly nearby, too. If he was even closer, then he turns on that and gets the kill. But watch the blast cone usage here. Dread and Lehens come through. Leo's on the right side. And Dongshim are just caught in this awkward spot. They get slowed by wind becomes lightning, and then Lens is like, okay, well, if you're not going to leave, then be my guest, you know? And this is an early stopwatch broken for Kellen too, does not save him. And the throughput is not here in the fight for Duckdom. Like, in the longer fight, he cannot do the same amount of damage as Leo can.
I mean, he like, I don't know, I feel like the minefield was well placed. Like, it's just Peanut didn't quite find the smite, and Dread is so big. Look at it, look at the gold rocket.
Yeah.
It's just nutty.
We're starting to get up to, if we weren't at phone booths before, we certainly are now.
Yeah, I think we're picking up phone booths. I think you're exactly right. As Fly is going to have to flash. Gets himself out of the way as the eye is being denied at the moment as in goes King. 1 versus 4. See whether he can keep himself alive here as he gets the wild growth. And the power of Gwen only getting larger as the Trist not quite in range. Probably would have had a field day there, but as we can see, the eye was picked up. Dread goes in and grabs it, so Shirley is going to do her job on the Rift.
And Nongshim need to be really careful about actually flirting with this fight here because, yeah, Duckdom can once again throw out a combo or satchel somebody in, but besides that, like, you lose this exchange if you stay when Leo is nearby, and Leo's at full health. And the Hens and crew know this. They're like, oh, okay, you're going to back off and reset? Well, we're going to get more objectives on the map. We're even going to steal your blue away, remove some of that vision. And Rich is having a decent time up here, but that's all that's going okay really right now for Nongshim, sadly.
Yeah.
Early pickup of Dark Seal here for Gory too, interestingly enough, but that hasn't gone well for him just yet.
No, not so much. Hasn't been stacking it up necessarily, as both of our mid laners have the Oblivion Orbs online. Looking for some putrefaction, I believe. As Fly was thinking about backing, as Keen just snipping up the top side. You can tell that Jonah Strong's getting a little bit bored when he just chills up top lane and watches some engages. As Rich actually harassing quite nicely underneath this turret. But I don't think Keen's too worried about it.
Nope. Matching CS right now. It's a beautiful thing to watch. You know, in this matchup with the Gwen, they get this turret.
What do you do when the Xin walks at you, right?
You walk away.
Yeah.
Usually run away, actually, I should say.
Oh, man.
Well, you know, Nongshim, there's a way back into this game. It's going to be about fantastic engage. It's going to be about the burst damage they have at range. They kind of have to play this comp like a poke comp now and hope that they can actually explode somebody because otherwise Leo is just going to run away with this game, and they have such a great front line with the Sped, Jinzhao, with the Lulu to support it.
Yeah.
I was worried about this comp for Nongshim when I saw it in the draft, but like now that I see it in actual functionality, while Afrika have won those fights that Nongshim shouldn't have taken, I'm like, yeah, it looks pretty impossible now, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really, really good when the Xin Zhao's this far ahead.
Yeah.
Because then he becomes a legitimate body that doesn't just go in and die, which can happen, even if he does have Crescent Guard.
Uh-oh, this could be a bit greedy for Leo and Punish. They know there's no ward here.
Yeah, Kellen just biding his time. As you can see, Leo just trying to clear out the wave, and he will do so, and then, ooh, no. Good.
Red's here.
There we go. Yeah,
that was scary.
Ooh.
No way.
No! He's just gonna die.
That's a big shutdown. Okay.
I said the no, and he still just went in.
Yeah.
It's like he wasn't listening.
I mean, that was really great patience from Kellen. And the early control ward he put down allowed him to make this play. And he sold the idea really well, or rather, Duckdom sold the idea really well.
Yeah.
So props to them. That's their first kill on the board, and a lot of extra shutdown gold goes over to Duckdom.
Indeed. Our two mid laners performing exactly the same function in this game. Both of them speeding people up in an AoE. Karma a little bit better at that. Fly can do it to a single target. And they're both putrefying as well, which is pretty cool. Level 11 here for Peanut will be gained before Dread does find his. And it looks like Afrika are okay with giving up this Mountain Drake, looking to instead push towards this mid lane inner turret.
Yeah, Leo just not being up, and he's slowly walking over here now, so you just can't really look for that fight. But you can actually maybe threaten the inhibitor.
Yeah, you can get a double charge.
I think you definitely will
here. Yeah, Gory actually teleporting top lane. As looks like Rich is going to be able to take that, so they don't keep the pressure on.
A little bit slow to punish Gory here too, actually. So.
Yeah, and that teleport. Immediately he goes back. So he clears out the wave.
Oh, man.
After teleporting. It's one wave, but they're still going to lose this turret because he realizes that the rotation is coming around. So bit of a mistake there from Gory, or at least a waste of a resource.
Waste of a resource for sure, but at least he's going to get out with his life. but yeah, that definitely hurts. As Rich gonna go in here.
Yeah, see whether he can take Fly on. Still does have the needlework as the little tiny shock blast comes on down. Peanut splitting on the bottom side, does have his Gore Drinker completed. We're gonna have a look at this one more time. Yeah, Leo face checking. I like how we get the cool angle, watching him just explode. Oh my goodness.
That was to show that?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, that was brutal.
But that's why you don't check the bush with your face, kids at home.
Yeah.
Especially not in real life, that'll be very painful. But in the game of League of Legends, you don't want to walk in there when you don't have confirmation and you don't have a ward. And the idea there is maybe Duck Dom's just back in here. Maybe I can interrupt him and actually have a nice exchange. But
yeah, maybe I can get some damage onto the turret. But actually, you didn't really want to do that.
No. You're ahead already. Don't risk shutting that shutdown gold going over to Duck Dom, who now has a lot of extra items, or rather a lot of extra gold in his pocket to buy those crucial items.
Yep.
As this is very much Rich just narrowly escaping, threading the needle on getting out of there on the timing.
Yep, gets out. But it's a full Sterix in the lead, is Dread. He's pretty gigantic. This gold lead has stopped rising, though. Looking like the Cliffs of Dover a little bit at the moment. At least I think that's the right name of the cliffs.
I'm not sure what those are, so...
I grew up on the other side of the planet to literally everything, so it is difficult to understand geography all that effectively.
I mean, you could fit the faces of Mount Rushmore on that gold grab.
Mount what more?
Rushmore.
Oh, what's that? Oh, is that from Richie Rich?
No, it's actually like a real thing. Like with.
No, I know, but isn't it in Richie Rich?
I think so. I don't know, I haven't seen that in forever.
Okay. No, I think they hide a vault in Mount Rushmore in Richie Rich. So thankfully, American pop culture's got me covered when it comes to that particular piece of geography. Nailed it. Thank you, Richie Rich. Don't feel like a fool.
I hope one day we get like all the old LCK Legends faces on like a cliff at some point. They deserve it.
Yeah. Maybe we could just cover up what's Mount Rushmore with League of Legends.
Yeah, I think that'd be better.
Wait, no,
to be honest.
I don't think that's right.
Mount Lawmore.
I didn't realize that would probably be an inappropriate name, but the only name we could really go with. Let's be real. Where would you put it, the Mount Lawmore?
I don't know.
Is there like a funniest place on Earth that you could put it? Or I guess it has to be a video game place. There's Lehen's gonna face check, Grand exits. Wind doesn't quite become lightning there from Dread.
No, certainly not, but it will soon. There's a storm brewing on the rift here, I think. As this game has slowed down quite a bit, as Nongshim are starting to play a lot safer and are willing to fight for vision but aren't overextending. Well, I say that, and...
Yeah, Kellen might just be dead here, as he'd already used a stopwatch prior. There's the knockup, but Keen pretty tanky. Keen's going to get in towards the backside as Dread now has to Crescent Guard, able to ignore a bit of Doc Dom's damage here as Kellen knew he was going to die, tried to get as much CC down as Leo decided that it was time to go in. Doc Dom's still alive for now, and there's some low health bars, but they're just not able to lock down any of these kills.
Yeah, Doc Dom wants so badly to get in here, but he's just not able to do it. Oh my, I don't know about starting the Baron here, but they're going to go for it.
Gore Drinker Xin Zhao with Lulu's support, I guess they can.
Doc Dom's here.
He's going to help him out for the moment, but I mean, Peanut's dead. They don't have a smite. Doc Dom does do a lot of damage. Mega Inferno Bomb is down, though.
This is ridiculous, Afrika.
Yeah, Gari's coming in, and Rich is very scary. So Afrika are going to back away from the Baron.
I mean, that was very dangerous what Afrika just tried to do there. Like, it was like, yeah.
It was double teleport back in, right?
Yeah, and I mean, they rotated over, teleport came through, I think just the one. I'd have to watch back to be sure, but still, like, with Duck Dom alone there, you're putting yourself at huge risk of just being blown up, and then once Rich comes in and he's got his Qs launching through those shock blasts, like, you cannot do that with your health bars at that state. I know Xin Zhao's fed and he is very strong and he can clear that very quickly, but this is realistic.
Yeah, they'll easily be able to take this. I actually think it's worth, because if we could get out with everyone alive, and they get 2 teleports for their trouble.
Yeah, no, if they stayed, I would have been very regretful for them. But
yes,
because they were able to escape.
Yeah,
it's all good. Yeah, and like you said, trading up on those summoners.
In the wise words of Papa Smithy, Mundo's not found when it comes to Dread and his scoreline right here, and especially after that Baron play, he can certainly understand it. Is now going to check out Kellen, getting a little bit caught out, looking to clear out vision.
Yeah, this is just really greedy from him, and you know, Xin Zhao is going to catch any target he wants. Like, yeah, he gets caught here by the Satchel Charge, but he's got a Lulu, so with the items he has at this stage and how fed he is, and with the ability to just wild growth him, he can just go wherever he wants. Like, there's nothing stopping him. But the health bar is going low here means that they cannot finish the Baron, which I guess we're not going to take a look at, because on live, they're actually grouping up to potentially do a realistic Baron here.
Yeah, they're just so far ahead of Freaka. I think they're playing this lead really effectively also. I mean, I know like Xin Zhao, relatively binary champion, right? But they're still keeping their feet on the gas. As Peanut in the area, no flash available, has to walk around this as lands. He knows what's going on, grand entrance. Not going to quite find it though, as the wild growth is used on Rakan, and that is suboptimal.
Yeah.
As Dread, yeah, he's got Hysterics. He'll be all right, at least for now.
Gonna get a Sterex cooldown for that one.
Yes, indeed. But now Nongshim, with the fact that Dread being their most powerful champion, he's trying to go home. Gonna have to cancel that one. Is okay.
A little bit sloppy here from Afrika actually across the board. Like you go in, you fail the engage, you have to use your wild growth, but you can't just back in front of them. This comp has so much range and so much poke. We're like, this is the second time in a row I've seen Afrika do something in this game where I'm like, I hope you don't think this is going to go well because I have news.
But they are doing stuff.
Yeah.
I want to go back to what we were talking about last week. Doing stuff is good.
Yeah.
If we ever get to another Saturday, Wolf, I might have a nervous breakdown.
Yeah, last week was certainly a little bit...
Last week's Saturday, of course. I know Saturday is incoming. I'm not going to have a nervous breakdown then. Only if the League of Legends is at the same slow pace that we saw last Saturday.
We had a bit of a don't want to go greatly reluctant fighters kind of day.
It was definitely a lot like that.
But Afrika have vision control over this Baron. And once again, if Nongshim kind of face check this or come in one by one, then this is disastrous. And that's partly because of the Xin Zhao pick, but also because Lehens is playing so well here. Look at all the vision removed now. And as Duckdom and Rich, you can't really do consistent poke damage when you don't have vision. I mean, yeah, you can blindly chunk people down like this, but you're not going to be able to do that consistently every time unless you slowly push through and slog through that vision. And what this gives Afrika is a lot of power over what Nongshim have to do right now because they have to fight around this or else they lose Baron. But that means Keen gets a side lane for free.
Yeah, Peanut in a little bit of trouble here. Wild growth. Not invested just yet. He got a bit larger, but it wasn't because of that. I tell a lie. Get a little bit excited sometimes. As Rich just poking on through, you can see Afrika with a lot of vision available. A minute and a half on this Drake. They still just want to do something, right? As you can see, Keen taking a red buff on the bottom side of the map.
He was split pushing bottom as well, and as soon as he realized Nongshim were not going to stay, he comes back up. And now that Nongshim have actually moved back to try to deal with him, like this is a bit of a tug of war that Afrika is playing right now, a little bit ping-ponging up Nongshim. They're going to start this Baron.
Get a blue trinket out as well, as Keen is going to rotate over. Rich is going to spot him as, oh my goodness, the burst damage out of Rich is ridiculous. But Keen does survive for the moment. He's dashing to try and get around the redemption. Doesn't really do too much. As Keen goes golden, has to flash immediately. At least he's rewarded for that summoner spell choice. Is now Dread in a bit of trouble. They've split the fight really beautifully here in Afrika. Want to be in that death ball. Flash out from Dread. There's the stopwatch. We'll see whether it's enough. The quickness is amazing, and Leo's doing the damage. Fly will be taken down, as now they're just going to collapse on top of the Jace. And Afrika, they pull the trigger. Leo in a bit of trouble here as Lehens almost sacrifices himself for his 80 carries. Now Peanut thinks he might have found an option. The flashes come on in, as can Leo actually win this one? Rocket Jump gets him over the wall, as now Doctum's looking for Keen. Keen's looking for Doctum. They're all just trying to figure out how to navigate this situation.
If Keen gets the wraparound here, okay, they're gonna get out of here. And that's gonna be everybody resets. You can see that all in Afrika, they're also going back here. But this was another example of burst damage, the blow-up potential, the pick potential Nongshim has versus damage output in a longer fight. The throughput was insane there for Leo. When he was given the space to work with, he just did massive amounts of damage. And when Peanut came on top of him too, there wasn't any follow-up to actually chase him down. So he just kind of was like, all right, well, if you keep coming at me, he will eventually die. So the fight ends. But Afrika start this off very poorly because Keen is caught, right? Then you see Kellen flashes forward. Being in this choke point versus Duckdom is Duckdom's dream, right? He wants to be able to do tons of AoE in this position, and yet they still don't get those kills. They get the Lulu, but that's it. And then now Leo's like, no, it's time for you to turn around. Now you've used all your bursts. You've used all your cooldowns.
The quickness is just so beautiful from Lehens to allow them to answer this without just losing fly for nothing. Leo going in was somewhat subpar, but as we saw in the little picture-in-picture, Afrika do get themselves to Mountain Soul Point. And you're very happy with the Mountain Soul this game. We're going to try and get through some of this poke as Dread be able to find the W, as Rich is going to be a sad B as per usual as Lehens. Grand exit. Out he goes.
You can see the goal difference here has stayed here for Afrika, but it has diminished a little bit as we reach 30 minutes. But
yeah.
Nongshim have done a great job of stemming the bleeding here. And once again, if they do blow up any of these targets in the early part of the fight, then the fight just snowballs into their favor. Like this game is on a knife's edge in terms of Nongshim either kill somebody early, get that explosive damage in, and win the fight, or they fail, they almost get a kill, and then Afrika steamrolls the fight, which we saw last time. So it's not like a scaling argument, it's just a functionality argument, like how these two comps are very similar. They have a big carry, one's AP and burst, one is AD and throughput. So very much a different style of play between these two, but also very similar because of the mid lane.
Yeah, and also the poke factor as well coming out from Nongshim, and then just the hard engage availability from Afrika with their Rakan that can just dash on in at a moment's notice.
Yeah, plus the Xin Zhao that has wild growth available to him, so...
And very strong at the moment, which certainly needs to be mentioned.
It's a game where, you know, the objective lead for Afrika is pretty huge because it means they have a little bit more freedom to just avoid fights if there's a positional disadvantage at any moment. It's very similar to some of the games we've seen. I mean, I don't think it's going to be a 70-minute game, but the defender has an inherent advantage. The person who has the positional advantage has an inherent advantage. So if you ever lose control of an objective, it's hard to be the one to say, well, I'm going to walk towards that right now.
Yeah, and if Nongshim keep, like, defending Barons, I don't think Afrika can ever siege, right?
Exactly.
Because it's a Karma and a Ziggs and a Jace. Like, you're never, a minion wave is just gonna die by looking at those champions.
Yeah, it's like a rock paper scissors game, but both players are rock.
Yeah, I guess.
Although slightly different variations of rock.
Yeah,
but it's hard to actually crush through an attack. You're better off winning defensive fights. That's why Afrika is so aggressively trying to posture for these Barons and then turn with them.
Well, Dokdom's top lane, so they're going to lose control of this mid. But it is 2 minutes until the Mountain Drake. So Dokdom doesn't need to worry.
For Nongshim to actually group on this Baron. But they're just going to keep pushing mid instead.
Yeah, Gwen looking on over. We do have a red buff available in a couple of moments. As Nongshim looking to invade. They should be able to steal this one away. It's actually quite valuable. Spinut will be able to lock this one up. Yep. Rich actually going to collect it for himself.
That's pretty massive for the damage output he can have in these fights. Going to be also a little bit of extra gold. Yep. As he's about to get his 4th item online. Has the stopwatch too.
Dokdom has his Horizon focus though, and as these items start to come through, it's that's a good hook from Kellen. Crescent Guard going to come in, but Dread is almost out of the fight already. This teleport's optimistic through from Keen as Rich gets taken down to about half, just doing some Gwen things here, but he gets exhausted. Let's see what he can actually make happen. Zonya's employed as Leo at full health, trying to get these free hits off. Okay, Peanut's going to flash forward. Leo's in trouble. Smacked out of the air with a big old axe. That'll do it for you. As, oh dear. What a beautiful satchel charge. An even better shock blast. And Nongshim may have just stolen the game out from under Afrika.
It looks like it here, man. And that was a great performance from Peanut. He has so much he can do in these moments where Afrika are trying to retreat. He can just frontline his way away. And I think this is actually just going to be game over. Nothing you can do as Afrika. Those respawn timers are way too long. They tried to group on the Baron. They tried to have that positional advantage, but Nongshim got the better of them.
Yeah, a little bit out of position. Couldn't make the decisive play. And yeah, Peanut may even survive. He will just survive this. And there goes the Nexus. Never doubted him, Wolf. No, I did, because Nongshim stole that one from Afrika as they take game 1.
Great performance all around from the squad. Rich had his moments of weakness. There were a few mistakes, but he did a ton of damage. It was extremely pivotal in those final moments.
Yeah.
Peanut, though, also frontlining extremely well. Like, those are the two champions that ended up making the highest impact at the very end. Dokdom did his job, and he did it very well. But I don't know if it was a POG performance for me. And there were a lot of mistakes from Afrika. Afrika had every advantage you could ever want. They had a golden carpet to the next,
and then
laid out in front of them.
And they just ran out of steam. They stopped being able to actually take objectives around the map. And it's pretty crazy that a team that has a Tristana is unable to find any siege opportunities, but maybe that's just the reality of facing off against a Ziggs who can say goodbye to any minion wave from a bajillion kilometers away.
Yeah.
Maybe that's just it.
I thought it was a great performance all around. I think this one is probably going to be a mixed VOG, but Nongshim really very much knew their win conditions, knew how to set up for them, knew how to punish the risky choices that Afrika made. And Afrika just fell further and further behind, lost more and more control of the map after every time they overextended, every time they went too far, went too deep. And Leo played the game of his life. I mean, he really did. He tried his best.
He did.
He tried his damnedest. He's like, no, I've got a lot of damage, and I'm gonna put it into this fight. But the Olaf was the X factor.
He might have got a little bit overexcited at some of the moments. Oh man, the Nongshim peanut. That's absolutely fantastic.
I think it says I'll be back before the Ramyeon is done. Like.
I read the first line and didn't really understand very much. So, I think I need to go back to school, do some homework or something like that, and maybe if Nongshim can do that again, they'll be sending me back to do homework early. I don't really want to do homework though, so I'd kind of like for this one to get to 3 games.
I like where we are in this meta right now because every team has its own identity. Every team has something they're trying to do a little bit different. You see the Xinjiao priority for Afrika. They love to play it. It's one of Dread's favorite champions. But then you see, once again, Duck Dom's on the Ziggs, right? A champion that's very strong right now who's playing it on the previous patch.
Oh, man. Afrika just stopped doing anything and then just got poked for half of the game and then lost, I guess.
That's how it goes. Look at that gold graph. Mount Rushmore fell off.
It did.
At the end.
Maybe that is just, you know, Britain.
And where it landed, though, was just a small fire.
Yeah. It's Azkaban. They created Azkaban, the gold lead.
There you go.
The gold graph.
Well, I think this is a series that Afrika can absolutely come back in if they can play a better, if they can utilize their lead better in the second game, because there were some really greedy moments across that game that cost them big. And Nongshim just never backed down from the fight, always played it very well. Gory was where he needed to be every time to set up for the engages. It was a weird one, but it was definitely a better one for Nongshim.
Weird, like, I can't decide whether or not that was just a Giga throw or whether it was Nongshim biding their time and then finding their opportunity and winning the game. But maybe...
A little bit of both.
Maybe the analyst desk will have an opinion on that, as we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the analyst desk and game number 2.
흔들리지 마라. 흔들리지 마라. 자, LSB.
가볼 생각하자. 천천히. 천천히. 일단 공 빠졌고. 빼면서 하면 돼. 빼면서. 기다렸다. 싸울 생각하자. 그엔 이쪽 살짝 봐줘. 스플 써야 돼. 자, 플래시 한번. 라칸. 천천히 빠지면서. 라칸. 할만해. 힐 주식에 있어. 스타 풀 있어. 스타 잡았어. 낙한 볼게.
가자.
너네 다 잡으면 끝나. 끝내자.
나 지금이야. 아 이거 하나로 돼.
얘들아 그냥 올라와. 잡지 말고 와.
살짝이.
하나 돼, 오케이.
이거 그애는 궁 돌아. 근데 만트라 쉴드 쓰면 결국 그냥 아무것도 못해.
그엔 좋냐는?
없어.
오케이.
쿨이 있다고 생각해.
소식의 상.
얘들아 뭉쳐만 있지 마. 만트라 쿨 돌리고.
나 만타라 5초.
오케이. 가보자. 그애 먼저 죽여. 그애 먼저. 그냥 깔게. 나이스.
이게 전리폭발 데이트. 자, 공복킹.
이게
우리
빅스제
정레드에서 한 번만 쌈.
In Week 4 LCK News, Live Sandbox is charming fans with their recent performance. The current standings of the LCK Challengers League. Catch up with what the LCK crew is up to lately. And DRX's shocking 8-match loss streak. Hello everyone, I'm Junghyun Lee and this is LCK Weekly Newsfeed. The romance of Live Sandbox is taking the LCK community by storm. In Week 3's Sunday night LCK episode, Live Sandbox top laner Summit charmed the community and began the Live Sandbox romanticism movement. Summit captured the hearts of fans with not only his witty banter, but with his incredible talents on the Rift and exciting wins over KT, Africa, and DRX. Following this, fans reacted heatedly with comments like, "This is the revival of the Renaissance. I'm living for them, and this is real romance." Live Sandbox is proving themselves to be a strong team, and we hope to see more of their romantic moments this season. Next in LCK News, let's take a look at what's going on in the LCK Challengers League. On June 7th, the LCK Challengers League kicked off and is already in full swing. Looking at the current standings, Genji and Damon Gia are tied at the top, and Africa Freaks and Fredit Brion are tied at 3rd place. Following them, KT, DRX, and Live Sandbox stand tied at 5th place. Viewers can expect that the race for 4th place in Week 5 will be intense. The competition in Challengers gets fiercer by the week. Global fans can tune into the LCK Challengers League through LCK English caster Chronicler's co-stream on Mondays and Tuesdays. Keep an eye out for the action-packed LCK Challengers League. I will also be cheering them on. Next in LCK News, we caught up with LCK crew and found out what they've been up to lately. First, our LCK Global casters, Brendan Valdanalist Valdez, after promising to stream regularly on his own channel, is still MIA. Wolf shared his concerns over riding his motorcycle to work with the upcoming monsoon season in Korea. Chronicler and Atlas have started Korean school at Sogang University and are improving every day. The two casters reported that they are now able to read the Low Park audience's fan signs. However, the LCK Global broadcast would like to inform the viewers that translations by Atlas and Chronicler could be inaccurate. And finally, LCK analyst and former pro Gorilla recently recovered from his illness and has returned to LCK broadcast. We hope to keep up with the LCK crew in the future. Now for the final LCK news. The spring playoff contender DRX is currently winless in the summer. DRX was unable to break their loss streak again during LCK Week 4. After facing Genji, Africa, Nongshim, Damongia, KT, and T1 so far this split, DRX finished 0-6 heading into Week 4. In their matches against Hanwha Life Esports and Live Sandbox, they were unable to take a win and extended their loss streak to 8. Furthermore, in the matchup against fellow bottom-of-the-pack team Hanwha Life Esports, DRX were stomped 2-0, causing a shock to many fans. We will be watching to see if DRX can pick up their first win in the upcoming week. That's all for LCK Weekly News. Thank you for watching.
Welcome back to the second analysis desk of the day, and Africa Freaks is taking on Nongshim Red Force. And Nongshim Red Force had a huge comeback win over Africa. I think the centerpiece of the draft lied in the mid jungle role. Yes, indeed. Two of the mid laners both picked the Enchanter mid laners and had some aggressive early action junglers. But Sinjao Olaf actually is a very impressive matchup in the jungle. Looking at the lane itself, I think Nongshim Red Force had their lane priority, but Sinjao, together with Lulu, was able to have some early leads in the jungle. And we had some accident happening around Africa's jungle because Nongshim was being over-aggressive and they invaded their jungle side. I think Ziggs was also another very important point of the pick. They locked in Ziggs so early on and then banned out Ezreal. Ezreal is a champion that is very strong into this kind of a non-marksman champions in the mid to the late game. This champion can actually put a lot of damage up against those kind of poke champs. However, Tristana, on the other hand, is a champion that requires some early action in order to get ahead of the other, and also he really likes to fight and have a lot of skirmishes. But looking at the comp itself, I kind of thought to myself, this is a very hard and difficult match for Tristana to play. Well, there were some moments where Tristana was able to pick up some kills, but still, in many fights, actually he got caught up by so many skills of Nongshim Red Force players. For example, the poke skills coming out from Ziggs and Jace, and also Olaf, Karma as well, were a very huge block into the Tristana to enter the team fight. Nongshim Red Force was able to win the draft, but they were not able to win the early game. So let's take a look at this first highlight where Kellin actually went too deep inside of Africa's jungle and handed over the kill. Kellin, because Africa had some perfect timing to secure the Herald, he made a rotation towards the bottom side of the map. I think he should have placed a ward on the thresh next to the red camp, but even Kellin had wards in his inventory, he didn't decide to put them down. And I think this was a very critical mistake coming out from Kellin especially. And prior to this, Nongshim actually kind of donated the Herald over to Africa, so I think they made some rash decisions in order to even out the trade by counter-jungling the opponent's buff camp. However, just like Kuro mentioned, it was a bummer that Kellin didn't place a ward around the red red camp, and they ended up losing that fight so bad. And this allowed Africa to grab a firm lead in this game. And later on, there was another skirmish pulled off very bad by Nongshim Red Force. After losing the trade so bad, Nongshim kept making some rash decisions and they made a rotation over to the Drake. And there were two major mistakes in this fight. They didn't first drag the Drake out of the pit, and later on, the second mistake was even though Nongshim was running a poke comp, they actually went in for this face-off team fight. They started off this fight without landing their pokes. And this was a very hard fight for Nongshim to take because they were not able to chunk down the opponents before the fight break out. This could have been a very even team fight if Nongshim was able to find some value out of their abilities. And I could tell by watching their play, they were rushing for sure, but they still had the scaling comp together with Jace and Ziggs, and that they were able to close out the game because their Ziggs and Jace were so bad in the late game. It was really impressive to see that Rich actually was able to outlane his lane opponent, and they were able to find some huge chunks out of their pokes. And we could tell in some moments where Leo couldn't really find any gap closing moment in order to land his autos onto the opponents. Our player of the game for game number 1 will be Rich on Jace. He did put a massive amount of damage in the late game. He did a fantastic work on Jace up against Gwen, and Rich was one of the vital factors for Nongshim Red Force to secure this victory. A lot of people were actually worried about him against Kiin, this matchup, especially on the top lane. A lot of people expected maybe the top lane could be a weak link for Nongshim Red Force to secure the victory over Africa. But this time around, he stood up strong and he was able to prove himself. And in this game, Africa tried Baron for 3 times, but their setup was never sophisticated. Africa also had some hard time dealing with the poke-comp of Nongshim Red Force, and in the end, it was Nongshim Red Force grabbing the victory after a long struggle in the early to the mid game. And even though Nongshim lost some of the trades a lot in the early game, Rich was never part of it. Rich grabbed 6 votes out of 12, and the rest went over to Tokdam and also Peanut. We are heading into game number 2 between Africa Freaks and Nongshim Red Force. This match is one of the most significant matches to secure on top of the LCK, so back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Jisun, as per usual, for the translation of the analyst desk, and I agree. It is definitely a very, very pivotal matchup, especially considering the fact that we are right at the very end of round 1. Rich, on your screen right here, picks up another POG.
Yeah.
After Nongshim really stealing victory out of the jaws of defeat.
He was able to do a lot of consistent damage in those later parts of the fight. And going to 3rd place is what that sign says. We'll see if that happens. They're 1 game away from rocketing up there.
Yeah.
Africa will choose blue side. We've had a lot of red wins tonight. It's been exclusively red side wins so far, 3 for 3.
Yep, somehow with this new home and away system, blue has been the priority every single game, and red side has won every single game. Make of that what you will.
Yep. Gorilla is casting recently. Fan of his. He was out sick for a while and has actually been, now that he's back, been put on the caster desk quite a bit.
Yeah, it's good to see him back, and good to see him actually casting as well, which is really cool.
Fan wanted some more Prey as well, but we'll have to wait for that one, I think.
I wonder when Prey is going to become an analyst. I don't know whether, I haven't, seen anything from Prey recently, so maybe that's what he's doing, is preparing himself, becoming the best analyst the LCK has ever known.
Well, Africa here have, the opportunity to change the pace of this draft. They're not going to ban the Ziggs. You and I were talking about it in the break, as that might be something they they do to change things up. But the Jin Zhao ban is already going to affect how this draft starts, and this means that we're not going to see that oppressive early game. They're going to go down the Viego path instead.
Yeah, the Xin Zhao actually taking the place of the Viego ban from game number 1, so Afrika will snap that one up, but I don't see why Nongshim... Oh, okay, no, they do
There's
have
no
Thresh.
Thresh, yeah. So not 100% sure how this is going to go if they try for it. I mean, it is Duck Dom.
I wanted more Ziggs. Oh! So...
You cannot play Tom Kench either, just to put that out there for everybody.
Aphelios could be in a solo lane.
It is certainly possible.
This is something that has been
popping up
about.
Yeah, it's popping up a little bit. I don't expect that to be the case, but let's see how this draft evolves. As Varus into this is going to be a great pick if it is on the bottom lane. We'll see what support comes to pass if that is where it's going.
Yep.
Get the Diana pick. You and I have been talking about how this might be the new S tier, top of the tier jungle pick with Rumble being nerfed.
Ooh, okay.
Okay, I like this, just straight up.
That's a lot of damage that Nongshim are presenting right now.
Yeah, and a lot of lane prio with this Lucian.
This might be the third Lucian build variation that we see today, which is kind of hilarious.
It's also not going to be Keen's Viego. We know that he'll be playing the Gwen, so this could be Fly playing Viego, but more likely it's going to be Dread. So
yeah,
very different style here from Afrika than what we saw previously in our first series from Summit and Gang here at Live Sandbox. So, and with this ban on the Victor, we're already kind of looking at, okay, this is definitely going to be Jungle Viego. Let's ban away the scaling AP mid lanes that Fly can play. I might even just see a ban on the Orianna, to be honest, as the final ban here for Nongshim.
Yeah, it could happen. Certainly a few options. Fly could go back to something like a Lulu if he would like to. Karma is still up and available as well. Might be something Nongshim snap away themselves as Nara is taken away from Rich. Rich could, of course, be playing the Lucian. This was in his wheelhouse, absolutely.
There's the Orianna.
Yep.
So really curious to see what Fly ends up playing here because the LeBlanc is removed. So I would love to see Fly play something like a Syndra, but the comp doesn't really warrant that just yet.
Feeling like maybe he'll just play Karma.
It's
if
possible.
He can. But we'll see.
It's, you know, it's decent with what they have. Gives them a lot of extra mobility, a lot of extra ability to close the gap with these champions.
Docdom locked in. Okay, never mind. We were still banning the Leona. I got a little bit ahead of myself. Let's see what Docdom decides to lock in here for either Gori or Rich or Kellen.
Yeah.
Or himself, I guess, if the Aphelios is somehow we're gonna have double AD carry solo lanes.
Yeah.
That seems not that okay.
I don't think that's
to
gonna
me.
happen. Looks like it's just gonna be the Nautilus here.
Cards close to the chest here.
Kellen, you know, had a decent performance earlier. There were definitely some overextensions, let's just say, but will be the Rel to counter this for Afrika. And you know, I'm still wondering where we're heading for Fly. Like that's the biggest question for me right now, because you can also go Azir here, and I think it's still decent if you're looking for just a little bit more scaling, a little bit more late game, plus the ability to kind of buffer against the aggression you'll see from Nongshim. Fairly low range, high damage.
Yep.
So I wouldn't mind it. It's also a champion that you can play an easy laning phase with. It's, you know, not really one of the Fly's favorites, but he'll go down the Rise path instead.
Yeah, will be the Rise. Bit of an old pick for Fly. And when you talk about Rise being an old pick for someone, well, they're obviously a very different champion now. Rise has been through about a bajillion different iterations, so we'll have to see how Fly does on this particular variety of the Rise.
Be his first time this season, even though it's been very popular here in the LCK, as we're just going to see, we're going to go back to the Jace for Rich here once again.
Yeah.
Now you've got guaranteed prio in the early game for 2 lanes, and you have the ultimate scaling AD carry in Aphelios. It's Duckdom's Aphelios too, so arguably probably top 3 in the LCK, if not top 2 in terms of performances we've seen on the Aphelios. I'm really liking the draft here for Nongshim, liking their chances here. They have great engage tools too. With Gravitas, they have, of course, Moonfall.
Yep.
And there's a lot of ways to set up that explosive power.
I think so too. I'm interested in how this one's actually going to go, because it looks like Nongshim just have all of the priority ever in the early game, outside of potentially the bottom lane, if Leo can land a lot of these piercing arrows and get this lane moving.
It's Gwen jungle.
Oh,
with exhaust. So that's going to be a little bit of a question mark for me. Let's see how this one plays out because we have not seen that yet in the LCK. Dread will be playing this one out unless it's going to be, you know, no, he's got Smite locked in, so it's not going to be like they're swapping roles or anything.
Yeah, no,
it's just going to be Gwen jungle.
He has been playing it recently. I hadn't actually checked up on his solo queue. His last victory on Gwen jungle, he went 14-0-6 in Korean Grandmaster, so
it can be very
that's
snowbally.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, and you've got the exhaust, so you have a lot of extra lockdown to actually chase and get those kills. I like the idea, but if I'm a betting man, which I'm not, but if I were to be in this case, my money's on Nongshim's comp. You've got comfort picks for Duckdom, you've got comfort pick for Rich, you've got Prio in 2 lanes, you've got a strong late game to back it all up.
Well, looking forward to seeing how Dread snips. We haven't seen too much snipping from the jungle, so certainly a lot of fun. Got a bit of a zoom in here, and yeah, just taking our scissors to some of the monsters. As Peanut, just going to come through and miss the initial Q, as Kellen now keeping his eye on what a Freaker are doing as they move in and get some vision. As Dread taking a bit of damage here, Gori just going to dash after him. Everyone flashing, and yeah, he's real dead.
When you see that exhaust in the loading screen, you're like, might want to be aggressive against that in the early game.
Do you know what he did immediately after that? 2 pings on the flashes.
Yeah.
Saying the flashes are down. Don't worry, guys.
Well, you know what? I don't think Rich is going to be too worried about that into the Viego in the early part of things. And
yeah.
Peanut, you know, since he was involved in this early kill and gets a lot of extra gold, I don't think he's going to be too upset if he runs into Dread with no flash later on.
Oh, yeah, okay. Rich, you can't really forgive Dread for that one, can you? He wanted to get the ward on the red buff, but...
Not to mention, I mean, yeah, like you said, he wanted to red buff ward it, but also it's a Jace who can hit you at long range. Like, you're super easily punished from this. He also loses his exhaust, so he's not going to have that either. It's not a great look so far for what could have been the X factor in this really interesting composition for Afrika.
I know, right? And it's really sad that it all kind of goes pear-shaped so early because then we don't really get the true information about how powerful this Gwen jungle can be.
Or he still pops off and totally crushes because just Gwen things, and then we're like, okay, we really learned how powerful it is. But I don't think the cup is half full in this case, at least not yet.
As Kellen with his Titan's Wrath procced a little bit, inconsequentially. Land's going to pop on over, knows that there's no button available for this Nautilus, but joke's on you, Nautilus can just stun you by hitting you with an auto attack.
Yep. Shields traded here, essentially.
Yep.
And it's going to be pretty uninteresting at the end of things. But
yeah,
observers are trying to show us something. After, what was an explosive start to this game, you got to follow up with something. It's hard.
Yep. Duckdom, of course, a very, very practiced Aphelios player. Would have really liked Kellen to be on his very, very powerful Thresh, but he'll take a different hook champion instead in this Nautilus. Not going to provide quite as much mobility assistance, but does have a lot of PL availability.
Top timing here for Dread. If he has exhaust, this is amazing, but he doesn't. Peanut's here.
Yeah, Peanut. Is he actually going to get here in time, though, is the question. Remember, doesn't have flash. As in goes Peanut. There it is. Gets the reset beautifully. As Dread's trying to get the snip, and oh no! Such a disaster for Afrika. And after the first game, where everything was going so well, and Nongshim steal away the game, I was wondering whether tilt was going to be something we needed to talk about.
I mean,
oh man.
You and I were definitely kind of discussing the possibility of it during the break, but when I saw that coming up, I'm like, okay, well, this looks like a pretty planned out timing, right? Like, that Jace is going to be pushing the lane in the early game like this, as Fly is just going to get chunked down. You know that Jace is pushing the lane at this time, so you have an opportunity to roam up. If you have the exhaust in this moment, then you can get that kill first and then maybe get out of there, but Peanut also was very aware, and the timing of him actually clearing his Krugs was massive. Now he's going to steal camps away, and this game is going to really start rolling down the hill.
Yeah.
I'm starting to pick up matchboxes already, for putting back the Katamari reference.
So. Yeah, the matchbox is most definitely being picked up. I think there's books and things like that. Also, we are, of course, talking to a different way of saying snowball, because I feel like we say snowball a lot, especially given the current meta of League of Legends. So we're thinking Katamari might be a more fun version. As Nongshim think ganking Keen is going to be more fun. As Gori turns up, Peanut just hanging out underneath the turret here as Keen is going to pop out of the mist and head back to the death chamber.
Just for a second there, it looked like everyone was about to be like, no, it's your turn to aggro the turret for this fight. Like, I am not going to take responsibility.
This game is basically done, Wolf. This is really, really rough.
I mean, this is basically unwinnable now because we're looking at a 2,000 gold lead. Now, Rise can scale up later on to do a decent amount of damage. Obviously, the Varus can poke his way to victory if things go well, but you're not going to have a front line anymore as Nongshim, and you don't really have a jungler anymore either. So just watch this exchange earlier as Jace just barely gets out, right?
Oh, man.
He's just making the calls.
I'd like to say that it's just beautifully baited, but it was just Peanut being in a fantastic place at exactly the right time.
Yeah. As we watch mid lane, goodbye.
Yeah. We've got, okay. Lehens is going to be able to grab that kill. Keen will find himself a bit of a reset there as they do manage to take down Gari, understanding that his flash was unavailable.
Might even just have a bit of a lane swap here, actually, as a result of this, and don't hate it too much, at least for the moment.
Yeah.
I think we're going to watch this again one more time with a different angle, as Keen is just unfortunately way outnumbered here. They commit the teleport, but Rise is backing, so Keen's got no help. There's no backup here. So easy cleanup. You do see the teleport in from Fly later, but it's too late.
Yep.
And then Gori just way overextends, no respect shown to the fact that Lehens is missing bottom.
And Lehens just flashes over the wall. He's like, we got this, boys. We need to get back into this game. As Kellen finds a hook. Lehens doesn't take too much damage from it, though. Doctarm also with Gravitum Infernum. Gravitum, of course, going to help him a lot if there is going to be an engage that he has to worry about. As Afrika stack up a wave, shove it towards the Aphelios, and Doctarm's going to be very happy cleaning this one up.
Yep. Very slow gun here to pick up the pieces.
Yep.
But Doctarm is ahead, very slightly, and that's what you want.
Ooh. Dread actually noticed Peanut here. Okay, finally is going to be found as Keen looks for Peanut. Rich going to get into position, but Peanut still has to flash the wall.
My mistake, by the way, Doctarm was slightly behind, in fact. Just want to correct myself on that one. But look at the farm for Dread. It is not ideal, to put it nicely. He's still building into, his leeching Leer here is eventually going to get his Riftmaker online. But the power of Gwen is often in side lanes, and if you're side laning later on, that means you're giving up a lot of jungle control, and if you can't ever trade or fight with the jungler later on because you're so far behind, you're never going to be able to win vision control, and if you can never win vision control, like, the problem is just compile, right? And Rich is always going to be able to poke and chunk down these champions because he's going to have impunity, essentially, while he's moving around the jungle, and it's not over by like, a full certainty, but the massive lead that Nongshim have right now is going to be so difficult to overcome.
And I guess the reason the thing I'm asking is why put Gwen in the jungle instead of Viego or something like that, for example.
Yeah, it was quite puzzling to me too, especially.
Like, what do you get from doing this genius switch up?
Because
I just don't necessarily know. Maybe it's like Rich has chosen awkward magic resist.
But yeah, the
runes or something.
The choice is so bad against Jace either way. But
yeah, right. Like Viego or Gwen are probably going to have a similar experience. I guess Viego is going to be a little bit better, but maybe after the nerfs, it's not quite as pronounced.
It's hard because Rich is going to come down here and spoil this party too.
Well, Keen's going to come over as well, as Rich will try and steal it with a Shock Blast, I guess, but that ain't happening. Dread, of course, is going to be able to lock down the Smite. Does way too much damage these days.
Yep, Peanut does not actually commit. There's 3 control wards up for Afrika around that pit, so actually 4, excuse me. So they have full vision control, and we'll end up being able to secure that one. But yeah, I mean, going back to the discussion, it's quite interesting because, what Viego offers you in the split push is very strong too. So it's not like you lose split pushing entirely, but what Viego can do in the jungle is a lot better than what Gwen is going to be able to do, especially from behind.
Yeah.
And so...
And also, Gwen struggled a lot in the lane in game number 1, and so trying to avoid that makes some sense after Rich did get, the last pick Jace. So maybe that was their ace card, but problem is that I don't think it solves the problem enough.
Oh.
I guess the conversation's almost irrelevant because right now the Jace is sitting 2-0-2, so he could be laning against the hardest of hard counters and still not care at all.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the, like, if I don't want to talk about farm, I'd rather just talk about the items. Like, look at the item difference between Peanut and Dread right now.
Yeah.
Like, it's like he's got a Leeching Leer and he's like, I can heal.
When did Leeching Leer become a mythic item?
Yeah, it's not ideal. This is where you can't fight with this Gwen, you know? He's going to try for it anyways, but...
Not going to be able to get in there. I was about to say level advantage, but that's irrelevant. As, of course, just always does 900 these days.
Yeah.
Gary moves back to the lane. Fly pretty close to getting himself a turret plate. Hadn't quite got there.
Well,
as a Freako, they will be able to throw down this Rift Herald and give Fly a bit of extra money.
I mean, it's huge that Fly is getting all this extra gold because now you have to rely on him. But when you don't have consistent engage tools outside of him defensively rooting people, basically, or maybe he gets an offensive one, depending on how the setup is going to be, it's really hard to team fight with a Freaka's comp. And that's the issue bigger than the 1,600 gold lead that Nongshim have right now. As Rich is ready for this.
Yeah, trying to get out of there. There's the slow. Lahens. Not going to be able to find anything. Rich makes it far enough, but still going to miss out on a bunch of farm here. As Docdom also going to be able to pick some extra up because, of course, Lahens had vacated the area. Ignite and Flash now on cooldown for the Rel. So you can see that the Lahens is like, he's desperately trying to untilt the rest of his team by being everywhere on this map.
He's trying to save the day so badly, but when you are unable to find those picks when you do roam as a support, you're giving the Aphelios so much power, which Docdom has had so much of throughout this entire year of League of Legends. He's going to go for the Immortal Shield Bow here this game. Really appreciate the choice, and I mean, how do you recover now as a Freaka without really just getting lucky with mistakes from the side of Nongshim, somebody overextending? Like, it's so difficult to actually find a way to flank or engage because your comp needs time to come online, but Nongshim's not going to give it to you. You're not going to have vision. It's, I mean, we're going to watch this kind of snowball roll down the hill unless it just breaks halfway down.
Yeah, we need to find a way of, you know, getting all of these things off the Katamari. I don't know how Freaka are going to do it, but a Ryze that's winning lane, especially being 20 CS up over the Lucian, of course. Gori has been elsewhere around the map trying to get advantages as Keen takes a full combo.
He's going to take more than that once this cooldown's up.
Yeah. Try and get out of the way. I believe the mist on cooldown, and so Peanut comes on through. He's going to help grab a few of these plates. And yeah, I'll grab this last one as Peanut tanks one shot, but there we go.
I don't know about this teleport. I guess they're not going to react to it, but yeah, the funny thing is
Ryze was almost in realm warp range.
Yeah.
So Nongshim intelligently back away.
Peanut is like, well, I took all your jungle. I've cleared all my jungle. I guess I'll come up and help get some turret plates because there's nothing left for me to get on the map. So far ahead, is basically immortal. Now has his stopwatch online, so he's got no fear. There's no one who can threaten him in a team fight. Even if Gwen gets on top of him after he's used his Moonfall or something like that, like, he's probably okay to just straight up 1v1 her. And even if he's low, he's got the stopwatch to back off. So if Freaka have to figure out some surprise angle to engage on.
They have kind of stabilized a little bit, though. I mean, this gold lead has not really extended very much. And yes, it's difficult to snowball things like this early in a game like this. As Peanut looking to dive forward, looking for Fly. He's going to run pretty fast with that phase rush. Should be okay. As Rich and Keen just fighting one another up here. Still decent advantage for Rich. About a wave and a half, I believe, as the dust settles. Biggest advantage is, of course, Peanut versus Dread. Peanut 2-0-2, also 40 CS ahead, or 35, I guess, if you want to be pedantic about it.
It's not even about the fact that Peanut has this lead and has these items. It's just it's more about the fact that Dread is not really a champion, unfortunately, in this game. Like, I mean, the Peanut lead is massive, but like, Dread can't be here.
Yeah,
can't get his
ball
butt.
comes through. Yeah, they get inside the mist. So Gwen most certainly is not immune. As, yeah, he's a bit of a ragdoll in this situation. I don't know who managed to get the blue buff, but in the end, it was Peanut because he managed to take down the Gwen. Riftmaker's done, though, guys. So at least there's that.
Yeah, it's going to make him slightly more of a champion, but still not. But he's
maybe Dread is the Gwa in this game.
yeah, the Gwa you guys were talking about the other day.
Yeah.
Well, Rich is going to finally finish off this turret, and it will be the first of the game. So first turret blood going over here to Nongshim. So a lot of extra gold to a fed Rich who carried last game and is ready to do it again.
He's just. I'm sure he's so excited to be back on his Jace. You know, he's like, once again, I'm on a champion that I know extraordinarily well. He is certainly a real comfort player when it comes to, you know, his power picks.
It's really strong.
2 games in a row, feels real good about it.
It's really strong into 3 champions that are extremely meta right now. The Gwen, the Viego, and also the Gnar. So you're going to see it a lot more.
Scory's going to move back into this mid lane. Fly having a really good game, to be perfectly honest.
He really is.
Everything.
Yeah, against Solution, he's ahead in CS, as you pointed out earlier.
He's been able to push an advantage, which is something that Fly hasn't really been able to do that much.
Yeah, he certainly has, you know, really subverted expectations in this game, especially considering Nongshim's lead here. They're actually going to set up for this break with the back timing a little bit awkward here for Nongshim. They give up this objective.
Yeah.
Which is, you know, not the end of the world here, but definitely could be snowballing.
There we go. Better. There's my Cloud Soul. I thought I wasn't going to have one in this whole game, this whole day. But I do get it. So we're going to check out this pick once again.
Like, I mean, on one hand, it's ridiculous to think if you're Dread that you can even be here. But on the other hand, like, if you don't come here and try to, like, take money from your own jungle, then, like, why are you even in the game? Like, it's a lose-lose situation. Just so far behind.
Yeah. It's just a little bit rough. 16 minutes on the clock, and Shirley is going to crash into the outer turret. Meanwhile, Lahan's getting taken down very low. Has the best item in the game, though, as Leo flashes away. Lahan's is real dead. Doc Arm gonna grab that kill from all the way over the wall.
Grabbed him pretty good.
Yeah, not bad at all. Did have to use his flashes. Now Fly's real dead, and Dread probably gonna follow suit as he dashes multiple times, but Flash is gonna answer that one pretty comfortably as Rich picks up another kill. And Nongshim pretty sad that it's only 16.5 minutes into this game because they would have been thinking it's Baron time.
Yeah,
but it is not.
Keen looks like he's going to be able to escape, but that is the only consolation prize here for Afrika. He didn't even get the turret on the top side of the map, but you know, you were saying like, it feels like they're stabilizing, you know, it feels like maybe they...
Yeah, I dared to dream, Wolf. I wanted this to go back into being a video game, but unfortunately it's still a slaughter.
This was the moment where it stopped being one as Duckdom over the wall here. Beautifully played.
He really did not need to flash
absolutely
there, but he really wanted to get that kill.
I mean, when you're this far ahead and you're trying to be flashy, like, the game was decided with or without you, basically. Like, it's a terrible game when you're winning this hard and you're like, maybe I'll get POG, but the game was, like, decided in the first, you know, 5 minutes, and you're like, well, I got to do something cool to maybe get some
Yeah. And is my flash even that relevant when my jungler is 60 CS ahead? Maybe not so much. Because now it's 5,000 plus a bit of change ahead for Nongshim.
He's got the double. Oh, no, he actually didn't get a second stopwatch yet. He just finished the Zhonya, so I was going to say we're going to maybe see the double Zhonyas again. Not yet.
Not quite as Gary. He's going to get stunned up just a little, but Fly able to move himself out of the way. Lahan's over here. Dread was trying to stay in support as well.
Gory is not really falling for this, handled that pretty well, and is actually even calling for his teammates to rotate in here. This is a very scary moment for Nongshim, or rather for Afrika. Nongshim just really don't have anything to worry about right now. They can trap, they can rotate, and if they overcommit to a rotation that's not like Keen can really threaten anything or split push super hard right now, he's never going to be safe. He's just waiting for waves to come to him. It's just really sad.
Yeah, just not a lot of ways back into this game after the start that they had, man. Like, it's just really rough. And I know a lot of people are saying, like, Gwen jungle, Keck W, things like that, but I don't think this has anything to do with that, outside of the fact that it was Dread that got caught, but he could have been any champion.
Yeah.
And he just walked in and watered a red buff when he really shouldn't have done so. And as you can see, the entire lead is on the top side of the map. Peanut and Rich are just so far ahead.
Anyone who's played jungle before, you know, because I know everyone watching plays League of Legends, well, not everybody plays jungle, but it's the worst position to get behind in the early game.
Oh, absolutely is. In goes Peanut. And Moonlight Vigil comes down. That is a very comfy kill for Dr. Armors. Okay, Peanut, he's already Zhonya's, but he's able to get out alive. Good knock up onto Dread. The culling is going to come through, and it's in fact somehow Kellen that locks down that one with the last tick of Ignite or something of that ilk.
Yeah, looks like it was Ignite. It might have been his ult, but I don't think so. I think it was Ignite. Pretty easy cleanup here on the turret.
Yeah.
And there's just nothing Afrika could do. Sadly, Keen is like, oh, I'm going to get this turret, and that's all I could do. And you can't blame him. It's just going to be all that Afrika can do on the map right now, and he gets away with it, which is, considering the state of the game, a huge win, in fact, for him. The fact that he's able to just go on the side and get a turret should not be possible, but it is. As Peanut does not have the double stopwatch as mentioned, but this is enough to get him out of turret aggro. Dread still turns on him, but he's not aggroed by the turret. Kellen's able to turn that one. Still gets out here with a really nice hook. And is it the Ignite?
It. Really, yeah, it is. Man. Nongshim playing that one really nicely, but when Peanut can just dive with impunity, you know he's going to. That's why Nongshim is so scary when they get leads.
And you
because Peanut can always capitalize. He just knows how much he can take.
If you give Peanut even a small lead, he takes it so far, but in a game like this where he has the biggest lead, I mean, he is a player who will push the envelope on what's possible with the champion. You and I were talking about how he was a great Rumble player. He played a little bit in Italy this season, but his Diana was a big standout. And now that she's like the new top-tier jungle above the Rumble, you know, it's a great meta to be Peanut, right? And he's going to feel more comfortable playing this champion. It's not even really a risk. You're not even reliant on Nocturne necessarily. You can get a lead like this to steal all the camps. Like, the map belongs to Peanut, not even Nongshim. It's his.
No, exactly. As Kellen looks for a hook, doesn't quite find it, but Rich is going to be able to take the big Raptor. I've seen this play before. It's like the same one. As Leo's going to miss his ult, but it is flash invested. Peanut still has his. Moonfall now on cooldown for only a little bit. And we'll see whether Nongshim just go over and grab themselves a dragon so that they can Moonfall a little bit more often.
That's going to be exactly what they do. They're also going to make sure there's no way Afrika can trade Baron. They just send 3 here. Rich is over here looking for Dread. I actually really like this trap that Afrika set. They put Keen on the top side, pushed really deep. Rich actually, really nice presence of mind, realizing, okay, there's no way Keen thinks that he can get away with this. He's setting a trap. We don't have vision of Dread or Lehen, so he does not challenge this. And they actually will clear away the Baron vision for just a moment, but that's all they could do. There's no way they could start this.
I like the positivity, though. That was definitely good. Had a little bit of a moment where we could talk about good stuff that Afrika's doing, or can do this game, because it's not even that now Afrika are making bad choices. It's that from like a minute and a half in the game, they did not have any choices that they could make. Outside of them being, let's try and force some engages and force some situations where things are going to be okay. And unfortunately, Nongshim read them like a book, and we're able to be there.
It was two problems, right? Dread getting picked and then wasting his exhaust, and then the second time where he could have tried to turn around that timing, he was definitely going to go for regardless with this Gwen pick where he has the exhaust. Normally, he did not have it in this case because he used it to try to survive. That pick doesn't work, and that gives over so much gold to Nongshim. Peanut and Rich turn that around. If that goes well, then maybe they actually could turn it around, but he failed twice, and that was just the moment the game ended, as Keen can't even exist in a side lane.
It's real rough. Gary going to spot him out, but instead he's just going to head back down and continue ping-ponging some waves. Split pushing Lucian. Not exactly the most oppressive Lucian that we've seen. However, he's done his job and was definitely able to augment all of the power that Nongshim demonstrated on the top side, that teleport in.
It's interesting.
Try and flex on Keen.
He got Sorelda's, but I mean, I guess there's 2 steel caps for Afrika.
Yep.
He's like just gonna get through that armor.
It's an interesting second item.
Yeah, I'm like,
you're right. I mean, I feel like Essence Reaver is just a bit good
I'm just like,
on this variety.
Pretty strange, but okay. You know, you do you, Corey. Doesn't really matter at this point, but you know, if I see something a little bit out of the ordinary like that in a game like this, I'm just gonna point it out.
Yep. Means basically nothing, as the red buff is going to go over to Doctarm pretty comfortably. Noting as well that Doctarm on the Aphelios, just happy to, you know, continue farming, get to 3 items as quickly as possible, and then I don't know what Afrika do. I mean, they dive onto an Aphelios, he kills them. But also Peanut dives onto them, he kills them.
I mean, there's just no dive in the equation, you know?
Yeah,
like,
I see no positive outcome for Afrika if these 2 teams interact in any way.
Yeah, Lehens doesn't have his... Oh, God. Well, that couldn't have looked sadder.
Yeah.
But
kind of like this game a little bit, that moment.
Yeah. kind of just epitomizes everything. But no stopwatch for the Rel means that Lehens can't even have like the miracle engage where he forces it no matter what, and everybody gets caught, and then maybe Dread gets the biggest Q with his ultimate off as well, and then suddenly you get a kill onto Gory maybe. Like, I mean, I'm really just reaching here.
Yeah, I was gonna say pass the copium, Wolf. A really rough time.
And what's sad is actually both of these series today looked like they might have been super hyped just based on the first series today was, okay, can Live Sandbox make a dent into Damwon Kia, and then Damwon Kia showed up big again, just like they did against Gen G, so that one ended up being a bit of a wash, and then this one, interesting draft in Game 2 after a very close and very interesting Game 1, but the draft falls apart in the first 4 minutes, and then we're watching 20 more minutes of this, and
yeah,
it gets worse the more time that goes on. Today ended up being, you know, did not live up to expectations, let's just say.
And also, the home team lost with every single side of the map that they chose. As Fly now going to try and use a defensive Everfrost, and that's going to get him killed. Unfortunately, well, actually, it wasn't the Everfrost that did it. However, he's still dead, as Gory might be in trouble. The culling, though, has to be respected here from Keen, who's like, well, I guess I can't actually do anything. Gory's got his teleport. He can come with the rest of his team if he would like to. The ward still in this Baron pit is giving a Freaker a lot of information. What they can do with it, though, is going to be the question. Teleport comes forward, exactly, from Gory. As they're looking for the re-engage. Oh my god, the damage is just revolting!
Oh boy.
Yeah, Earthbound's going to go back to the Baron. And yeah, it's all in a day's work here for Nocturne.
10,000 gold lead now, about to be extended by this Baron take. Going to be 1,500 on top of that. Rich is just flashing bees over here.
Was that a sad bee or a happy bee? I don't know, it got interrupted.
I think it was happy bee. I think it was the smiling one that kind of like colon D.
Yeah, it's a bit off-brand though. I feel like Rich is like sad beat so many times now that I need that to happen every time. Is Kellen just gonna flash on?
Yeah, this was
too easy.
Flies, Everfrost there like kept the Sentinel off his back for a second, but I mean, desperate times call for desperate measures. As we watch Peanut's damage, like, does anyone else on Nongshim even need to turn? I'm pretty sure Peanut can handle this by himself. Like,
yeah. I mean, he is basically 3 champions in 1 champion right now, as he's 5-0-6. I think maybe Diana's a bit of a problem, so far we've had quite a few pretty good Diana performances. I'm pretty sure she might be 3 for 3 as far as Pogs are concerned for this evening.
Yeah, it's been consistent, let's just say, and you know, it's a meta where there's a lot of stuff that's broken, let's just say. And even times where some broken champions get tuned or, you know, nerfed, the new one takes the place.
I see Leo discovered that Rich does a fair bit of damage.
It was a painful discovery.
Yes, indeed. As Peanut also has a couple of books. One is the Forbidden Book, and the other one is the Best Book. Indeed. Doc Dom here in the mid lane will be able to just rip through these Nexus turrets, and man, a freaking 13,000 gold behind. It's just so sad. This game just was over so fast.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably the worst game of the season so far, sadly, for Afrika. And it's not, I mean, it is their fault for the early game, but the rest of this game, they just tried to play it out.
Oh, yeah, we're going to find a hook here. Pretty nice work from Kellen. Has the stopwatch, of course, as Lehens is going to die. Gory looking for Leo, decides to settle for Fly. Flashes onto Leo, though. It was all a bait. Now he's just fighting the Rise. Rise gets to the fountain, but I have a feeling it's not going to matter. Gory loses out on that 1v1, but when it's a 1v4, the Rise is still dead. And Nongshim, from an early game domination standpoint, roll over the top of Afrika in Game 2, and it's a very swift 2-0 in the end.
Well, so far, the Gwen jungle experiment was not a success.
I think we're going to need to, like, you know, go back to some laboratory conditions and sort that one out. I don't know whether I'm ready to judge it right now.
This was definitely not set with proper control variables, right?
Yeah, exactly.
This was certainly
someone
idea.
Skewed the experiment, Wolf.
Yeah, this was definitely the idea was good. Like, we saw the timing of that Romeo was gonna, or the Genki was gonna hit top, where, you know, the Jace is gonna be pushing, and you hit the exhaust, right? Like, that timing was there, but he didn't have the exhaust. Peanut was ready. It was super predictable.
Yeah.
And I think in a scrim that they've played in the past, or in some games they've played previously, like, this has worked out very well, but it's really unfortunate for Afrika that they actually have the courage to try it in a game 2 where they're down 0-1 and it just goes this badly. Like, this is a series that you can't even really be that critical of Afrika on. The Afrika coach should not actually incorrectly judge these players for their performance tonight in this second game because it was really just over before the game started.
I mean, I don't judge anything outside of that initial move into the enemy jungle.
Yeah, everything beyond that, of course, right? So...
yeah, it's really rough when games get decided so early on, right? Like, if this was a scrim, 100% they are out of the scrim after 3 minutes. They're like, nope, unplayable. We're not going to learn anything here. But unfortunately, they're on stage. That's it's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes, and you can't afford to make these sort of mistakes as Kellen has no idea what to do. There's thinking about a wave. Yeah, went with a wave. Nice work.
There's a lot of games that have happened with these teams that are just on the cusp of, you know, Gen.G, Damwon Kia, right? We're talking about Live Sandbox, Nongshim, Afrika, where they have these off games and that it stains their records. And we have to get closer and closer to perfection. Perfection is not obtainable, right? It's not achievable, but we're going to have to get closer and closer to consistency to try to achieve the perfect games, right? Where we're not actually throwing at 4 minutes. We're not actually throwing away massive 5,000, 6,000 gold leads. Like, these things need to go away for these teams right now, and that's what is setting Gen.G apart, what is setting Damwon Kia apart, and if T1 can recover, we'll set them apart too, right? From these teams that are rising right now, and we're still just not there yet.
Yeah, Nongshim, Afrika, certainly not. I mean, this has been plaguing them. Inconsistency has been the aim of the game. They're basically our version of Invictus Gaming, right? Just all over the place like a heart monitor, and that's sort of been the Afrika way, right?
Let's watch this again, because this is it. Like, this is the moment where the game ends, okay?
I wonder whether we just cancel the highlights from this point.
Well, I was going to tell you, like, so how you doing? And then this is the second moment, right? Like, this is the only way Keen gets, or rather, Dread gets back into the game. And he can't get out of this, by the way, so nobody blame him for chasing Rich there. He is actually dead either way. He's hoping he can actually turn that on to Rich, but he doesn't have his exhaust. That was it. At that point, the game was over. And then Nongshim did everything they could to snowball the lead so well.
Yeah, they did very, very well. I mean, Afrika, they made some desperation plays. I think Lahens was actually really good today in both games 1 and 2.
So was Fly, actually. Fly had
weirdly enough,
pretty good games of League of Legends from him back-to-back, but it's just not anything you can do with the comps they were running and the deficit. There's not much else to say. Like, we're just gonna watch like Nongshim play, you know, a show match, like a level of like, showmanship here.
Yeah, it's a bit of Harlem Globetrotters or something like that.
Yeah, it feels bad. Yeah, but I mean, that's just what this highlight's gonna look like. Is Nongshim just running around the map, taking all the gold, taking all the kills. And, you know, we'll see if Afrika can bounce back from this loss, because Afrika have had so many tragic losses, not only this season, but this year. And a lot of them have been actually the reverse of this, where they have a massive lead and then kind of throw it away, like last game. I wouldn't call that one as much of a throw as it was a really good play from Nongshim, but Afrika have thrown 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 gold lead games away this season and last season so much that...
And the previous season and every season.
Yeah,
well, it's just feeling like it's a curse.
Something has to change, right?
Yeah. But I do like them making moves, right? So this is what's really hard. You don't want to discourage Afrika from making proactive plays. However, you're just really hoping that maybe one day they're going to actually be rewarded for it. And maybe it's the level of risk that you probably shouldn't be taking. But certainly don't go back to a passive playstyle, because that ain't going to do it for you either.
No, definitely not. It's just taking those leads and actually snowballing them as we watch these final moments.
나봐줘. 딴 보자. 보자. 왜 노플인데?
Save me. 나도 죽어.
용준이 형.
노플 죽여. 나 풀 꺾게.
No flash.
아, 너무 잘 거. 1경기.
There's the happy bee. Crab Ray for Peanut. Certainly a big fan of the Crab Ray.
I didn't catch exactly what Peanut said, but I think he basically just said like that wasn't even a real game. Like he.
Yeah.
I might get production to confirm or deny, but like it sounded like Peanut was basically saying, like, unfortunately that game wasn't actually real. Like he's disappointed that it was so easy. Like, he wanted a bigger challenge. He was clearly disappointed with how the game went, but that's just the end of it, man. I mean, there's not much else to say about this one. Afrika are gonna have to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, they absolutely will. However, this is just the end of round 1 for Afrika. They are sitting at 5-4. which is obviously not terrible or anything like that. Nongshim will move up to, I believe, 3rd place with this 2-0 because of the fact that the game score was just that little bit higher for Damwon Kia. They're not going to be able to eclipse them due to the fact that they were both 2-0s here today, but this is an outright 3rd place now for Nongshim.
Yeah, that was the fan sign predicted it earlier on. Nongshim going straight to 3rd, and that's exactly where they end up after this series win. I think we're going to have our POG revealed soon. I don't think it'll be a shock to anyone.
Peanut of the game is going to come up in a moment. It should come up behind us first, and then immediately we'll show it on the screen just to celebrate Peanut and how much he dominated a game that was over very, very early.
Yeah, he did a lot of damage. He got a pretty early goal lead. I think the last time we checked the goal difference, he was like 2,600 ahead. Yeah. And I think it got much deeper than that.
I think the first time it was 2,800 or something. And then, yeah, I imagine that it only ballooned as, here it is, the Peanut of the game.
Peanut of the game, bring it up.
There we go.
I had to vote for Peanut in the Peanut of the game for this one.
I mean, your choices were actually quite difficult. It was between Peanut, 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 and Peanut, and I think you chose the right one.
Yeah, I chose Peanut, so it was definitely the right play, I think, for me. And
I think you nailed it.
He actually got the first blood too, which made the situation so rough. I can't remember if he actually got both of these kills or not. I think Rich got the second one.
Yeah, I think they went one each.
Yeah, okay.
Bit of sharing.
But even still, like, it's the worst possible scenario for Dread.
Yeah.
I feel really bad for Dread because I know he's going to be memed across both Western and Korean communities for his game here, but...
Yeah, this was a wash, right? Like, we didn't learn anything about Gwen Jungle, really, outside of what we already knew, which is that, you know, she doesn't necessarily offer that much when it comes to ganking and things like that. She is able to clear the jungle pretty effectively and pretty healthy.
Rich had a great game, followed us up too. Duck Dom did as well. Like, nobody dropped the ball here, and that's what's great about, you know, just the highlight reel of Nongshim winning the whole game. Whoa. Rich got 4 votes. I mean, look, he had a good game.
That was the wrong Peanut.
Yeah, that was not it.
Yeah, although, yes, you're right. I think both of them, I mean, when you look at that one moment, who was involved? Peanut and Rich. And that one moment decided the entire game, so I guess you flip a coin and see which one you want to write down. However, it was Peanut that was able to really follow it through. And now we are going to have Rich and Peanut for the interview, so let's throw it over to Ji-sun.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun with the interview translation, and we are here joined by Rich Peanut from Nongshim Red Force, taking a victory over Africa Freaks. Congratulations on picking up your 6th win of the split. How are you feeling? Africa, especially playing against Keen, I was feeling definitely nervous. I heard he's your role model, right? How are you feeling taking him down? I'm sure you must be so glad. And Peanut, how are you feeling wrapping up round 1 with a win? Our goal for the first round was like 7 or 6 wins. I think we did play up to our goal. I'm so glad and I'm so proud of ourselves. I think it's going to be a great start for round 2 as well. Rich, you are the Rich King of the series. You did mention on yourself that you want to carry the team with many different champions, and you passed the toughest King test of the split on Jace. How are you feeling about that? Definitely awesome. Yeah, I think it's even better because I played a new pick. I heard you were climbing up the ladder and you were popping off today. Were you feeling extra good today? Yeah, I think I've been, you know, ramping up these days and I've been having a good time on the solo queue as well. In game number 1, you actually let Africa take Xinjiao and you guys complete your poke comp. Tell us about the strategy. We wanted to try some kiting up against their comp with Karma and Olaf, but we had some, you know, big clash happening before we could kite back. So it was a rough game. But in the mid to the late game, we were able to, you know, pull off the kite strategy, and we were able to, you know, turn the game around. What do you think of the Xinjiao Lulu comp? How do you kind of counterplay them? We are playing with a new patch. So we only had 2 days to prepare after playing the Sunday match last week. So yeah, Karma Olaf or this comp or the comp they played was something we didn't really have enough time to figure out, but it was more like an experiment this time around. As you mentioned, yeah, there was an accident happening in the enemy jungle and you guys were not able to win the fight. Why were you guys, committing for that play? Well, especially about the Baron play, we didn't really let them walk away with the Baron, so we had this confidence that in the late game we will be able to close out the game, and we were looking for the opponent's mistake to punish. Lich, what kind of mindset did you have in that game? We had Faith Rush, and also I have all the late game scaling runes. So once I get the Muramana completed, I was pretty sure that we will be able to, win the game. Game number 2, Africa Freaks showed us a new pick, Guan Jungle. Did you expect that or predict that to come out? When we saw both Viego and Gwen locked in by Africa, we thought that could be viable, and it was also played in the LPL, so we kind of saw it coming. And you were able to pick up a very early kill on that Gwen, and then you guys closed out the games on a steamroll victory, 10-1 kill score. With that counter gank play on the top lane, we were like, this is a win for us. As long as we don't die, Diana will carry. That was the mindset I got in the game. Because we won, we had a huge comeback victory in game number 1. We knew that it was a winning game already because we won after falling behind. So we knew that they would be having a lot of burden. And I think it went as I expected. And earlier today, Canyon also earned his POG on Diana. How do you rate this champion in the current patch? Diana's, rivalry of the Fate Rumble got nerfed so bad. So I think Diana is so good right now. And we have a lot of matches to go. I think we need more experiments, We have to think what enemy will bring in the upcoming matches as well. And Rich, watching today's series, it reminded me of your previous interview. You said you're happy that your teammates can trust you. And with this stronger faith, I think, was there any change with your role in Nongshim Radforce? I think our team is so strong already, so I don't really need to do something more and extra, I'm just glad that we had another option, playing around the top lane as well. We had one more winning recipe on our end. And there was an interview where Rich said, Peanut, you are the centerpiece of Nongshim's uprace. Not only me, our entire teammates have been working so hard. And Rich as well, he has been, evolving throughout the split. Gory joining the team, and together with the original Nongshim players, you guys were able to end the first round on a very good note. What do you think about the result, Rich? I think we could have got more win points if we played better, but in the early split, I have been very shaky and inconsistent, and there were some matches where we lost because of me. It's a bummer. Your first opponent for the second round robin will be T1. What's your mindset for that series? We will prepare hard for that T1 match, and I hope we can win as we did in the first round. We did defeat them once, so we have this confidence that we will make it happen again. And we are a 6-3 currently, so I hope we can play as a 6-3 team. And I think it's gonna be a doable match for sure. I can feel the uprising momentum inside of you guys, Nongshim. And thank you very much for this interview. And I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, as per usual, for the interview translation. Great to hear from Peanut and Rich. Good to see that their confidence is coming back as well. Of course, Rich does do a lot of blaming himself and things like this, as we are going to get into play of the day. Certainly a lot to choose from here today, even though it was a relatively quick one. We'll see what we've actually
let's take
chosen.
a look at that POD. I'm curious to see what we're going to get today. And Oh, okay.
From our first series, it
double
was
stopwatch.
Yeah, this is the Valdez special, is what we call it. Rolly. I'd call it the Valdez special.
Yeah.
Next time we'll request the name as play of the day.
That was probably just translated from the Korean stream, and you know, it was on one hand a pretty impressive pressing 2 buttons in the item inventory, but I think it was more impressive how many cooldowns were wasted. Really, Sam was like 1, 2, ready, and 3, and 4, 5. Oh god. Oh man, that was just like, it was actually like comical when it happened. I was watching, I'm like, okay, they like used everything on this.
Yeah, it's also like, it is the highest value stopwatch of all time. Everyone's just golden. It's like Midas touch happening over here.
It might be time to have a discussion about maybe you can't, your stopwatch just gets taken away when you buy Azonias.
Yeah.
But then, like, it's awkward because it costs money and you don't get any value out of it if you build into it, so it's a bit awkward to actually balance this item.
It is definitely, as we do have things sort of tidying themselves up just a little bit. We did have a lot of 5 and 3, and now we've separated it into a couple of 6 and 3 teams, and then a couple of 5 and 4s, but still, on the western side of the bracket are Live Sandbox and Afrika Freaks. Nothing really to worry about just yet, as Gen G versus T1 will be our last remaining round 1 match, and we'll see whether T1 can join the other 5 and 4s, or whether it's going to be Gen G reasserting their dominance.
And
as yeah.
Hanwha Life and Fred Brion sitting at their 3 and 5s themselves. It's a recoverable season for both if they can turn it around right now. Hanwha Life definitely looking on the up and up right now, and Fred Brion, we know what they're capable of. We'll see what the roster is for DRX tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's the big question. Who's coming in? What are we going to see? A lot of question marks with a very upgraded roster going into this week, so I'm hoping for good things. I think it's going to take some time for DRX to come online, you know, with these new players, but
I'm looking forward to whether or not it is actually an upgraded roster, right? Because it is, you know, there's a lot of confusion about what this is actually going to mean, right? Plex coming back, of course, changing his name, but now being a mid laner is kind of interesting. Solka might be coming out. We might be seeing some new ones, but we don't have confirmation yet. And of course, Ghost was still playing today, so a lot of this...
Anything could happen.
Exactly right. So, ladies and gentlemen, that will do us for this evening, but we will be back tomorrow for more LCK. Good night.